So tinkled in my hair again, wrapping paper mountain lions then, gift boxes hiding like little thieves, underneath the couch where no one sees. My needles stab at my bare feet, ornament shattered in defeat, batteries dead in every toy, stockings limp devoid of joy. Scrubber ducked up the kitchen sink, merry mess, I need a drink. Rudolph's nose just blinking red, taking down Christmas, wish I'd stay in bed.
Hey folks! Hey! It is Friday. It is the 27th, and as you might have noticed, today is not the Jeff Memorial stream. It is postponed to the 3rd. So I'm holding an end of the year. I seem to have forgot something. End of the year Friday panel show. And I invited guests while I'm looking for the thing I should have had here, which is currently missing, but I will find it. I will find it. I have a number of guests. We will talk a bit about 2024 and what might happen in 2025. So we will try to have a good time. And so without further ado, I will bring on my first two guests. The thing is, in this EVMux platform that I'm using, I can hear them backstage. And yeah, but my first two guests, we're old friends. Well, I'm old friend with one of them at least. Say hello to Steve Gosney and Broken Baker.
Goddag på den.
Goddag. Hi, Steve. You're muted.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm getting back to normal. Normal.
Well, thank you for inviting me on and for the Nick Friday panel stream. I'm excited about this. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. And hello everybody over at Rumble. Hello everybody at X, and hello everybody at YouTube tuning in. Good to have you here. And everybody's happy to see Steve. And one person wondering who's that baker guy? No,
No one really knows. I'm just a guy sent out from the Danish government to make sure that our occupied territories is still kept quite pristine till we come back and take it.
Hey, can I offer you a couple $100 for a piece of Greenland?
Hey, I said when people said we're going to take Greenland, I said, save us $4 billion a year. So much. Do you know what Greenland is? It's a lot of ice.
It's a lot.
50,000 people, no healthcare system, no police, no court system. It's wonderful. The good thing about Greenland, even if you're a convicted murderer, you are allowed to go hunting because it's part of your culture. So the police will give you a rifle so you can go out, and in Denmark you can't unless you have a hunting license or a member of a gun club own any of those things. But you're given it by the police if you're in prison up there.
Yeah, and you have to import all the fuels because there are no fuel source on Greenland.
Most food, You have fish and you have reindeer and muscus ox, seal. Everything else is imported. So
Do they have polar bears?
yeah, they have a ton of them, and polar bears are actually becoming a problem because I don't know if you ever saw any of these movies about how bad it is for the poor polar bears. That made them stop hunting them, and polar bears have no natural enemies, so they will say, "Oh, food on two legs."
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Gloria is commenting on my background here, and I'm in beautiful Miami. It's like 78 degrees today, and for Christmas we went to the Trump Doral Country Club and had a steak. I had a steak in Trump's honor, so that was kind of fun at
Yeah.
the
That,
at Trump Country Club there. You know the Doral Country Club that they own is quite ritzy, really fancy. So that was my.
yeah. I mean, going back to polar bears now, there are these videos of people putting themselves in cages just to see, oh, how close can I get to a polar bear? And folks, this is not like a shark cage where the shark only goes in there to take a sniff and maybe a nibble. If a polar bear breaks it, you are food. You are basically a walking turd
Now, what
in waiting.
about Sweden? Does Sweden have polar bears?
No,
No,
no, we have black
not as
bear, we have
in
brown bears, we have wolves, we have the equivalent of large cat with the ears. I don't know. We call it a loo.
they have the lynx. Are they
Yeah,
rather
maybe it's yeah, that one,
right?
one of those.
Or bobcats? There's a lot of
Bobcat.
different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bobcat is
yeah.
more. Yeah, it's more probable.
Well, now are there polar bears in Norway?
Yes, on they have an island called Svalbard.
Oh,
That
right. Oh, right. I know about Svalbard. I watch a blog from there. It's they have the seed vault up there. And it's beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, but there's actually a Danish television show that went to Greenland. They do a hunting for something specific every time, and to show what hunters do. And they went to an island. I think actually it was Svalbard, and they went out to stay somewhere, and they had local people stationed around the camp because the polar bears were a little frisky at that time of year, so they needed people to just to make sure, because polar bears don't care. I just saw a video on Twitter today with a guy in a town where polar bears looking at him, and he goes over to film it. That polar bear is faster than you. That polar bear is stronger than you.
Tammy in your chat says Cecilia. Yeah, that's who I was talking about.
Yeah,
we
Cecilia
watch it.
Blondal. Yeah, I watched
Right.
that too.
She's really good. She has a beautiful camera, and I love her dog. Her dog is named Grim, and he's the most happy dog you've ever seen. He just
I thought
loves
Grim was her husband.
No,
No,
Grim was
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
It's funny. Yeah, but you have to go out. When you go outside town, you have to have a gun because
Yeah.
polar bear is going to eat you otherwise. If you don't have a gun, you're dead.
Yeah, I'm lucky here in Sweden because our top predators are often politicians. But other than that, cops and politicians. But
Hey,
our
Sean,
actual apex predators here are more scared of you than you of them. The most dangerous animal in Sweden is the moose. And
oh yeah. They're big.
and because we almost made the wolves extinct in Sweden, we now have to hunt moose every
You have-
year
you
and
have
fill our
another-
freezes. That's too
our-
bad.
Our other guest is in the waiting room. I don't want to.
Oh, yes, we have one more guest. Thank you for reminding me. It's Sean.
Hey.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hi, everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're talking about polar bears, and here you are.
Yeah. Oh, did you guys watch the video of the guy filming it coming
Yeah.
towards him? Oh God, that's the no.
It's people who have that. Oh, I watch Disney.
Yeah.
It's like the people who. Yeah, I can jump in the water with a
It's-
great white. I saw Bruce.
It's like
He's now our friends.
well, it's the meme on TikTok. White women ain't scared. White women ain't scared of crap.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, he's so cute. Oh, you're a little puppy. It's like, no, it's scary. Scary.
Yeah.
I still find the most fascinating thing is when they hunt, they cover their black nose with their paw.
Yes.
That's ingenious that evolution taught them to do this. And you can do the
Yeah. Yeah.
You can
And
do-
I with all these predators and how, because it's predominantly white people who think who hears a noise in the woods, and we don't think, let's go the other direction. We go, wonder what that was. Can I pet it?
Yes.
How did, I mean, seriously, how did Northern Europeans survive? I have no idea.
well, we just reinstated. Well, we didn't reinstate it. We had wolves move in from the south, and what did everyone say? Oh, that's so nice. It's wildlife. And all the farmers said, we like our sheep. Oh,
Yeah.
you're just farmers. Meh, meh, meh. And now they just, because wildlife only unalive to eat. No. They'll slaughter a whole herd of sheep.
Yeah. Because wolves or wild dogs is also a problem in Sweden in some areas, where they simply, 40 sheep. Let's kill them all, so I have food later. So it's not like I will pick the weakest. No. Let's take all of them. Now, over in Sweden, the sheep farmers, they get more or less 100% grant on wolf-proof fences.
Yes.
But some doesn't want it because, I want to do this the traditional way, sheep farming. Which is, well, your ancestors who did that lost all their sheep. And if they didn't want it, they had to be out in the woods 24/7 and everything. But no. I want to stay indoors, but my sheep should be out in the woods. Yes, Catnot Williams. She couldn't be here. She's saying, I'm riding passenger and don't want to be that guy. Great panel. Yes, it is. We are waiting for more great people on this channel. And if Kat so chooses, I will send her a link. But thank you so much.
I see Slidey Pies in the comments. Hey, Slidey Pie, my buddies.
Jedi, yes. If not friend, why friend-shaped? Yeah, that is what Mr. Hogue always say. If it's not friendly, why is it friend-shaped?
Yeah.
That is in the Lawyers and Dragons segment, which is amazing 2-season series they have had so far, where this is a 15-foot ogre with horns. Oh, can I say hi? And not in a Viking kind of way, hopefully. Oh,
But yeah, Steve, we know what's dangerous down by you. You have gators, you have meth heads, you have snakes.
All harmless creatures. It's,
Well-
it's the Florida man that you got to watch out for.
yeah.
Yeah. Sean, are you that far north that you have any of the big animals up there, or are you not north enough that?
Well, we're north enough. I'm north enough that if you go to the western part of the state, we're starting to find. Well, we have massive coyotes because they're like the size of German shepherds.
Oh,
And there's the wolves have come across from Ontario into northern Michigan now. So very soon allegedly they're starting to pop up this way, but no, it's just really big coyotes. And then we're starting to have a wild hog problem. So
Oh, yeah, wild hogs. Yeah, down south here in Sweden, wild hogs are getting. Because wild hogs here are starting to eliminate the wild boar. Because first they breed, and they are absolutely massive. The crossbreed between wild boar and wild hog. It's the size of a meat pig with tusks. Fun.
We haven't. That's what we're starting to have here, but all over the South, there are those things.
Yeah,
And,
isn't it? Where is it? You can go on a helicopter and do a little
Yes,
spinning
you
of
can
the
hunt
herd.
them. You can hunt them with. You can hunt them with machine guns, helicopters, night vision, thermal sights. People have used tannerite and explosives to kill them. Yeah, they are an absolute vermin. You're allowed to shoot them on sight.
Yeah, you could do that on Murdoch's land, I heard. They often hunted for wild hogs and other things. But speaking of cases, because it's still a bit of a legal channel sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Baker, since you are leaving us soon, and
Yeah, all these. Let's do an evening stream. You know how it is. It's,
yeah, I know how it is. Yeah, we're starting at 9 p.m. All right, that's 3 a.m. my time. Now, Baker, 2024 has been quite good for you.
It has.
Your channel has, grown, and you covered cases. Talk to us a bit about the cases you covered this year.
Well, everyone probably know the Karen Reed case. That was my big bump. That's when I grew like 10 times on one stream. But actually, I'm doing a New Year's special where we have the most disappointing case, and I'll say that's probably one of the most. 8 weeks ended up in a hung jury, and it was some of the worst prosecution I've ever seen performed. The best case I probably followed was that Lori Shaver down in Florida who unalived her husband and buried him under the fire pit, because her description of what happened was her, at the time, 4-year-old daughter, I believe she was, or 6-year-old, pewed her husband in the back of the head while he was sitting on a chair while standing up, kicking her. At the same time, her boyfriend, who might or might not have been on Secret Service and Special Forces, teleported into the room, grabbed the pew-pew, and shot the exact same hole. So, and they only found one bullet in his skull, and there was no exit wound. So then he threw her out, said, "I'm going to unalive you as well if you don't go," and then they kept dating. What made it even more perfect was they had been dating for like 2 weeks when she got the Lalalas de tuna, the tuna can, tattooed with his name. And she's not with him anymore because he was married to another woman. And I'm just thinking of the poor guy who is now for 6 years been married to her. Every time he goes down south, he has to look at another man's name while he's working. That's the best case with stupidity this year. But her lawyer was he had a video sitting on a dock begging for money because he was not one of those personal injury lawyers who made a lot of money. So he was something else. It was a wonderful case.
I missed that completely. I have to go back and watch that.
She got her she's not 16, 14-year-old, 16-year-old daughter to admit to doing it now, and just before mom was going to prison, and she was so unlikable. Brandy Churchwell was a friend of her friend.
Oh.
She went to college with her, I believe. So her friend had sat at that fire pit on the concrete poured on his body. It was a special case. It was, and of course, my love, Miss Alkilex, Sarah Boone. She holds a special place in my heart.
She's the gift that keeps on giving.
Her latest letter, forgiveness. I forgive you for making me do this. I forgive your family for making you do this to me. I forgive she called every streamer who covered it was a part of a criminal conspiracy. That's me.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
That's the highlights of my year. That's wasting 8 weeks on a hung trial and then some idiots in the last part of it. That was good.
Wow. And 2025, what brings?
I don't know, Karen Reed again, and I'm looking a little bit. That Blake Lively, it's probably not going to be a case, but it looks interesting. Wish we heard a little bit more about the Guard Brooks, because I still haven't figured out how you do the positions she claimed he did, where he was holding her by the ankles while inserting himself. I'm pretty sure I couldn't figure that one out, or maybe I'm not well equipped enough.
Well, when I was in my 20s, I dated a girl who was 4'3".
Yeah, but still, you have to hold her up, insert, and she claimed that he was so violent that she got back injuries by slamming into him. So he must have been, and she didn't say he was doing the number two. It was number one, so he must be gifted.
Yeah, gifted.
No, that's what I loved covering trials. It's all the stupidity that you have.
Yeah, you can always count on one part being stupid. It could be the defense, it could be the defendant. Often it's the prosecution, and sometimes it's the judge.
Yeah, it's been a good year, and again, I don't know. We see what pops up. It's there's always something there.
Yeah. Well, the trial watching segment has really blown up. A lot of news agents, local news, are now doing it themselves instead of Court TV and Law and Crime, who more or less had a monopoly on it. And some judges decided, I don't want any of them in here, so they have installed their own cameras and sound, and nobody can do sound. No.
That should be. I talked to Judge Fleischer, who actually does it, where I asked why, and his courtroom is actually pretty good. Said, why can't anyone? And he said, well, it's taxpayer dollars. No one wants to spend it.
Yeah.
So,
well, prosecution does, but they don't want sound or video.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing. The New York case, the CEO. How come we could see him in court all of a sudden? New York doesn't have television in court.
Yeah. Strange, isn't it? It's almost as if they want to influence the jury. Sean, what have you been doing?
Yes. Well, we're getting ready. Obviously the Diddy stuff, but Jay-Z is now entering the fray of the Diddy saga, which that's going to be really interesting, because now the big name, like, Diddy's a big name, but like we're getting to that rarefied air of like Jay-Z and the other names coming out. That's going to be a big one.
Any rumor of who the female celebrity was with the JC?
We don't know. I mean, it could be different people. Like, I know, it all depends on, like, at the time who it could have been. I know some people have theories about it, but nobody really knows for sure. There's a lot of theories. There's a lot of theories on that one. So I don't think it's been confirmed one way or another. The bigger problem is, though, this girl, the alleged victim, and this isn't going to be helpful, because she talks about all the different people she met at the party, and they're like, no, we weren't there. We were doing a concert in LA that night. So it's gonna be interesting, though. Diddy, I mean, like I said, Diddy's probably, I don't see how Diddy's getting out of this. And I get the feeling he'll be going to trial this year. So that'll be probably like the big one. And then there's Nick, I saw you mentioning it a little bit. Sidney Powell.
Yeah.
Not the release of crack at Sidney Powell.
No.
It's a crazy lady here in Ohio. She's going to get a retrial, so that'll be very interesting.
Yeah, that.
I was not counting on her winning her appeal, by the way.
No, I was quite surprised, because I mean, I've seen worse not getting appeals.
Yeah,
but she actually got it, and
appeal courts in Ohio are not fond of granting, like. I already have my opinions on courts of appeal in the state of Ohio. I've been in front of a bunch of them. I don't really generally think they're going to pull through for me.
Yeah, and yeah, that case is strange, because she got it because they didn't allow them a rebuttal.
Yes.
And logically,
Closing.
it's correct, but I'm still surprised they took it on that.
Yes, I'm surprised they ended there and they didn't do any further. Just
Yeah,
so you know
the
what? I'll accept it because I've had to make cases before where we've argued affirmative defenses, and I think that this will be good case law to have in my back pocket. And if it's done and if I'm available, I'll probably try to go because it's only about an hour away from me.
oh, nice,
So yeah.
nice.
But in reality, she will be looking at soft cell walls instead of
Yeah,
prison cell walls.
Yes, and that's the thing. If you win on an NGRI plea, you go to the nut hut, and if you talk to people who've ever been to a mental hospital, it's almost as worse, if not 100% worse than prison.
Yeah, because I was reading the appeal stuff today, the article about it, and
Yeah.
people said, "Oh, so she can get the treatment." I said, "Will she?" Because in Denmark, we get in trouble with amnesty all the time because
Yeah.
we like to put people in straitjackets, and they say, "Oh, you can't do that." Okay, then we'll just medically put you
subdue.
in a medical
Yeah.
straitjacket instead.
Yeah.
We don't
And
treat you.
well, and the other thing is too, at the end of her term, at the end, after her 15 years are up, she's eligible to be released. And then from then, because it's a murder offense, she is under lifetime supervision by the court. And they meet with her a minimum of once a year to review the case to make sure she's okay. And if things are backsliding or things are going wrong, they have the ability to recommit her. So even if you get an NGRI, you're never out of the woods, especially in a murder case.
Mm.
So, yeah, but you know what? She gets a new chance. That's the good thing.
Yeah, but it's just when I cast iron skillet.
Yeah. Hey, they're good. It works.
Yeah, that's
I want to know what brand so I can. It's like everybody with the Luigi Mangione. It's like copy his look, and I'm like, I want to copy her look. What skillet did she use?
use a Le Creuset. That's stoneware. It's heavy as heck. So
Yeah.
I think you can.
But you need a longer
Yeah.
time for the subject of your hit to prepare and duck. So I prefer lighter things where you can just kabook. I mean, I've heard. Uh, now, Steve, you haven't covered many cases this year.
No,
You're a busy man.
yeah,
Steve has been the case.
I've been the case. Yes, that's sad, isn't it? Yeah, no, I've been working really hard getting up to speed on civil. So I've been practicing in civil law and working very hard. Haven't had a lot of time to do anything except that. And I don't know. I'm sorry to be boring around here at this point, but I'm going to be on an Australian show on YouTube coming probably beginning of the year, talking about my 3 books, but basically talking about the death penalty.
Ooh, nice.
And then let's see what else. I would say that the cases that interest me this year are the one that of course the P Diddy case will be a blockbuster.
Yeah.
There's the Courtney Clenny OnlyFans murder trial, which is going to happen here right in Miami.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting. And then the other one is Jacksonville. In Jacksonville, there's going to be this I forget what the name of it is. It's the one that the murder for hire plot, and it's
the Adelson.
Yes. So that case, I have my buddy Rosemarie is representing the wife, and the prosecutor is. I mean, that is a terrible case against the wife, and so that one I would highly recommend if you want an interesting case to follow. You should keep your eye on that one, the wife's case specifically, because there's just no evidence against her. And I know that everybody wants to leap to conclusions, but that's one to watch. So those are the ones. That's sort of, I don't know how much I'm going to be doing this upcoming year. I hope I'll have a better year next year.
Yeah. I mean, Jules would and Jeff would have cooperated on the OnlyFans murder trial, but I
Yes.
told Jules that I will step in for Jeff. The trial is scheduled for September, which is interesting because I'm going to what's the state's name again? Utah in September for a couple of weeks.
Well,
So
hopefully by September they've fixed all the issues with the prosecutor and everything that's gone on by September.
oh yeah, they had a hearing not that long ago about the laptop thing.
Yes.
And I think the state actually made a good case.
Yeah, there's actually a. Was this the one about attorney-client privilege documents?
Yeah.
Featured? Yeah, I actually have a paper on that that I developed whilst in the state attorney's office. I was with the Miami-Dade state attorney's office for 3 months. And one of the things I developed was, let's see, Valhalla, inside joke. And I developed a policy on.
Not that inside, Steve. Everybody knows.
I know.
You write a lot, good sir. You
I
write.
write a lot. So I developed a policy on what to do when you come across possibly privileged information. So that paper is up on SSRN. I don't know what happened to that paper once I developed it for the office, but it is an interesting issue because, and I didn't follow it completely, like I said, because I'm so occupied with civil practice at this point that my attention is sort of focused on that. But it is an interesting issue, and I know that they're fighting it tooth and nail in that case, right?
Yeah.
I just want to have Runkle on because he's not a toolmark expert fan. They're going to introduce a knife throwing expert.
Right.
I want to hear what Runkle says.
The Dalbert, Dalbert's going to have a problem with that.
Well, yeah, but at that situation though, can he test it? I think it's more to explain you could throw the knife, not. I think that's, if I had to guess, the idea is throwing a knife a feasible thing? And I think that's probably more of can you throw a knife from this distance, that distance, and stick a target? It's not necessarily.
They
did
did
this
have
knife
a,
stick in the right?
They had
way?
a hearing about it actually.
Oh, they did. Okay.
And I think he said 8 out of 10 times he threw it. I think he threw it at a pig carcass. It didn't stick. So
okay. I'd like to see that hearing because I'm curious to see how he.
yeah, but it was one of those where the audio is really, really. I haven't covered any of them because the audio is so bad in that courtroom. But I'm
Where's
pretty
Neilhammer
sure,
when we need him?
Right?
I'm pretty sure that there was or maybe I read an article about it, but they did talk about the knife thrower, and I'm just thinking, oh, he's been working at the Ringley or something.
Well, yeah, or he's going to be the biggest neckbeard and creepiest guy in the world. Throws knives. He's like, how many knives? I have a lot of swords, and I live with my mom.
They could just put old episodes of that show Forged, where they start from nothing. Yeah, just put all those
fire show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put all those final tests in there as evidence.
Well, actually, the knife he was using had a little steel tip, so I find it fascinating. He's going to be one of those experts who just talks for 45 minutes and use it. But the question was, sorry.
Yeah, he's gonna come across as it'll be like the expert in the Alec Baldwin case I'm sorry, the Hannah Reid case. Hannah Reid's expert witness, the old guy with the gun who was pointing at everybody.
Or the business woman.
Hers
remember
too,
her?
Yeah.
Oh God. She took her degree at the same time as George Washington became a president. I mean, when your expert witness is older than dirt, and her thesis was published in 1961. Now, I mean, the Einstein's theories are still valid, so who knows? But I don't think. No.
Yeah, your thesis was published before you went to the moon. I have a little bit of a concern there.
Yeah, things might have happened in science.
To the moon, Sean. Went to the moon.
Well, we have that expert in the Karen Reed case who have had every job and had every degree in the world. But she's actually quite good at what she's doing because when she stopped working as a coroner, I became head of the Department of Corrections. Oh,
Yeah.
but
she was a cop for a number of years while studying medicine.
Yeah,
She's
And
the ER in LA or something insane too.
L.A.
LA in the good old days, back in the 90s. So, what kind of things did you used to see? Well, of course,
Lots of dog bites. Lots of dog bites.
dog bites, pew-pewings, stabbings, a lot of that. Oh, yeah, you saw more than most people.
yeah, whatever could you see in a Los Angeles ER? I mean,
Especially in the early 90s. Was anything going on in LA in the early 90s?
no.
It was pretty mellow out there, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody got along really well.
Yeah. Rooftop Koreans.
Was this before or after the Vietnam War?
Hi.
Hey!
It's not.
What you got there?
I got a Christmas card.
From who? Here's a hearing thing.
Mittens.
Ooh. Dave Helm sent us a Christmas card. Outstanding.
Hey!
There you go.
Read it out loud.
I don't know if that's a good idea. I haven't even seen it yet.
That's why it's a good idea.
It's not going well for me.
Hello, Mrs. Valhalla.
Oh my god.
Nick says, hello, Mrs. Valhalla.
Hi.
There, she can hear you now.
Next time I'm in the States, I'm going to send you both Bucky's onesies.
He
That's my
addressed
favorite
it. He addressed it. I can't show you because it's got our address, but he addressed it Mrs. Valhalla on the sticker, right on the label, and then wrote in red ink with an arrow and says "Not Valhalla." That's outstanding.
But I would love a onesie, but don't, because my dog will try to eat me.
Oh, that happened before. She had those unicorn onesies, the really colorful ones, like look like a brony. Yeah. The dog went absolutely apeshit, tried to kill her.
Yeah, I had to take it off like immediately.
It was really fun.
Maybe a great in thought, love that, and I would totally wear it, but I would get eaten by a pit bull.
Is it raining still?
It is raining.
Oh.
Yes. That's all. I just wanted to show. I got a Christmas card, so.
Yeah, but your bullies are the sweetest. I mean,
They are.
yeah.
Nick's actually met our dogs.
Yeah, they're the babies when they want to be. When they want to be, huh? Oh, okay. Sorry to interrupt. Love
You're
you.
good.
Bye.
Love you, bye. Well, she just got home from work.
Well, it's 1 a.m. here. I got home from work at 7 p.m. my time. That was a fun Friday. Yeah, we have a thing here in Sweden which is Christmas layoffs. That's fun. Where companies decides, or some companies decides, hey, it's the end of the fiscal year. I want to improve my bonus. How do I do that? The easiest way? Cut salaries. How do you cut salaries in Sweden? You lay off people. And they think they can get away. I've been doing this for over 30 years, and it's every damn year. Every damn year. Month, a couple of weeks before Christmas, you don't have to come into work tomorrow. We have laws against that over here. And then I have to spend, a lot of hours explaining this to these people. And some of these people are reoffenders. Who every year says, we will do better, we are sorry, here's the fine and everything. And then they do it again next year.
They save money by just paying the fine. Why would they stop?
No, they have to pay the fine and the salaries over here. Yeah, if it's concluded as a wrongful termination, they have to pay the fine and the salary, but not until the year after. So they technically get their bonus. Yeah, fun times.
We used to have that a lot.
Yeah, you changed your laws some 30 years ago.
Oh, I'm
regarding.
not that old, but I
27. He's 27.
I'm 27. Yeah, no, I'm turning 27.
By the way, happy
in
birthday,
3 weeks.
Valhalla.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes.
No, but we had a lot of. You had like summer jobs as bakers because they couldn't sustain in the down period. They could only do it in the tourist season. So it was quite a thing when you were a new baker. You did like 3 months at summer, and then you would automatically be terminated at the middle of August because when tourist season, when all the Germans went back.
Yeah, the Germans. They have been in Denmark before, haven't they?
Yeah, but these times they normally leave after 2 weeks. So, oh, that's a good question by Kersey.
Oh, that's a good. Question: do you all prefer a big panel so you get to kick back and listen and drink more, or small panels so not much competition for the microphone? It depends. If it's a drinking stream, then because the more people here, the more people tune in, the more chance of super chats and all the thingies. But then again, I can have a guest on like Andrea Burkhardt, and I have numbers I have never seen before. And nothing against you guys, but Andrea Burkhardt is in a separate division. I mean, I have Ian on at almost 300,000 subscribers. But when Andrea is here, I want Andrea back on here.
Andrea is awesome.
Andrea is awesome, yeah. And
I don't
speaking,
know, it's different, right? Big
Yeah.
panels are different than smaller panels. It really depends on what you're talking about and who's on the panel. But in the larger panels, it's harder to get everybody's voices heard sometimes. And I don't know, you can usually get more in depth in the smaller panels if you so choose to.
Yeah, and I think it's more about dynamics because some people are not some are good comebacks and won't sit here and like us blabbering mouths and just talk all the time, but will whenever they chime in, okay, everyone shuts up now because Steve is going to talk about the latest paper he just wrote about the migration habits of the blue tit and why.
Yeah.
Now, that paper hasn't been released yet. Now stop it.
Spoiling. Still in peer review.
Still in editing.
No, but I think many times if you go on one of those where there's 10 people, especially if there's a little drinky poo going on, it can be a little, what's going on?
Yeah. Now I've had those, but that was the first 6 months of 2024. Then I started the Friday panel show, which I believe is a better format, but it definitely doesn't give the revenue like my drinking streams, because somehow people like to pay to see me drunk. Yeah. What was I?
We just like to see what you buy sober, Nick. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, for you who haven't seen it, I've shown this to.
I'm going to jump off because it's almost 1 a.m. So I'm going to go find a bed and try and lay in it for a couple of hours. Thank you so much, Nick, for having me on.
See you, Baker.
Thank you for being here. I will see you around. Close down the tab.
Sean.
Baker's
as
good
always,
to see you, man. We'll see you around.
Valhalla. Yeah.
I'm winning your best mod competition. That's all I'm saying.
Not if I have.
Are you making them perform feats of strength?
I've been voting nonstop since I got the thing.
So I have to go to make sure that you can't motivate. But no, thank you so much for having me on.
See you.
Enjoy the rest of the night.
Yep.
Bye.
Later, brother.
Bye.
I think I'm pushing the right thing now. Hope I don't end the stream.
Oh
no, there's a way to do it.
Yeah. Either Drunk Me or one of my viewers sent me this after I said I'm thinking of covering the Karen Reed case.
Nice.
So yeah, when I'm covering the Karen Reed case, I will wear a yellow rubber ducky jacket. Apparently,
Ending.
because it was a case of its own, where one police officer in Canton, Mass, not only worked full time on this, he got 25 hours of overtime at $66 an hour. Then they brought it in front of a judge who said, what are you doing here? And just threw it out. This isn't a
anybody-
crime. This is a First Amendment issue. Off you
For
fuck.
anybody that doesn't know what he's talking about, the D&E Pizza owners of part of the Karen Reed, fiasco. Somebody put rubber ducky outside of the door, and it caused a big hullabaloo, if you will. And the cops investigated a rubber ducky being placed at the front door of a pizza shop.
Yeah, that case has some in and out and turns. Now, Valhalla, what have you been doing under 2024? Building Lego?
Building Lego, obviously, and Baker failed to mention it, but I co-hosted that stream that got him all those numbers, and I'm taking at least half responsibility for his channel growth. Didn't meet Baker.
Yeah, Baker is bad at giving credit, isn't he?
He is, man. He's terrible. That guy, selfish, absolutely selfish.
Oh,
I don't know if we should pull that up.
the what? The who? Imagine if the police investigated OJO death as much as the duckies. Yeah. Now, next guest is somebody I have had on all through the fall, and she's amazing. She's just amazing. Everybody say hello to Empress Fox.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Hey.
Good. For a minute there, I really thought you weren't wearing clothes, and I was like, I don't think you should pull that up. Yeah. What is happening with that?
That is hilarious. Okay.
I love it. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys as well.
Now, for people my viewers knows exactly who you are, but some of my panelists might not know who you are. So please introduce yourself.
Okay, well, during the last YSL trial, I created the protest. I think I did 2 protests, but I protested about 4 or 5 times. But professionally, I am a photographer and visual communication specialist.
Oh, awesome. Very cool.
Yeah, and she has done amazing work. She's talking to the families of some of the defendants who needs our help. And so she, behind the scenes of everything everybody else does, she is a force of nature, folks. Absolute force of nature.
Thank you.
And I'm very, very proud to have had you on before everybody knew it.
Aww.
Oh, yeah. So going back for the trial that I have been covering since May of last year, the YSL case. Many people believe, it's over. Folks,
No.
It is not. It's not even close. The one person who got acquitted on all charges are still in jail. Based on things that happen in jail and a warrant that was never supposed to be enforced. And I would like Sean and Steve's input on this. Mr. Kendricks, acquitted of all charges in the YSL trial. While in jail, he got this charge of contraband, which was earbuds instead of headphones, because earbuds are not allowed. Now, also, he allegedly was involved in an assault. But thinking about what the prosecution alleged in the bond hearing, that he was the active one, who more or less beat this other guy for 12 hours straight, But in the trial, when the prosecution tried to introduce this as an what's the word for it? Extrinsic act,
Yeah.
Over.
it wasn't allowed, and Judge Whittaker said, the video you have presented for me looks more like self-defense. So you have two completely different stories. But the judge who held the bond hearing, while on the bond hearing, they introduced a note, not the warrant, a note regarding a warrant from a 2015 case where he served the time, was on probation, when he was arrested for this YSL thing. He was still on probation. So when in jail, apparently, he can report to his probation officers, which automatically gets you a warrant. But it's never going to get enforced because you're in jail. They know where you are, you just can't report. That warrant made the judge deny bail.
Oh, that's grimy.
Very.
Yeah,
That's super grimy. You're
Yeah.
in custody. How are they possibly holding that against him?
they can because it's a warrant. And the probation officer said was never going to be enforced. But when the prosecution uses
warrant.
it, their opinion trumps the probation officers. And for me, that is insanity.
That sounds like some Fulton County nonsense. Is what that-
It is
Yeah,
Fulton County nonsense.
This is the thing, you get caught up in a system. This is what people don't understand, and I try to advise people when I was in criminal law is, I'd have good people and that'd be their first encounter with the system, or or even people that didn't have multiple encounters. But I did, one of the things I'd advise them is, they'd say, I have faith in God and I just believe that I'm in the system, right? And I'd say, no, I believe in God. I don't believe in the system. And my advice to them was always get away from the system as quickly and as simply as possible. If you can do a plea and get away, because the longer that you're in contact with the criminal justice system, the more in danger your life is. And
the more
and,
chance you have of messing up.
right. And so, and it's basically the system grinds people up. And I don't think that the world, most of the world understands that from a criminal context, though. I see it's a machine. Now, I understand that there's a need for a system that when somebody does something very harmful, the state does something harmful back. Okay, I get it. But the system that we have is so geared toward grinding people up that, even good people who are actually innocent, who have good defenses, who have problems with arrests and all that, that I just say, look, don't believe in the system. It's populated by broken people. Get away from it as quick. If you get probation, you could pay your stuff off early. You can get early term. Get there, do it, do whatever you need to do to get out of the system, because the longer you're in contact, the more in danger you are. I don't care who you are, because we're all imperfect, and it's going to grind you because you're imperfect. So that's sort of my general observation. And what you're seeing here is just a consequence of people being in contact with the system over a long period of time. We would all be in those positions. Could you imagine being locked up in a jail for years on something you didn't do, and being surrounded by criminals, right?
Yeah.
How do you defend yourself? How do you prevent? How do you entertain yourself? What do you do? What kind of culture? I mean, you have no concept of what that's like until you're there. And so to charge somebody with earbuds, is that really like a sin against the state and against the people?
Yeah.
I mean, I really, we gotta provide, a real prosecutor would drop that stuff immediately. But instead people have used the system as a tool and a weapon against innocent folks, because they're mad because they beat them on this other trial. So we're going to get them.
Yeah. And
That's embarrassed down there.
Yeah. And Mr. Kendrick, on December 18th was the bond hearing. And now he has a court.
17th.
Sorry.
It was the 17th. The bond.
17th.
It wasn't signed until the next day.
Yeah. That the warrant that was presented to the judge wasn't signed. It was just a note about a warrant, and then it got signed 1 or 2 days later by the same judge who is now appointed the case against Kendricks. And she has the rumor that she is the slowest working judge in Fulton County. So his next hearing isn't until February 7th.
Yeah, and then it's one in January. So there's a probation patient hearing with Paige, if I'm not mistaken, and then you have the bail or the bond hearing, which again, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense because when we look at the warrant has these two things from like July and May, or I think it was March and July, if I'm not mistaken, and then the bond denial said they're denying bond because he was a threat to the community, a threat to property, and a threat to people. Which
And
just
his only charge is having earbuds.
Yeah, so what it looks like is they don't trust in the jurors who said that this young man was not guilty, right?
Yeah.
So they retaliate against that with him being the only person found not guilty in the entire trial, meaning he walks away with nothing, right? There were others in there that had things that happened while they were in jail, but they I guess they just threw that energy into their probation. But this man was about to walk away with nothing, right? And if this was really about a probation violation, then why wasn't the RICO considered a probation violation in the first place, right? They come with these random charges to say like, they want something. So the fact that I see that next year, in a couple of weeks, they're going to talk about a plea and arraignment, they want a plea out of him. They want a probation out of him, saying that they give people probation for 10, 15, 20 years in Fulton County. It seems to me that they want something out of him, and they're not just going to let him walk away with nothing. And I think that should be illegal because it's obvious. Some things are obvious. Like everything to me, I feel like is not by the book. Some things are just obvious that it's clear retaliation. And I think that's not cool.
Yeah, I mean,
about 10, 15-year probation in there.
Some people 15 probation.
Yeah. Young Thug, 15 years probation. He was sentenced to. And some of...
Most had like 15, 20 years, 30 years probation.
Yeah, Monktunk, 30 years probation on a prior charge.
Crazy.
I mean, but welcome to Georgia.
You guys, do you realize what that means though? Like for chat, if you're on probation, right? Any violation of law can send you back to jail or prison. Like any violation.
Belt violation, any
right.
Cops have to communicate.
Traffic offenses, some cop catches, says you got an attitude and arrests you for obstruction or whatever the case may be. Like,
and then you resist arrest.
Right.
Yeah. And another
crazy.
A little story from my past is that I had a guy who was a crack dealer, I should say, but he was actually, I liked him. I mean, it's funny. Some of them you like and some of them you don't. But he was but the cops were after him, and he was kind of a tough guy. But we ended up getting but the cops were really after him. I mean, they wanted him. They overcharged him. He got in a simple little fight, basically a battery. And they charged him with like attempted first degree murder. It was ridiculously overcharged. And the only reason they did that was because he's a drug dealer and they knew it. And anyway, I was able to argue, successfully to my prosecutor or my opposing counsel to give him a probationary sentence on I think it was a third degree felony battery or something. And I told him, I said, because he was a family man. He had 2 kids, he had a wife. And I said, they're after you. This is a setup. You need to move out of this county. And like I said, he was I liked the guy. He was a likable guy, and he listened to me. He did. He moved because they were after him, and they were going to find a way to set him up and to get him on something, and then put him away for a long time on a probation violation, where it's a lot easier to nail him to the wall. So, it's that people are vindictive. Cops are vindictive. Prosecutors are vindictive, and don't be fooled that these are like, oh, it's government agents. They don't care. They get, when they lose a case, they get their. I mean, I have many examples that I can think of right off the bat where we win, and then they get angry, like prosecutor or a cop or get angry, and then they pick them up again. They do something again, and they like ha ha ha, and they play these gotcha games. What is another case I have? It was just it's just
Yeah.
so small, but unfortunately, and
Yeah.
sorry, I'm interrupting people, but go ahead.
No. I mean, it's true. That's why if you win a trial, like which one of the guys in the case with the big six of them, one of them had actually won a case previously. Like if you win a trial, they are gunning for you. If you beat them once, you don't want to go back again because they will do what they can to,
And that is, and that is also why. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Stephen Avery up in Kenosha, he got charged with a graping, got off eventually because of DNA, sued the county,
making a murderer guy, yeah.
got X amount of money, and then they ended up questionably arresting him for an ending.
I've got about a 3-minute story if you want to hear something really vindictive.
Absolutely.
Okay, shoot.
I don't think I've told this one online before, so I can tell it. I can say it now. So I had a client who is a sex offender, right? And he was living with his wife in a mobile home, and he gets in a fight, domestic violence thing. He gets picked up, and of course they don't like him because he's a sex offender, right? So he gets arrested, and he's like, I didn't do it. And the wife was, fighting it. They were both fighting. It's like, I did not, it was not a domestic battery. And they charged him up. It was like felony battery or aggravated battery or something felony. So he took it to trial and won. And then when he gets out, his mobile home had burned to the ground, all his papers, all his documents, his license, everything. So the landlord let him move next door into another mobile home. He went and talked to his probation officer, and he had to go mail off because he was like from Illinois or something. He had to mail off to get a new document to get his license changed, right? So they charge him with failure to register because he did not change his license within 24 hours. But he says, all my stuff got burned up in a fire, and I had to mail it off. It took me 6 months to get the documents so that I could get my license. And he reported to the probation office, so everybody knew. But they did it because they were vindictive.
Yeah.
And he ended up getting. Listen to this: the judge he pled. The judge he downward departed, gave him 13 months in prison for that.
Yeah.
The prosecutor's office.
And then what do you do when you're
It gets even better. The prosecutor's office appealed the downward departure. So it came to my case as a state appeal, wanting to say that he should get 18 months rather than 13 months. That's how vindictive they were.
Yeah.
And worse for that guy, he did everything right, and he still got screwed. So what's the incentive for him to ever comply going forward?
And I remember because the prosecutor at the trial for the wrongful, for the thing, I remember she was so vindictive, and she's like, "Oh, poor defendant, cry for him, poor him. He's burned his house." I mean, it's like no empathy at all for this guy because they basically dehumanize him. He's a file. He's a target. He's not a human being, and anything that happens to him is justified. And that's just wrong, and that's a big mistake because prosecutors do a lot of cases, a lot of files. These are human beings behind each file, and you need to look at it as human frailties, human problems, and not just use it as a weapon to satisfy your own ego and statistics.
Well, Lady Justice is supposed to be blind, but I think we're all
some judges put there, and
that's not the case.
Yeah, some prosecutors and judges, they don't put their thumb on the scale; they poke their ass on the scale.
You ain't kidding. Can I take a second, real quick? Sure. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you, Empress. I am going to dip out, though, because Miss Valhalla is home and she keeps sliding shots through the door. So I'm going to go hang out with her for a little while.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. I'll see the rest of you gentlemen pretty soon, I believe, yeah? At some point or another, I'm sure.
At some point or another. Yes, we do.
Take care, Valhalla.
Later, y'all. Later, chat.
All right. I do have something to say.
Can I ask, Empress? I haven't actually formally met you, and nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yes. Are you in Atlanta? Are you in the Atlanta area?
I'm actually in Chicago.
Oh, okay.
County, yeah. But when it comes to Atlanta and these lengthy these lengthy probations, the one thing that I don't think a lot of people talked about is how they like to exile them out of Atlanta, right? So they'll say, well, you can't come back to Atlanta for X number of years, right? So for me, the way I look at it is that what if people don't have money like Thug or anything like that? And if they're giving out these types of lengthy sentences, and then to say, oh, well, then you can't come back. I've been in jail for X number of years. You expect me to leave out of this jail, not be in Atlanta, go find another home, apartment, wherever. It's like you're not expecting people to start over and to do better. You're putting them in a worse position by telling them you can't be here. You have to go somewhere else. So
Yeah.
those that don't have the finances to do such, I just started looking at it when I was seeing, going through all these documents and stuff. I'm like, they're steady exiling people out of Atlanta. They're like, no, you got to go, you got to go, you got to go. What if those people don't have a stash of cash waiting for them when they walk out of jail to be able to restart like that?
Well,
I
Sean,
think there needs to be
yeah,
organizations to work on that, because that is not okay. And I know it doesn't just happen in Atlanta. This is a American thing or a worldwide thing, but this is something, especially once they've been in jail already for longer than, say, 6 months, you expect them to just get out and be able to leave and go to another place. You expect them to have a car. You expect them to get a plane ticket, a bus ticket. You're not giving those people those things, but you're expecting them to start over and do better in society. That's
well,
backwards.
I have two questions, and one of them is for Sean. Well, I will say an observation. One is that a felony conviction cuts your lifetime income potential by half. So it's a huge thing. Now, Sean, and I know in Florida, a geographical exclusion like that would not be legal. I don't think that's constitutional.
Well, I mean, I've heard the stories of like old timer judges saying like, get out of my county, don't ever come back, as a term of probation. The only time I ever want to see you again is if the PO calls you. But I guess in some states, and Georgia has a lot of old things still that kick around. And the bigger thing is the Atlanta metropolitan area, because I did like what the census designation for it is. That's almost 25% of the state of Georgia.
Yep.
It's a massive area. It's basically anywhere in northern Georgia you'd actually want to go. So it's not just like one county or two counties. It's huge.
Yeah, the greater Atlanta area is, I believe, 6.7 million people.
Yeah.
So it's an enormous. But I think the logic within this for those kind of things is that it's easier to re-offend in the neighborhood you grew up in. And then they just expanded on it.
Well, that might be it, but when you're basically making somebody move to a different planet.
Yeah.
You know, and it's the thing, you've been in jail for 6 months. You've been in a lot of people. I mean, I'll say this for most of Chad. If you go to jail for a week, you're going to miss work and you're going to have to call your boss. You're like, hey, boss, hey, I'm in jail. You're going to hear, you're probably going to hear, don't go back to work, or you're going to hear click. Maybe you have an employer who's willing to help you out. But a lot of people, you're SOL. Then you're behind. Then you've got car payments. You got rent. You know, you got a mortgage, and if you're in jail for 6 months, it's all gone. So
yeah. And for Mr. Kendrick, he has been in jail for 2.5 years since May.
You wonder why
May
somebody
10th
would
2022
somebody plead to something that they didn't do.
Yeah.
You're sitting in jail for 2.5 years with no end in sight, and they say you can do probation.
Yeah, and then the Department of Justice just had a 104-page
we're learning
throwdown on the Fulton County jails.
Yeah. And I'm going to be going over the report probably on Monday. People are tunneling through the walls and so Steve, they have like the pods. Guys were tunneling through the brick walls in between the pods to attack each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, you might they move you to somewhere else and you're safe. And there's a concrete wall between you. And guys are Shawshanking their way through walls.
Yeah, because the concrete is so bad. And sometimes they don't even have to because the doors doesn't work.
And in Fulton County, the officers are shit, excuse my French, but they're every other week it seemed like there was another correctional officer in the news for doing something. So it's clear that a lot of things are happening kind of in-house, if that makes sense. And then you have the people that are dying. You have 17-year-olds having to deal with all this adult stuff around them, right? I know that there's jails and prisons out there that kind of got it together. I just don't understand why we don't cookie cut and say, okay, well, that works for them. Let's implement this over here. We always got to keep reinventing the wheel, and I just don't understand it either. But Fulton County Jail is... I have so many solutions, but people are like, well, what are you going to do with the people? And it's like, well, what they're doing now, you move them around to other places until you get a facility created where you can do what's necessary. Because Fulton County has, Union City as well as Rice Street. So they have various sections to their jail, but what's his name, Labutt, the Sheriff Labutt, he doesn't seem to think that they need a new facility. He thinks they can just continue to patch up stuff, like put band-aids on it, and that's just not going to work when the corruption is from the inside out.
Yeah, and Fulton County, the main jail, when it was built, it was supposed to house 1,125 inhabitants. They have been over 3,000 in there. And now it's just 2,000 because like a quarter of the jail can't be used because it's broken down. And
on the other hand, I'll tell you, it's interesting. I don't know. I have a little mixed feelings because they need a new jail, but I've also seen the fact is like no matter how many cells you build, the prosecutors will fill them. So, the fact is that we have an over incarceration problem in the state. And I understand that there's a need for quality, clean facilities that are safe for the guards and the prisoners, and that, there's all this. However, this idea of building more prisons is going to solve criminal problems. It's basically the dumping ground for all of societal's problems. And the solution is always the same: lock them up. And the thing is that you create, so let's build another, million jail cells. Prosecutors are going, now we've got those cells. Now we can send somebody that we give on probation. Now we'll put them in jail. It's like, that's the solution to everything. So I remember when we had an overcrowding problem in the jurisdiction I was working at, and so it was the judges. All of a sudden, everybody got very flexible on their sentencing. It's like, probation, okay, no problem. All the stuff that was sort of on the edge, third-degree felony stuff. Now there wasn't jail attached. Now it was like probationary sentences. And it's amazing how. So I'm a little. There's a different side to this building new jails idea.
But in this case, it's in Fulton County. It is to close down one of the jails.
No, I get it. I'm just saying there's this other side.
Over here in my part of the world, for the last 25 years, we had about 65% occupancy in our jails and prisons. And 2 years ago, Sweden decided to harshen the laws against drugs. So now, if you have more than 0.5 grams of cannabis, it is considered with the intent to sell, which is an automatic 6 months in prison. And now they are talking about, we have to build more prisons and we have to privatize it.
Privatization is definitely, because now you've got a profit motive for imprisoning people. And there's a motive too for governments to build, and that is governmental bureaucracies like to grow. And so it's like, if you're a prison guy in a prison system, more prisons means you're on top of more people, and it's all this, but it's not quite as direct as the profit motive for-profit prisons. So, there's a balance here. Let's just say that I'm definitely not, bleeding heart liberal guy that says like no prisons, let everybody be free. I mean, there's definitely people that need to be incarcerated, but we also have to be very careful that we strike a balance between who are we really putting in there. Is incarceration a solution, or are you just hurting people that are like?
Is the solution?
There needs to be other alternatives other than lock them up.
Yeah, should be, but for many, I'm going on election cycle on tough on crimes, which often means that I'm going to ignore due process and lie in church, lie in court, like Fani Willis.
Yeah.
And with that segment, Fani Willis, today we learned, a court of appeals in Georgia says, you have to testify under oath on the Senate, in front of the Georgia Senate, regarding the January 6th communications between her and soon-to-be former White House administration. Now, she's lied under oath before, so that won't be an issue. But I think with the change of administration on a federal level, things might change. Now, usually, I don't give a flub about who is president or not. I just don't like Fani Willis. And so this, by proxy, yay! And yeah,
Well,
I,
but this is that, this is the weaponization of prosecutors' offices. In some ways, I think it allows, because I mean, I'm coming from the sort of the conservative side, right? And we tend to be pro law enforcement and blue and lock up the criminals and stuff. But I think some of this prosecutorial abuse that you've been seeing in the last 4 years has opened people's eyes a little bit
yeah,
to some of the corruption and the problems within the criminal justice system that I've been talking about for 15 years. But but it's like, it's when now it's all of a sudden when you're in the target, it's like, wait a second, I want my due process, right? Well, yeah, but now you've established so many cases and lines of like, well, here's an exception, here's an exception. You've accepted all the rights away, so that now you don't have any rights left. And now when the wind turns on you, it's like, well, I want my rights. Where did they go? Well, where were you all the other times?
yeah,
So this is why our system really, we need to be, defending people on an individual level,
Yeah.
individually.
And I don't know.
And go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you guys saw it. There's video that just got released of what happened in New York State. There was a guy in prison, and there's video. The guards he's handcuffed, and they are just beating the piss out of him.
yeah.
And
It's the
so
Robert
bad he
Brooks
died.
case. Yeah,
Yeah, and there's like probably 10 or so guards hanging out, and hospital staff or the medical staff at the prison.
Was
And
this at Rikers?
No, this was at a state prison.
Oh, state prison. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mads has a good question, a good point. He says, "Can you be tough on crime and still follow the system?" Absolutely.
Yes.
There's no
Oh, yeah.
excuse. There's no excuse not to follow the law. And in fact, you are betraying your oath if you don't follow the law as a prosecutor or a cop, for that matter. And I always think about the Darrell Brooks trial as a model of the way it should be done. That was done so well. Here's an unrepresented guy who's crazy as hell and was guilty in sin, but that prosecutor followed the law
yeah,
and didn't take advantage, and presented and got the conviction anyway. If you need to cheat in order to win, you probably shouldn't be bringing a case.
yeah.
Those are the close cases and the ones that maybe you need to drop or reduce or something else. But it's like, instead, it's like, I got to win everything. I got to have 100% conviction rate and all that. No, maybe you aren't honoring the law if you're trying to cut corners on every little case.
Yeah. One of the cases I follow is the Rex Hoyman, the Gilgo Beach serial killer. The prosecution there has a bi-weekly meeting with the defense to hand over new discovery. That's a prosecution that's not afraid of the evidence. I mean, they hand it over freely. When was the last time you heard a prosecutor handing over discovery freely? I mean,
A lot. It happens stop there, because it happens every day. There's a lot of good prosecutors out there who are doing exactly what they should be doing.
Yeah.
And we're seeing expanding abuse. It's like that should be the standard. The fact that there's all this corruption. Oops. Oh, hi, blueberries. It shocks me when I see prosecutors abusing Brady, for example. Because there's no reason to do that. Just turn it over.
Yeah.
Oh, Empress, don't leave us.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Now, when it comes to due process, I don't like that Alec Baldwin got away. I really don't. But what I like has nothing to do with it. They did a Brady violation with something as stupid as withholding ammo that probably had nothing to do with the case. And it should be that way, because the only way a bad prosecutor learns is by being held accountable. And since they aren't held accountable through the prosecutorial immunity, judges need to hold the prosecution accountable for failure of Brady.
And these close cases are the ones where you need to be extra careful with the Brady stuff. Like I had an interview with a fellow named Herman Lindsay, who spent 3 years on Florida's death row and was ultimately exonerated. You can go back on YouTube and Rumble channel and watch my interview with Herman. I met him at a death penalty conference, and a very interesting guy. And it was basically prosecutorial misconduct, and it was a very close case involving shady evidence, and boy, their hair's on fire. We got to get this guy, right? We know he did it, and they cut corners, and they end up putting somebody in on death row who's actually innocent.
Yeah.
That is the worst possible. I mean, it offends me as a Christian. It offends me as a human being. It offends me as an attorney. It should offend every citizen of the United States. That is the worst possible thing. But yet that it's still going on, and it comes from not following the rules. The rules are there to be respected.
Yeah. Which brings us to the Delphi case, another case I've been following, where this is what many skip this over because whatever's, but 70 days of interviews erased. The prosecution and the investigators tried to hide this from the defense up until a few weeks before trial. The defense asked, but Jesus Christ, please give us the list of the people you interviewed so we can get it. Oh, we didn't keep a list. On the witness stand, on cross-examination, Holman got the question, well, why didn't you keep a list? And he says on the stand, I kept a list, you could have had it. So he lied before trial and in trial, and it was still not considered a Brady violation by the judge.
And prosecutors very rarely get held to account. And I think I talked to you about, I've written a paper on this also, but it was...
Of course you did.
Yes, I know. There's Empress might not know the joke, but
Yeah.
I wrote an article about how many prosecutors actually get in trouble. And it was basically in Florida, one prosecutor gets disciplined by the Florida bar every 5 years. Now, that's ridiculous. I'm telling you, that basically, and that's a slap on the wrist. They don't get disciplined hardly ever. And so it's like, well, everybody's afraid. Defense attorneys are afraid to report them. Judges are afraid to report them because they got to work with them. Judges are afraid they're going to run against them. And it's a big problem.
Yeah. That is one of the things I'm very pleased with the Scandinavian system. We don't elect our prosecutors or our judges. And I think some things should not be elected to, but I can still see the argument. You're being held accountable for your constituents. But then again, you also elect your chief coroner in some counties. How the flaming flub do you elect a chief coroner who may or may not even have a medical degree?
Well, and elected prosecutors are a problem. It should be governor appointment because that's the executive in the state anyways. But the reason is these prosecutors, they run in this tough on crime, and it's like 100% conviction rate. The thing is that I'm sitting there, I got a client. I gotta say, I'm sorry, you just got to plead to this. But he says, but I'm innocent. I didn't do it. I know, but statistically, you have to plea. We keep losing our other guest. He keeps popping in and out.
Yeah, he is. We have Ceddy Nash trying to get in here, but he has issues with his camera.
Can I ask Empress some more because you're interesting, and I haven't met you before, so it's like a new toy. So what do you cover? What sort of stuff do you cover?
So as far as my YouTube channel right now, I'm working on the content. I'm new to YouTube, so it's a whole new world to me. But for a little piece of it, I will be covering civics, right? Because a lot of people, including myself, we didn't learn civics in high school or grammar school or college. So I'll be taking a segment out of my YouTube and learning civics and learning while everybody's watching me learn. So hopefully we'll be learning together. I also have a couple segments on where I'll be interviewing some people, not necessarily trial or law related, but giving people a platform to speak, depending on what they're doing in their neighborhoods and communities. So that's
excellent. Look forward to seeing your content.
Thank you.
Now, Empress, you said you have just a few minutes left, so I will give you will have the stand, so to speak. So whatever's on your mind, just blurt it out.
Follow me on YouTube, Empress. I need to get my numbers up. That's about all, because I don't want to say too much because I don't want it to come off incorrect because I got a lot of things written down and I don't know it off the top of my head. But also free Yak Gotti, free Mook, free little rod. That's when it comes to this case, I will still be talking about it as it continues. I won't be as in depth, maybe as you will be, Nick, but I definitely will still be talking about it from a different perspective, from a perspective of people that people may not pay attention to, like the fact that when they were on the stand, they were saying how they couldn't read, how they only finished certain grades and things of that nature. So that's kind of the energy I want to be able to tap into from the perspective of the humanization of these people and where they come from and what, that type of thing that people don't usually tap into. We're more so concerned
Yes.
of they did this and they did that, but it's like the why. I want to know the why and how can we change that for people in the future. So
That
Awesome.
is
I
awesome.
think that'll be great.
Yeah.
all about
So
there, and that matters. And it doesn't seem like when you get on the stand that matters, especially in places like Fulton County or Rikers Island or Cook County or out in LA or out in Miami-Dade. People don't care, and I think that's where I want to come from with this whole thing with creating my platform. I want people to be able to see the justice system from a mental health perspective.
that
Very
yeah.
nice.
So the link I will pin the link to Empress Fox. She currently, for some odd reason, only has 578
It's because I'm not
subscribers.
I'll tell you why. It's because I'm not consistent, and I have a lot going on personally. So I've been able to be consistent, but at the top of the year, y'all gonna be like, she keep posting videos. She's fly. So stick with me. I'm here. I got it.
Yep. So, criminally undersubscribed, but so go over there. And now let's see if Ceddy Nash got his camera working. No.
All right. Well, bye, Ceddy. I see you, and thank you for having me, Nick. And nice to meet you, Steve. And
thank you for being here. And
Hi, Empress. It's good to see you again.
All right.
I will invite you every other time. Every other time.
Bye, chat. I see y'all in the chat. Nice to see y'all. I don't know how to leave, Nick.
Close down the tab. Just close down the tab.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So is that really just all it takes to leave? You don't actually have to leave studio. You just cancel out.
That's nice. What I do.
I'm glad that works. I'm glad that works.
Close down the tab. Just close down the tab. Now let's see. Does it? Did you get? Hey!
I can't hear anybody.
Yep.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can't hear nothing. Hold
on. Jeff, knock it off.
Hold on. Let me see. I heard for 2 seconds. Let me see something. I'll return.
Okay.
If y'all can hear me, can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Y'all can hear me. I can't hear y'all. That's insane. Let me
check the settings. Yeah, you can't hear me.
What the heck?
Check settings for audio output. There.
I swear I feel like an old man right now. I never felt older.
Oh, and he's gone.
Oh, we lost him again. Oh, come on.
Oh my goodness. Let me back out and try to jump back in.
Yep. Yeah. EVMux is a new platform I'm using, and sometimes it doesn't agree with the settings you used to have on StreamYard and other things. So you accidentally mute yourself, or accidentally it probably is the audio output. So go when you join, check the audio, and then you have audio input and audio output. For instance, in my case, for some odd reason, if I go to headphones, my headphones don't work. But if I go to speakers, my headphones work. So,
interesting.
Boomer moments. Yeah. So this EVMux, it's a learning curve, and sometimes it's downhill. And I see excited utterance.
Oh, EU. Yes, she's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be, it's while we have a little downtime, I'm going to be on the defense rests tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. I don't know if it's going to be live or if it's going to be pre-recorded, but she'd asked me to come on, and we're going to talk about the death penalty, of course. It
Yeah.
seems like, it's funny how that's my topic, but I mean, it's interesting. It's not really like my hair on fire, world changing cause. It's just that I know a lot about it. It's almost like career driven, and I have strong opinions about it. But
And
but
sometimes it's good though that
What's
it's not you're just like, I know a lot about it, but it may not be your passion, but that almost makes it better at times.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it could be, but it's like, because to me, if they executed everybody on death row tomorrow, we'd still have all the same problems. And if everybody's sentence got commuted, like Biden tried, almost did, which we could talk about, that doesn't really make a difference either. I mean, that's one of the problems with the death penalty, is it's a distraction from talking about important subjects, like we were talking about with Empress there, about rehabilitation, about structural problems that cause crime, the societal problems that get dumped into the criminal justice system. And we start talking about the death penalty, and it's distraction. And that's a big argument against it.
Yeah. By the way, the defense rest, I was there a few weeks ago. We were talking about the Zachariah Anderson case. And I converted her from, he must be guilty. And then we had a long 2.5-hour discussion. We were watching some of the things that happened. And at the end of it, all right, he shouldn't have been convicted.
Well, and people get distracted too by the idea of guilty or innocent. And and when I say somebody is, I feel that they're guilty or they're not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm not saying they absolutely didn't do it 100% and look at all this evidence. I'm saying that the evidence was not properly. It wasn't the burden of proof was not pushed by the state. They didn't overcome that huge hurdle, and that means that they walk. That means they're innocent until proven guilty by admissible evidence. And there's so many problems with, so when they say, well, you represent all these guilty people, yeah, but the problem is that that's a high burden. And a lot of times the state doesn't have the evidence to get over that bar. Now, we have different levels of bars and stuff like that, and live different bars. Some have whiskey, some have.
Yeah, and but that's it though. I generally do agree with you, Steve. I will say the one case where I do feel that's different probably is Richard Allen, the guy in Indiana. But yeah, for the most part, it's just a lot of times, yes, the state has not adequately proven their case to a satisfactory level.
So Defense Rest is saying that tomorrow's mornings will be a planning stream for the stream on the 4th. So the Saturday the 4th, I'll be on with Defense Rests on.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we're just gonna. She's actually reading all 3 of my books, which I love. People ask me about the books. I mean, I like them because I like people reading them.
Well, she's not reading Bruce and Underdog as well. I mean, you kind of have to read that too.
You do? You got Brucey.
You learn a lot. You learn a lot about Steve by reading that book.
Brucey?
Yes.
What did you learn about?
Oh, nothing. I was just. No, I thought it was a very good book, but you can't forget to not read that one too. There's more.
I know. I've got a lot of books, but when we're talking death penalty, I have 3 books.
Oh, I agree. Yes.
Yeah. But let me just go through, because I saw excited utterance. Thank you for your $8 Australian, which is about 50 cents. Thank you. Injustice has defined 2024. Let's hope for 2025. Yes, 2025 will definitely be the year when all prosecutors learn.
Yeah, that'll be.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to see.
Yeah, but the sad thing about the Richard Allen, because he has so many avenues of appeal, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But it will be sent back to Judge Gull.
Well, maybe.
If she doesn't retire or die of old age, or
they can get rid of her.
Yeah, if he survives, because they put him in the same prison.
Yes, they did. I saw that.
Oh.
Well, and remember the other thing, though, Nick, is, and you're kind of putting the cart before the horse, he has to win the appeal first, and that's a tall order regardless.
Yeah, regardless, it's a tall order. But when it comes to... Judge Gull already lost one time in the Supreme Court.
Mhm.
So it's a bit of politics in it as well. But
Well, I mean,
we can
we'll
always
see.
hope that
Yes.
if he survives the prison, then the more years, then the prosecution might not be the same. The investigator might have been retired.
Hmm.
The Judge Gull might retire. Hopefully forceful. All of them hopefully forced to retirement, because none of them should be in their position at all, in my opinion.
I
Hello.
still love that press conference where the head of the state police was like, "You guys are meanies." It's like, okay.
I would crawl
yeah,
across hot shards of glass.
yeah.
I'm like, I'm willing to. I bet we could crowdfund for that to happen.
Yeah,
Please, I want to see it.
yeah.
Please
And
crawl across hot shards of glass.
I don't think I've cursed as much for a very long time as when I listened to it,
Hmm.
and because he had the audacity to say, "I wish you were in the courtroom, you asshole!
So,
You denied us
Steve,
the
yeah,
courtroom."
if you don't know what we're talking about, Steve, it's the head of the Indiana State Police in that case. Spent he got a little 10-minute cry session in front of
Aw.
the press, and he
It
was
was
just
the biggest coat fest ever.
yeah, it was really interesting to watch.
Mm.
Yeah, even Vinny Napolitano, or what's from Court
Vinny
TV.
Politan.
Yeah, Vinny, who is
Oh, right,
usually extremely pro prosecution.
Yes.
Mm.
He was so
Well,
mad.
he's been very pro Richard Allen from
Yeah,
He
But I've-
has actually. It's quite strange.
Not really. I mean, it's a very clear cut. It's and
It's funny. He was the guy I was against in the what is it, the Megan Kelly show? I went on a couple times
you
during
did?
during the Murdoch case, and that was that Vinny was on the other side. He was quite an entertaining character. That guy.
Really?
yeah. But
Yeah,
he
we
was
kept
so
talking.
mad, his face made faces, which is quite interesting with the amount of Botox. I mean, he was really, really angry.
Well, I mean, okay, so I was talking about this yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Like, the thing with Vinnie Politan is he has bosses that he needs to please as well. And they've missed out on a lot of views, Court TV,
Yeah.
right? So they could have been covering this trial and they could have been getting a lot of views, but they didn't get them.
Yeah.
So he is sitting there going, well, we could have been in the courtroom, and they weren't. And I mean, skeptical me is like, okay, he's standing up for transparency, etc. But is he actually kind of mad that they didn't get to cover it? A little,
Yeah.
because not him to stand
Maybe.
up for. It's not like him to stand up for what's right at all.
Well, I don't know if I don't think I'll go that far, but I think it's just when it's clearly a case, like it's a clear injustice. Everybody's noticing. I think is probably what happened, and I think even he realizes, hey, something's rotten here.
Yeah. Yeah,
I hope
it's. I mean, this case with everything that has been going on, and apparently, I learned this yesterday. The trail camera guy
Mhm.
has been identified and has been identified for quite some time, but they pretended in court that they didn't know who it was.
Oh yeah.
A person who at 10 p.m. the night where they claim the girls have been at the crime scene for a number of hours, this person was between the trail camera and the crime scene, looking directly at the crime scene.
Okay, can I ask real quick? Okay, so I haven't followed this case as much,
Yeah.
but you're saying the prosecution was in possession of identity of the person on the trail camera that they were saying was a defendant, but it actually was
No,
not.
not defendant. No, not the defendant.
But it was somebody else. But they accused the defendant of being the guy. On
No,
the trail.
no. This was a person in the search party who they claim wasn't where the crime scene was. Somehow that
Oh, okay. I see.
area of crime scene,
this is called-
everybody missed it. But
this is
we
called
have actually
video.
camera evidence that somebody was there looking directly at the crime scene. And the prosecution claimed, we don't know who it is. And they knew
that's
it all
called
along.
Giglio. That's Giglio evidence. That's
Yeah, but
Oh,
there's so
yeah.
much in this case, and Judge Gull doesn't care.
and
Well,
she got
that's-
away with that. Yeah.
What jurisdiction is that?
Indiana.
Yeah.
There were a lot of issues. This is the one where, because one of the defense attorneys had one of his like former like workers, like one of the guys he knew, basically kind of broke in his office and stole some crime scene pictures of the dead girls, and it got leaked out. They were getting investigated, and Judge Gold, kind of acting like a petty little tyrant, forcibly removed them from the court case, and Richard Allen had to appeal to the Supreme Court of Indiana to writ of mandamus, and they forcibly put the attorneys back on the case. The whole case was really bad. It was really bad how they did it.
And interestingly, she handpicked the next set of defense attorneys for Richard Allen from her own county.
Yeah.
And they too agreed with the ordinist theory.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's the other thing. He got denied the ability to present a third-party defense. There were a lot of
Huge.
And in Indiana, I know this because Andrea Burkhardt checked it out. In Indiana, in order to bring a third-party culprit defense, you have to show nexus. One of the things that can show nexus is confessions from third party. They had 2 people confessing.
Yeah.
And it still was denied.
Statements about their involvement. And he didn't get the chance.
And one of them, while interviewed, told the cops, if you find my spit on one of the victims, I can explain it.
Elvis Fields.
Sylvia
Goothy's in chat. She knows
Hey,
a lot about this. Sleuthy said, then you had the prosecutor viewing text messages of the defense attorney he was up against.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What the?
Yeah. Well, I still think I heard just recently Gloria Holman went on the murder sheets thing, and he admitted, we think other people are still involved, even though I completely testified alternatively to that.
Yeah, they said that on the press conference as well, because they were asked, have you now cleared the other persons of interest? And they said, we haven't cleared anybody. Even though they went to trial with a sole defendant. Okay, now we're going back to the YSL trial, because here is another amazing woman who was in the courtroom almost all the time.
Made
headlines of her own.
Hey,
infamous! It's infamous Sylvia.
How are you, everybody?
Good to see ya.
How
I'm
are you
sorry
doing?
I'm late, but I was taking an old person's nap.
Great, good to have you here. Great to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Can you
I'm getting
introduce
by.
me to? This is another new person. Can I? It's all these nice new people. Hi, infamous Sylvia. I'm Steve.
Hey, Steve. How are you? I know everybody
What
else
do you
in
do?
here.
Yeah, what do you do?
Good to see you again, love. Happy
I do.
New Year.
Thank you. You too. I do cases. I have to go around different courtrooms, and I report from the actual courtroom.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Was involved in the YSL trial pretty
Yeah,
heavily.
she had a Rule 22, and she was actually recording from the courtroom.
Excellent. So are you in the Atlanta area then?
Yeah, I'm in Georgia.
Excellent. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Steve.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
Amen. I kind of folks.
Sean, what are you up to? What are you
What's
up
that?
to? Are you painting?
No. There's something wrong with my keyboard. I didn't realize my mic was on. I'm trying to fix it. My space bar.
Okay. Maybe a little bit of sandwich.
That would be a lot more fun than a sandwich right now.
Yeah, Mariko True has an interesting comment. He says, I'm so tired of watching law enforcement trying to make evidence fit their person of interest. And this is something that is very, prosecutors do it, cops do it, law enforcement, and I'd say human beings do that. And that is to understand the world. What they do is they have a theory of the case, or they have a scenario. And then at some point, it's like, I know what the answer is. I know what happened here. And then there's confirmation bias. The evidence comes in and that confirms what I'm saying. Evidence that doesn't fit their little narrative, they want to dismiss, discount, throw it away. And so and that becomes very problematic because then your ego gets involved. And we really need to be flexible as human beings and be open to new evidence, open to like, okay, I think this is what it is, but I'm open to hearing, and really kind of let the evidence come in and not get so dug into a scenario. And that's how a lot of people get convicted when they're actually innocent, because prosecutors, okay, I figured it out, this is it, and I'm going with that theory.
Yeah.
You know?
In the YSL trial, we had the drinks homicide. Sylvia, can you tell the rest of the panel, the drinks murder, what, if anything, did the lead investigator miss in that video of the drinks murder?
He missed the fact that there was another car behind Shannon and Nichols' car. He missed the fact that, but then he did recognize the fourth car making that U-turn.
Yeah.
So for some strange reason, he didn't. Because I think they were so fixated on Shannon and Nichols that they did not. They just missed the rest of what was happening in the video, because it was just had a tunnel vision that this is them, regardless of what. No one else is possibly could be the person that did it.
I gotta get going here in a few minutes, so just let me know.
I will just see if I can find that clip.
Defense Rest has a suggestion for you too, Nick, on how to make it so that I can't chat. I see the chat, but I can't chat.
This is the EVMux thing. In order to use the chat from within here, you have to be a speaker. That way, I add you as a speaker beforehand, and you get a separate link. So you have to use the YouTube pop-out chat in order to chat.
We could just go straight back to StreamYard, which is much better.
No.
So what is this program? I've never seen this before.
It's EVMux. EVMux. So with EVMux, I can actually do these kind of things. And
oh wow! Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
nice.
So while on stream, if what's going on here? I can actually. Hello.
I like this.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed.
Or I can just use. So this is the pro scene, and then you have the dynamic scene. So I can edit while streaming. It's amazing. It's so disturbing.
Is it everywhere, or is it just in where you are?
If you're a speaker, I believe you can help out in the thingy in the new scene department.
No,
I've seen it done.
It's in the US, Sylvia. Yeah.
It's in the US. Okay.
Yeah, it's in the US. Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Jenny has an interesting question. She says, Steve, what do you think of using lyrics in confessions? Absolutely not. That's called art and fictionalization. And I understand that the authors of the fiction are not necessarily the speakers.
Oh.
I just have a little insight into that theory.
Yeah. Steve knows this firsthand, that an author using his imagination, if it's lyrics or books, it doesn't actually mean that you are promoting that sort of things.
Right. Like if you listen to Slayer, who sings nothing about but serial killers, are the Slayer guys all serial killers?
No.
Or do they, no, they're just singing about serial killers, right? It's like, because your Megadeth talks about war and destruction, are they pro-war and destruction? No. They're talking about it from a social commentary. These are artistic works. There's fiction. So I get it. Hey, I got to go.
Oh.
Nice to meet you, infamous Sylvia, and good to see my friends. God bless you all.
Bye,
All right.
Good to see
We'll
you, Steve.
talk later.
You're doing well.
Real tall.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
You look great.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
Love you and your
Christmas.
family. Hugs.
So yeah, this investigator, I can't find the clip right now. There is a surveillance video where you see the victim's car goes up against the red light. Then you have the two defendants who also goes towards that same red light. Then a third car speeds up behind them, and the defendant's car takes off. That third car goes up beside that one. Something happens, and then that one takes off, and a fourth car does a U-turn because something obviously happens. The investigators missed that third car completely. Yeah. And this lead investigator, Mr. Bad Santa Cowboy Cop, in order to rectify what was happening, because they said, you never found any murder weapon. And he says, to rectify this, well, I've handled 100 murder cases, and I've never found a murder weapon.
Good job.
Now, it's not unusual to not find a murder weapon, but
True.
damn it, you don't say it out loud in court.
No.
I mean,
Makes him look
Well,
great.
it's not even that, but just saying I've handled 100 murders. That's a lot to say
Yeah.
I've never had a weapon. Like, I mean, that's like saying he's never found a weapon, which that's strange credulity.
yeah,
Most of the time you do find the weapon because, and most of the time it's very easy to figure out who did it.
Yeah.
That's why the first 48 is such a very good show because they catch people so often.
yeah.
If they didn't catch anybody, they never use that show.
Yeah, and in this trial, there were a lot of weapons, and none of them, not even the toolmark guys, could match them with any murders.
Yeah, yeah.
Folks, if not even the state's own toolmark analyst can find a match, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's really, really bad. Most state toolmark analysts can find some way to say it's consistent with, at least. But not even that. Not even that.
How are we going to get rid of toolmark analysts?
You're not.
You're not. Not in near future, at least.
It's voodoo that's never going away.
It'd be brilliant if we could.
Well, because there's times where it's kind of like I mentioned this before. The real obvious tool mark stuff you don't need an expert for because it's pretty obvious it's the thing. Like you can match up the little bits and bobs and pieces. So you're probably like the times where it's not necessary. It's like okay, well, yeah, I could tell. This knife, it's got a big dent in it, and we could tell that this is how it chopped into that person. Like. You don't generally need it, so it's for those fringe cases, and it's junk science. It's going to survive, just like hair analysis and bite mark analysis lived on for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, people still believe that lie detectors are allowed in trials, and most states says, "Oh hell no."
No, yeah.
They all do, don't they? Isn't it not allowed anywhere? Lie detectors?
I think
I
it's
believe it is.
used to exclude somewhere, but it hasn't. I haven't seen it in any trials anytime.
You're generally
lately.
not gonna. I mean, like if you the minute the word poly comes out of your mouth, if the second syllable is not gonna be cool, you're gonna get a mistrial. So
yeah. Now, if, for instance, can the cops use it as a tool, maybe?
Oh,
Yeah.
they 100% can.
Yeah,
Yes.
but not
They use
as
it all the
evidence
time.
in trial. And when we go
They
back to
believe
the
in
Delphi
them. They
case,
believe in-
one
they
of
believe
the
in
one of the people who confessed to his sisters, and one of them passed a polygraph, but it's still wasn't still enough for a third party culprit defense.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing with polygraphs, though, too. They're garbage to an extent, but if you can get a decent result on one, and you're the subject of an investigation at times,
yeah, and then they can
Especially-
find the evidence.
Well, especially like if there's a sex crime, um, if you go to a polygraph, because this is a very common thing out this way. There's private companies that do polygraphs, and you could find one that's done by a former cop, so he's got a little bit of credibility there as an examiner, and you could go up to the detective and say, "Hey, Detective Bob, look, you want to go after Steve for this crime? Look, he passed the poly." And they'll like, all right, well, yeah, we're not going to go forward on it anymore because they do tend to believe him. So, yeah.
Let's see.
And Hella's like, cool story, bro.
No, I was just thinking that through.
I'm just kidding, Hella. Hella's like, can it be any more cooler?
Who was it? Hey,
You're like, I wish 2.0 was here.
I do wish to. I always wish 2.0 was here. Button Bella said you can trick a polygraph with a tack in your shoe. I'm just trying to work that out.
Well, the real way you trick up. I mean, it's hard to play with polygraphs, but the best way is you have to be able to convince yourself you're not lying and control your heart rate and all that. Like, but yes, there are ways you can, like they train spies to handle polygraphs and whatnot, but it's not easy. It's not easy.
Yeah, and when it comes to real sociopaths, they will beat the polygraph because a polygraph, it's like the behavior analysts or the read technique in investigations, in interrogations. You assume the people in front of you have guilt.
Yes.
A sociopath does not have guilt. So
no, they think they're doing the right thing. They think they're fine. Yeah. So why would they feel guilty? Yeah.
Hey, Ian is in the chat. Hello, Ian. You have the link, have you?
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Ian, we are talking about toolmark analysts. Want to come on?
Did everybody else leave before?
The people in the back are the people in the front here. So, so the people who used to be here are not here anymore. Well, yes. It's just us right now.
Okay. Oh, because I was late. Super late, huh?
No,
so
no
guys,
worries. No worries.
I need your help with something. So tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm having my 2024 Best of and Worst of show. Yes. And I am coming up with nominees at the moment for my various categories. And
the funniest witness, Woody.
Yeah, he's on. He's definitely on there. And worst prosecutors.
All of them.
Yeah,
all of them.
Love is on there. Love is on there.
Yeah.
But I need to finalize my list of nominees, and each category's got 4 nominees total. So that way we can people in chat can vote. But least expert.
Oh,
I need help with that one.
That's a draw between Detective Gaither and Detective Big Burrito.
Oh, I thought it was Hogan.
Detective Big Burrito.
Yeah, Hogan, but Hogan wasn't an expert. He was just an investigator.
Yeah. Well, is Hogan the one who's like,
Cowboy.
I've never found a murder weapon, Hogan.
Okay,
yeah.
well, I thought you were going to say, well, there's the guy from the Karen Reed trial, the crash reconstruction troop, the trooper who's like,
Trooper Paul.
Yeah, he's like, well, what's your training? He's like, I learned this over a weekend, and he goes up against the PhD crash expert. It's like,
yeah.
So I have Trooper Paul, and I have the gun guy from
Big
Canada.
Burrito. What's her real name now again?
Viverito.
Thank you. This has nothing to do with her alleged Hispanic background. It is that the closed captions, every time they said Viverito, the closed caption said Big Burrito. So it became a thing.
I don't know who this person is. Can you help me? Because I need to find them.
Big Burrito, Viverito, is the person who trains all the gang experts
she's the gang
County.
Yeah, she was the expert on the YSL gang. And it was this special, super crazy gang where, all the gangs, it, transcended. Not only did Young Thug make really good music, but he was able to make the gangs transcend. So all the gangs were like a super gang, and everybody.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was
it
so
sounds
he
like
was so good at forming a gang in the YSL gang that
Yeah.
both Crips and Bloods could hang around in YSL. And
yes.
Sweet.
yeah, and folks just no, that's not just
That
no.
doesn't
how
work
this
out.
works.
That doesn't work. Could
Yeah.
you please type her name into private chat, please, so I can find her for my nominees? That would be awesome.
Yeah. Oh, she is also the one that, when you look at her in the interview room, she looks a certain way. Then, in the raid of Young Thug's home, a $500,000 watch disappeared, and since then she has complete new set of teeth, complete new set of overhang,
And then
Yeah.
she just got her
and
belly.
an ass implant, and everything.
She doesn't have a fat belly anymore.
She doesn't have a belly anymore, but she has
Whoa,
an
she had a
ass
tuck.
the size of 2 poodles wrestling in a potato sack.
Well, she was
All
already
right.
big like that. Her behind was already big.
Yeah,
It was.
yeah,
And then
I
she
know it was.
also
Fantastic.
well, and Nick, I don't know if you noticed this part, but when she brought it up, I noticed it at the time when she was talking about the guns, and she could tell that it was a certain type of
Yeah,
firearm based on the magazine, and I'm like, she's like, oh, that's a Glock 26 based on the bottom of the magazine, and I'm like, I'm sitting here with a pile of Glock magazines, and they don't say anything on the bottom except Glock. Now you could probably tell like there's other things that would indicate what type of gun it is, but she clearly had no idea what she was doing with
yeah.
that.
But do you know how she knew?
She had
She
one.
knew it because she tried to. A few years ago, she
Yeah.
was choosing between guns to buy for self-protection,
Yeah.
and she held one.
Yeah.
She never
Once.
bought it. She never bought it, but she
She
had
never
it.
bought it, but she
saw
held
gun
one.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh. Yes, that's the one thing though, and I think if Runkle's in chat, he would agree. Though the worst firearms experts are going to be law
Yes.
enforcement related.
Yeah.
They are absolutely awful at it.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
because I've already got. Okay, so I've got the Hannah Gutierrez firearms expert because he nearly shot the judge and himself.
Well, he
Is
just
there?
What?
so do you have the clip, Nick?
Oh,
You should show her. Okay, so in the so you remember Alec Baldwin and that whole thing that happened in his movie they were shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. So while they were shooting it, the armorer, the girl in charge of the armoring, she went to trial first. And in the middle of her trial, they called an expert witness. And this is like some old like this guy's older
He's very
than
old.
dirt. He probably gave Wyatt Earp a gun. That's how old this guy is. And he gets up on the stand and he pulls out like there's a prop gun, and he pulls it out on the stand and he's like pointing it, and it's like pointed at the judge, and
What?
he's like waving it around everywhere
Uh-huh.
as he's going. And
Here we go. We have the clip.
yeah.
it's hilarious. Here we go.
Let's see.
Oh my god, this dude!
There you go, Sylvia. You want to see some laughs?
Yes. Okay. There we go.
Jesus Christ!
Do it in public, and I will clarify that it is not loaded. Okay? The first is a real.
Mr. Kuski, are you able to take the cylinder out so you can show everyone also that it's unloaded?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
His name is Frank Louis Blair Cocky the Third.
Yeah. And this is the woman who was handling the guns on set. This is her defense.
Okay.
This is her defense. Yeah,
This is her.
this is who they chose.
Something important. And here is a Gen-X revolver.
What?
So that is
Why
a
don't-
fake. That is
Why
a
don't
First of
you
all-
have the gun in his
Everybody's nervous because you have not demonstrated to us that they are unloaded. So before you start showing us the weapons, make sure they're unloaded, including that one that you just touched.
Yes. So that the one he pulled out, Sylvia, is a replica, and that's meant to like you could use it on a like obviously on a set.
Look at where he's pointing at the guy.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yes. Oh yeah.
He
Oh
keeps going
my
too. It gets
goodness.
worse.
no, yeah, but I don't have that clip.
That's all right.
Oh, speaking of Runkle, hey buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm
Hey,
doing
mate.
great. Yeah, just
Hey, Nat Ceddy.
talk about
Oh.
garbage firearms handling, and you appear.
Oh my god, I still can't hear. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
This is terrible.
Ceddy can't hear us.
He can't hear.
Listen.
It's coming in real hot too.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let's hope he sees this. Aussie out. Yeah, fat fingers.
Oh, I thought you were speaking in Swedish. I'm like, I don't. Oh, I'm learning. Like Duolingo tonight.
Definitely checking this.
His face is cut off.
Well, that's his camera. I think he's got it fixed.
Yeah, but he can't hear us. We can
Yeah.
hear him, we can see him, but he can't hear us.
Like Angels
What
in the
the?
outfield.
I can't spell like it.
Nobody can see me or hear me but you.
How much have you drank?
This is great software, Nick, that you've got. I love it.
It's nice.
Yeah, let him figure it out. Oh, let's see a private chat.
Runkle's frozen.
Rodney is fun. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, he's
yeah.
freezing. He's freezing.
Mm.
It looked like his Wi-Fi.
Well,
The
it
Trudeau
is
government got to him.
Oh, Ian's gone.
Yep.
And he's
Freeze frame.
Pretty cold in
Makeup.
Canada right now, apparently.
Well, we will let them figure it out.
Yep. All right. Well, I have other categories I need help with. So most smackable prosecutor.
Love?
Yeah. Crowd favorite judge.
Crowd favorite.
I don't like
I mean,
judges very much.
The Michelle Otis judge was really good.
comparably, Whittaker was better by Georgia standard. I can't say she's good in the standard of the rest of the United States.
Yeah.
So what about the judge that was with Baldwin? I like
She
her.
was good,
Yes.
actually.
I like
People
her.
liked her.
Hella, did you ever see the Michelle Troconis trial?
Yeah.
That judge was really good.
Morgan Freeman. He was good.
Yes.
I liked him. Generally, I'm not a big fan of judges because they tend to be like kissing the butt of the prosecutors. Yeah. But Morgan Freeman was good.
Brooks Judge, but that was 2023.
Yeah, he's.
And I didn't like her.
Carol Brooks, yeah.
Yeah, she was Judge Mummy.
Now when we have Ian here, before Steve Gosney left, we had a question about this Florida trial where they are moving in a throw knife expert.
Oh God.
Courtney Clenny, yeah.
The Courtney Clenny. That you can actually throw a knife so it inserts into the body, into the AO. Oh, and he's gone.
Popped up.
Well, it was like, I ain't dealing with this.
I ain't dealing with this crap. Oh.
He's like, they think because I look like I have long hair that I have knives.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Can you hear us now with camera off, Ceddy?
Hang on.
Nope.
That's not Ian.
Ian's back.
I don't know what it is. This system you're using is awful.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't like it either.
It has out and burn it.
He said it's awful.
Well,
I installed Chrome for this, and it just is like, oh, I'm just gonna restart the interface for.
Use Edge or Firefox instead, because
Yeah,
Chrome uses way too much.
It won't allow Firefox.
Oh. Well.
It throws an error. So yeah.
Ian, the first time I got invited to an EV Muck studio, this happened to me as well.
This is the last time.
Yeah, and weirdly, it's working for me now. As long as I use Brave. I'm on Brave at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use like 7 different.
Yeah. The first 4 has no issues, but then it starts to have issues. So yeah.
I'm not a fan just because it, like, some people coming in don't. It's just freezes on.
Yeah,
them.
we had that in the Muddy Christmas when we went from 4 to 12, and half of the people got the same issue as Ceddy Nash has. We can see him, we can hear him, he can't hear us.
Does he have to go into his setting and fix the setting?
The audio output setting, because audio output, for some reason, I have to have speaker output. That way I can hear it in my headphones. But if I use the headphones output, I can't hear anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was really frustrating. The first time I got invited onto a panel, and it was a really important panel, and I wanted to make my point, and I kept trying to make my point, and I kept freezing, and I was like,
Yeah, I know. This EVMux has it's quite new.
Yeah,
but
it's in beta mode. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more or less in beta mode. And I walked right into that one.
I'm sure it'll get better.
Yeah, but it is half the price of StreamYard for the same setup as StreamYard, more or less. But it's more or less, it's an OBS type structure.
Yeah, it's just sometimes you gotta not drive the Pinto, man.
Sometimes you gotta wear the nice tie to the country club.
Yeah. I still have StreamYard, but I'm trying to learn this.
It's worth taking a look and having other tools in the toolbox.
Yeah, and I'm waiting.
I just feel like we've learned some things.
But what I'm
he did this, so we learned.
Yeah, you're welcome. But I'm also trying out the new Rumble Studio, which shows real promise.
Oh,
and yeah,
Rumble Studio does a lot of things that you would want StreamYard to do. The problem is with Rumble Studio, like, it does those things really well that like 15% of what StreamYard can't do. The problem is, at least when I used Rumble Studio, I was trying it. It does the other crap. Not
the other 85%.
The other 85%
is real crap.
is really shitty. So you're like, I mean,
potato.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least I'm trying this one out for now. But yeah, as Michelle said, StreamYard is getting way too expensive.
It is, but the thing is that, like, they went through some changes when it got bought.
Yeah.
And it had some issues, but I think it's starting to solidify now.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. I've got so much set up for it. I've got so many graphics and movies and things all happening. Not worth it for me.
But I have in this. I have built-in sound effects.
Oh, congrats!
Yeah, and every time I want to say foul words, I can always say, "Hey, you mother."
You're gonna piss off like everybody who's got dogs and cats. Yeah, there you go. Like, now our dogs are barking.
That was worth it.
Thank you.
That was so worth it.
Clyde's gonna come over now.
That was worth pissing off in for.
You're right, the dog. Yeah, you're right. The dog just moved.
Besides, you can always just do this if you need to bleep stuff. I have it on my mixer.
Yeah, I still have to do one of these mixer thingies. Yeah. Here's the thing.
I want one of them.
I'm really horrible at technology.
Me too.
Yeah. So when I press on my PC, everything should just work.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out how to do my mixer.
I don't.
You have. Oh, I don't even have a mixer because I'm scared of it.
I don't know how to do it.
So 2.0 got you your mixer. Hey, Sean, right?
What's that about 2.0?
Did she get you your mixer?
Yeah, she got me. She got me a little mixer. Yeah.
So the thing with your mixer is the reason why when I come on your stream, you can hear me breathing, right? Like, it's the only channel I go on where you like tell me to turn my fan off. You tell me to turn my mic down. Everything
me?
is because you.
I don't tell you to turn your fan off.
You do. You're
No,
like,
I
I can
just
hear you
hear it.
breathing. I'm like, you're
I
the
don't think
only
I've ever said I
person.
can hear you breathing.
For you who
Yes,
don't know,
yeah.
my panel show sometimes gets sidetracked. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah, no, the audience says that they can hear you.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
the mixer has actually made everything like the audio really, really good on Sean's channel. Is what I was trying to get at. But
Yeah.
no one else ever.
Can we go back to the interesting thing here?
If only my content was good. That's the problem.
Ian, knife throwing experts. Have you ever used one of those?
I have never had it come up. Believe it or not, knife throwing is not a common method of homicide. I've had cases where people have thrown knives, but it's never needed an expert because it's always been like a domestic. And usually it's threw a knife at somebody and missed because they suck at throwing knives and they're using a kitchen knife, which is not balanced for throwing anyway. So what you end up with is just like, yes, the wife threw a knife at the husband and it smoked him in the forehead, and here's the big handle bruise, but he's fine.
That's my experience as well. People
Yeah.
are throwing it like they throw like a glass at somebody, so it just bounces off them.
Yeah, but
Do you have the clip, Nick?
What clip?
Oh, of the knife throwing expert throwing it at the pig.
Oh,
Courtney Cunny.
Tell me they wheeled a carcass into the. Does they have videotape of it, or did he
They
do
did.
it live?
Oh, they've got videotape.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you've already seen this.
Let's see here. Oh. Let's see here. Let's see here.
Chad, I'm not the one typing because my keyboard's in a million pieces right now.
That was me.
Let's see here. Add to scene. Oh.
Hey, hi.
Let's see what this is.
The focus of this bond hearing and the reason this video was played. It's of an expert knife thrower launching knives at a pig carcass to demonstrate
That's what I'd expect a knife thrower. I told
self-defense
pause,
after she
pause.
allegedly fatally stabbed her boyfriend in
told you
April
what the knife throwing expert
2022
was gonna
in a Miami
look like. He was
apartment.
not wrong.
It shows the court that our client is
Also, can we go back and just look at the knife throwing expert?
Yeah.
Right.
Just like
It's
his.
exactly what I thought he was going to look like.
Exactly.
Except without a beard.
No.
I mean, this guy looks like he's also like an expert in viewing angles at your local playground.
We know what he does with the pig carcass after his demonstration.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's having a barbecue.
I told you.
He's definitely an expert in pig carcasses.
He looks like an average guy at a gun show too. So there you go. At least an American gun show. I don't know about Canadian ones.
I was gonna say, usually the Canadian ones look a little less banned from several school yards. Like, I feel like this guy had to arrange his demonstration with like a map to be like, okay, we draw a 300-meter radius around this school and a 300-meter radius around this school, and you know.
Wow. He's like, yeah, that's his lunch. Lunch there. Yum.
Oh
Yeah,
my
but
God.
here's the thing. I don't think the knives was the knives he was throwing. Is that the type of knife that was
Likely
used?
because those were not throwing knives; those were kitchen
No.
knives.
Yeah, so it looks
I
like he
have
got
that knife.
brand.
Yeah.
That knife, I've got it in my kitchen. In
Oh.
a
Yeah,
stove.
those are kitchen knives. Those are not throwing style
Are those?
knives.
Do
So,
you have a license for that knife? No?
Oh baby.
now,
Watch out.
but he's a knife throwing expert. He probably trained before he started the camera. Courtney
Yes.
Clamney, I don't know. She probably isn't, but by sheer bad luck, is it possible?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's always possible, but I think he's just able to show, like, you know, he studied the blade while we were out having fun. Even he's like we couldn't figure it out. Although I'm like, I just So there are actual people here on YouTube who are actual knife throwing people, and I would rather use them as an expert than this guy.
Yeah,
I
mean,
have a problem with the whole carcass thing. Like comparing the carcass of a pig to an actual living person. Is that really similar? Like from
pigs are surprisingly like people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like our genetic makeup to them, obviously, like the actual, how many leaps are we from each other is different. But like pig parts are used in people, pig valves are used in heart transplants.
Yes.
Pig material, like the body, is good for firearms testing.
Okay.
Like the muscles are very similar. The vascular systems.
Yeah.
The skin's a little different, but yeah, overall it's as close as you can get to a person, and they couldn't find like
Yeah.
it's either that or they go to the truck
and when
stop
you're
and
done,
find
you have
somebody.
lunch.
Yeah.
So I think what they're trying to prove is that if she were to throw it from that distance, would the how far in would the knife indentations have gone? Like, would they match?
But the thing is, it has to hit so exact to go in that far, because you have a rib cage in the way, you have the breastbone in the way. I mean, so is it just because it's possible doesn't mean it's probable?
I mean, I've watched enough Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. You just throw the knife and it's right into the guy. So
often through the breastbone for some odd reason, which
if you watch
in
Commando,
movies are made of rubber.
Well, yeah, and if you watch Commando, he starts throwing the saw blades out like frisbees. That's actually the best part of that movie.
Interesting.
Now, we had a discussion earlier. How do we get rid of tool mark analysis?
Yes, we were saying that just before you arrived.
I know I have had Ian on before about this specific subject.
Got ideas, so
yeah. And I know that you have this test in the works, which, if we gather enough prize money to it, it might work.
Well, I also probably need to get money for the actual supplies, because one of the things I want to do is go and have a series of basically worst case scenario guns made. And the problem is that this will take some buy-in from a gun manufacturer and also throwing some money at them, because so I can't show it to you on stream because YouTube will have issues, but normally what you end up with is, so they'll run off slides and they'll run off barrels and they'll run off, firing pins and so forth. And those things kind of get mixed and matched, so that when they say, like, we can test sequential serial numbers, it doesn't mean that they're exactly created as sequential guns, if that makes sense. It means that you have sequential, usually frames, is what that gets you. But the frame is actually the part that impacts the tool mark analysis least. So what I'd want to do is go to one of these things and be like, I want numbers 1 through 10 for your frames, or like the next 10 frames that come off this machine, and then walk over for the next part. Like, okay, springs. I want the next 10 springs that come out. And then slides. I want the next 10 slides. I want the next 10 barrels. I want and for each of these things, and thus create 10 guns that are like all made from parts that are sequential. Because when they say we can test sequential, serial numbers, what they're doing is they're playing a little shell game with the public and with the courts.
Yeah.
And
the serial number is the assembled guns.
Yeah,
and
the parts come in lots anyway. You get a box of springs, or you get a shipment of slides in. They don't just like, the guy doesn't sit there and they don't make the gun in one piece. It's literally like all the sub manufacturers make all their parts, and then the parts get shipped in.
Yeah. But as in the tool mark analysis expert in the.
I would love to see you go troll them at their meeting, Ian.
Yeah.
The thing I want to do is create this and then put up a prize and be like, okay, there's $50,000 if you can do this properly, if you can navigate this test.
Yeah.
And then also, once this test exists, we could similarly go to, when you've got somebody who's facing a tool mark, analyst, be like, okay, what we want you to do is take this test. That's, you're saying you're an expert. Great. We want to test your expertise. Take the test. And when they fail at the test, you could be like, well, or if they refuse the test, if they're like, hey, I'm not willing to do this test. It's like, well, then are you really an expert, or are you just avoiding?
And then you can point out your governing agency, your governing body, they took the test or they refused to take the test. Why is it?
Yeah. But we can all agree, as in the Richard Allen case, that analyst, first they claimed this full cartridge was just cycled 3 times through the gun. Then she tried to compare by cycling the cartridge, but it didn't leave good enough marks. So she fired it and then compared the fired shell with the cycled cartridge and determined it was a match.
Which is not how that should work.
No.
At all.
I mean, it shouldn't even been allowed, because
but she didn't compare it to any other guns as well.
Well, she did compare other guns,
which she should have been able to, because
which determined I can't exclude these other 2 guns, which one of them was one of the another person of interest. But when she matched Alan's gun, she said, well, if I had Alan's gun, then I could have excluded this gun. And that's not how it works. You independently examine the guns, right? No, not her. Her determination of match is if somebody's match better, then she excludes the rest of them, telling me that if she only had one gun in another trial, which she claims was a match, it might not have been, because it might exist a gun who is a better match, and then she would have dropped that one. So she might have convicted people with her testimony based on bad science.
Oh, she has. Like hair, the FBI had to come out and say, "Oh yeah, our hair examiners, we admit that's all garbage. Sorry, guys," and they just move on. Although the one thing I will say, the funny part with the whole Richard Allen, the 40 caliber Sig 226, that was actually the Indiana State Police duty weapon for quite a few years. So if she's a firearms examiner employed by the state, they actually should have one of those in reference in their library. And I guarantee you, there's a very good likelihood I'm betting a lot of the machining and tooling might show similar marking. Which at that point, it's like, it would be very interesting about that.
Now, I want to bring up a favorite subject of at least Ian's and Sean's, I believe. Amber Heard has been in the news again.
She's not a favorite subject. Honestly, we should just pretend we should just ignore her. She doesn't.
Yeah, I just learned about this.
She is a person with no merit.
This is bullshit.
Case.
Yeah, she's getting involved. She involved herself in the.
Then the proper thing to do is, if she's trying to put herself in the news, is to just be like, who?
Yeah.
Inserted herself.
No, she inserts herself as a propagandist for one party in this new Hollywood drama that is going on. And if I were the party that she attaches herself to, I would go out and say, shut the fub up, Miss Heard. I really don't need your help.
Yeah,
why even do that? Just ignore her.
Yeah, and that is probably what is happening now, because there's no statements from either party about Miss Heard.
Yeah.
But all the old trolls are coming back and resurfaced. So I engaged with a few of them, but then it was... I don't have enough Fs to give. I mean, it's entertaining for a while, but after a while, you just copy-paste each other.
It's ancient history.
It's ancient history.
Yeah.
Now, Ian, we this is the end of 2024.
Yes.
And all others have, well, except Sylvia. Sorry, Sylvia. What cases have you covered this year? But it's kind of a redundant question when it comes to me and Sylvia because it's the YSL trial.
What?
For a while.
Yeah, and it's still ongoing. But Ian, what cases have you been covering this year?
That's way too much of a list. There's just way too many things on the go.
Well,
I'm just the one I really want to see movement on is the Janet case. That one I've been waiting for an update. The judge said, "Oh yeah, I'll have a ruling in September," and that was like way back early in the year. And September is gone.
Is that the crazy
October,
lawyer lady?
November?
Yeah, the crazy lawyer case. Yeah,
The
for those
crazy
who don't
lawyer
know,
who is jointly suing with her clients over hurt feelings.
Oh, that one, yeah.
It's-
She's suing for defamation of herself and her client simultaneously. That's
that
a great
what-
idea. Attaching yourself, removing all attorney-client privilege.
She also, like, they both called in wellness checks against a creator online. And that might also implicate, like, the crime fraud exception to privilege as well, because
That's swatting.
Yep, the swatting that may blow open all of those conversations that they had back and forth as to whether or not, as to discussing that. So, I mean, really, she's betting her law license on this move, and I'm going, I wouldn't play that game.
Yeah.
I wouldn't play that game unless I'm forced to.
Yeah, I like if I was in that lawsuit, I would be chewing my leg off to get out.
Yes.
And she is diving in with both feet.
Yeah, she jumped on a pogo stick and decided to ride through a minefield. I'm like, why? So I've listened to your coverage of this, Runkle, and I'm just like, why is she doing this?
I can't understand it. It's bizarre. So yeah, that's the one I really want to see movement in, and it's not moving. I kind of want to send the judge a thing saying like, do something.
I need content.
Well, also, you said you'd have a decision by September. It is like,
There's a reason
now
why he hasn't ruled on it. He's like, I'll worry about it later.
Yeah, and the annoying thing though is that I did end up getting mentioned in court over that one. Somebody sent the judge a letter telling the judge that they needed to follow coverage, and thankfully they got the name of my channel wrong. But the judge did say, like, I'm not gonna look at some Canadian lawyer's YouTube channel. Like, why are people sending these letters in? And it's like, well, because this is an internet case, Your Honor. So I ended up having to do a video going like, guys, it's okay to laugh at the stupid, but don't get involved with the stupid because now you could be part of it. Like, this is not... They're not handing out any prizes you want in this, so don't...
I would have Busby write your answer for a possible subpoena.
His response to the Jay-Z letters was hilarious because I went over those last night. Because he went after... Because Alex Bureau is Jay-Z's attorney, and they had a bit of a kerfuffle over the witness or the victim kind of having a bogus story, and they moved for sanctions, and he immediately... And he wrote a response and just kind of smacked him down. It was actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, the judge had words about Spiro, and please, Mr. Spiro, when you write in something, you need the 5 days for the person to reply and me to get a court date. You're writing every day. That's not a good thing. It's a waste of judicial time and resources. It's the judge's way to say, shut the F up.
Yes.
I can't wait to see Sparrow in action again. Really, like that dude. He's fire. Like he's got to be like top of the tree. Really, I mean, he's flying high after the Baldwin win.
He's a lawyer for the stars, and they expect action.
Yeah,
and he gives them action.
Yeah.
Thing is I kind of think Carrie Morrissey's theory on that one is very plausible.
Oh, I think
and
so
if
too.
If that's the way he rolls, eventually it will blow up. So if I will put it this way, I thought he did very well with the Baldwin trial.
Yes.
But based on it, I wouldn't hire him.
Okay.
Because if Morrissey is right, and I find her argument very plausible, then it's going to blow up in a big way, and whoever happens to be holding that hot potato when it does, now that's an if, right? Morrissey's got her conjecture. It's it's conjecture on my end as well, but it's like if you play games, eventually you get caught, and so we'll see.
You hear that, Alex Hero? Runkle called you out, and now we need to have a debate or a call out threat. A call out show.
Let's go.
I mean, he's welcome to come on.
Yeah,
please.
We'll do it.
That would be fun.
Set it up.
I didn't like Sparrow from the beginning, but defense lawyers, all lawyers, they don't have to be likable. They do their job. And yeah, I mean, he found that piece of evidence. He did it, and good on him. Well done. He pulled that one out.
And Runkle, I will say, I do think it's plausible, but given the amount of discovery violations that Carrie Morrissey had in the, in that.
Oh, I mean, that's
I did all of it. It's like, yeah, okay, great. Maybe he did, but we know so far you're the one who kept screwing up.
Which is amazing, considering she is a high-profile defense attorney usually.
Well, I mean, it's just because you're a wide receiver doesn't mean you could be a cornerback. Yeah. I mean, Deion Sanders could be a safety, and that was about it. But he was different.
That is a sports analogy that is completely lost on two people on screen.
Teresa K in chat says, "What's her theory?" Runkle, would you mind just explaining what's her theory?
So her theory is basically that the Troy Teskey rounds were essentially a created bullshit sideshow, and that the defense knew about them beforehand.
Yeah, they knew the whole time.
That they knew the whole time. And the other thing is, we've got Teskey, who never went under oath to explain what these rounds are. And like literally I could buy these, or I could make similar rounds tomorrow. And none of this happens until after the Hannah Gutierrez trial is almost done, at which point the rounds in question had already been shown on screen. And so a competent person with with just the equipment to reload at home could have made similar equivalent rounds. And so all of this really kind of stinks to me. And especially because Teskey had been like, yeah, I already shot all the ammunition, and then suddenly shows up on the day of with this ammunition. It's really weird. Like all the Teskey story really stinks.
It did.
And and that isn't to say that Carrie Morrissey is blameless, because she really,
they didn't investigate.
And she says that she didn't know that there were, consistent rounds, that she'd only been shown the inconsistent rounds, but she still should have been like, turn that shit over, right? Even if it's because it's just too much of a high profile case. It's just, you turn everything over, even if you think it's completely irrelevant. But
as we talked an hour ago, the Rex Hoyman case, the prosecution has bi-weekly meetings with the defense just to hand new stuff over, because they ain't scared of anything in this case. Nothing scares them. They have apparently a solid case.
Well, and the thing is I believe her when she says she wasn't like scared of this. She just didn't think it mattered.
Yeah.
And, she just looked at this and was like, okay, so this guy hands over a bunch of ammunition that never actually was in the same state and doesn't match the thing. Okay, Troy Teskey is a meddling moron who doesn't actually have anything to do with this. And I think that was a reasonable conclusion given what she knew. And, that's the problem, right? And then you've got the, I think Hancock tried to throw her under the bus to cover for their mistakes.
Yes, that.
And
that.
so
yeah.
I mean, I genuinely Carrie Morrissey's been painted as a villain here, and I don't think she's a villain. I think she just made some calls that were not the best, but I understand why she made them. And then B, the problem is sometimes you got to realize when you've been outplayed, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you go down I went at one point to play pool, and we played for it was like 10 cents a ball or something, and I'm playing with this guy, and he's like, "Oh, how do you want to do you want to up the stakes?" And I was like, "God, no." And because I recognized that while it was a close game, it was very intentionally a close game on the other side. And it's like, sometimes you got to realize when you are outplayed and when you have been outmaneuvered. And that was the problem, is that she really believed in the case, and she didn't want to give it up.
And she doesn't know how to take the L.
And she doesn't know how to take the L. There's a time and a place where you just I've had to tell clients like, hey, we lost this case, and it sucks that we lost this case, but also we do not have an appeal. We do not have a way to fix this because the judge covered their, you can get a judge who wants to convict your client and you think that result is complete horseshit, but you also recognize that because of the way the judge delivered the decision, you have no appeal, right? The judge just finds your client to not be credible. Well, good luck appealing that finding of not credible, right? So that's the big thing, is she chased that way too long.
And she took the stand in effect. And that's like writing an email in effect. It will be glorious, and you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a bombshell moment, her jumping up on the stand to
it was absolutely a mistake, and I get why she did it.
Yeah.
I get why she did too. And the moment you're caught up, I can fix this. She thought, and I think for a minute she thought she was going to save the day. And I'm the main character right now. I will fix the problem.
I don't even necessarily think it's that necessarily so much as just I want everybody to know what happened here. And even though I know
Spiro kind of goaded her too.
Oh, I think he did. And
just like Fannie Willis got goaded into going on the stand.
I admire his politics. Oh my god, that moment when she said, "I admire his politics."
Spiro knew how to push her buttons. They hated each other in that case.
Yeah.
And
and
but the interesting thing to look at will be who makes donations to the DA who killed it.
Well, the reason why it got killed. Did you see the motion?
I saw the filing. Yeah, I covered it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you did. It looks like it's just like the state attorney general's office is like, yeah, we're not doing it.
Well, not just we're not doing it, but we are directing that it is dead.
Yeah.
And Carrie Morrissey is very clear in her filing that she doesn't approve, and also that the family doesn't approve, which I thought was I was like, okay, we're laying that out there. The family's upset with this, and the family wants Baldwin held to account, which is never going to happen.
Yeah, but then again, family also settled the civil suit.
Well, that was her husband, not her family.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the family still has
her
possible
family
case.
stuff. Well, her fam. Well, no, it's just like her parents are probably thinking this is all wrong, but her husband's sitting there,
Hoping
I
that
think
Rust
it's
makes
fine.
money, and it won't because
Yeah,
Hollywood accounting.
Well, there's probably ways.
Wait,
he's
did he get
making money.
did he get points on the net?
Yeah,
he got something out of it. Yeah, there was a like he's also he's also a producer now on it. Like
If he
I
got
think
points on the net, he got suckered.
yeah,
And
I
that's-
do believe he got points on the net profits. And no movie in history in Hollywood have ever had net profits. Star Wars, the originals, have to this day not made a profit according to Hollywood accounting.
Yes.
Why?
Because if you make profits, you have to
accounting.
pay taxes.
Oh, all right.
they have Hollywood accounting is complicated, but basically the film production owns nothing and they rent everything.
Yes.
And such that basically imagine if you could run your household such that you get money like from whatever, but that money also like goes to a subsidiary company that rents you your car, and a subsidiary company that rents you your house, and a subsidiary company that like sells you like time at the bath and like so all of these other companies make money, and then that's makes its way back to the people who get points on like actual points, like the points on the gross that matter, and it makes its way back to people who are important and so forth, but none of it. And so like if somebody offers you like 100% of the net on a movie, you are not making any money. It's
no.
So yeah,
always ask for gross points.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm going to jump tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm doing my best of 2024. Be there if you want to vote. You have to be in chat to vote for each of the nominees.
Are you also doing Hearsay for Days on Sunday?
Yes, and I'm doing Hearsay for Days, 4 p.m. Eastern on Sunday as well. It will be a wrap-up of 2024 as well. Thank you for having me, Nick.
Thank you for being here, as always.
Much
Thank you for
appreciated.
being here.
Lovely to see you, Sylvia. Lovely to see you, Ian.
Hi, Ella.
Finally good to see you actually not frozen. Yay.
well, good to see you, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who would like to pop onto either of those streams, let me know. I have links and things if you would like to come along.
Yeah, and she uses StreamYard, not EVMux.
Yes, I do use StreamYard.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah,
and it actually has a leave studio button as well.
Yeah,
just saying.
EVMux doesn't have one. You actually have to just close down the tab.
Close the tab.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which I'm doing right now. See you guys.
See you.
Bye. Well, Nick, I'm gonna have to go too. Because remember, I told you I was gonna be short today.
Yeah, no worries. But promote your channel and everything.
It's Infamous Sylvia on everything.
Infamous Sylvia on everything.
All right. Bye, everybody. Bye, Sean. Bye,
Sylvia. Take care.
Take care.
All righty. Now I gotta close it out, right? Close.
Close the tab. Yeah.
And so, Sean, are you working on a model? What are you tinkering with?
No, my keyboard got all boogered up, so I'm putting it back together.
Oh, brutal.
So, but that's I don't have to talk, so I'm just, I got my search bar open, so I'm just like making sure I get the keys right.
So you add in the keys that you're using at the moment.
Yeah, well, as I'm going, I'm just like, what's this one? I think it's G, and I smash the thing down. It's like, oh, it's G. All right, good. I got it right. Moving along.
Oh. John, see, link to Ian Runkle, Runkle of the Bailey.
Yeah, if you just Google, or if you just put Runkle of the Bailey in on YouTube, there's not a lot of Runkle channels, so you will find me.
Yes.
Now, then 2025, you said, Ian, that you were looking forward at the Janet case. Any other case that you are looking forward to?
I want to see what happens with Cody Wilson. Cody Wilson is interesting because
that one will be fun. Yes.
that one is going to be chaos. We're going to get a result in the GWAX case as well. That one is still ongoing. And
is that the one KE and GWAX?
Yeah, KE Arms. Yeah. And I mean, KE Arms isn't everyone's favorite, but it's such a stupid lawsuit.
Yeah, well, that too.
That's the lawsuit when they accidentally didn't buy the rights with the company?
Yes. Well, and in fact, there are no rights because there just aren't any patents. So it's like, hey, we wanted to launch a patent lawsuit for patents that don't exist. So...
And it's all over squirted plastic.
Yeah. So it's all like... It is some of the... and they're also saying that it's trade secrets, but KE Arms is like, your trade secrets, which you have been sending to anyone who emails you a question, those trade secrets?
Yes, they've been open, and they've been very open about how they do their stuff, which is awesome because it is really a neat process. The friction welding and all that, it's pretty cool how they do it.
But if you want to have a trade secret, it's got to actually be secret.
Secret, yes.
Yeah. I mean, in labor law, I don't handle many secrets, but I am involved when secrets might have been revealed by some less cautious member, which I have to go up and say, severance? Because often, you fucked up.
Often that's super grounds for firing. If you happen to be an employee at Coke and you happen to get their recipe, which they protect super carefully.
Yeah, there's two
but
people
you
who
then
know it.
Yeah, there's two people who know it, and the entire recipe is never saved in one place.
Yeah.
It's always so, there's all sorts of places that have these kinds of secrets. My dad was an electrician. He's now retired, but he has done some work on banks. And banks, if you are doing the wiring for a bank security system, you are basically told, come in, you will connect these 3 different connections, and then you will leave, and you will never tell anyone what you saw. Because they don't want any person to be able to talk, to have a notion of what the security is.
Yeah, and if you're an employee who manufactures a specific thing in manufacturing that is very important for this bigger thing, don't start your own company doing that thing. And this isn't legal advice. This is just general advice.
Or don't start it as soon as you get fired or quit.
No. Or start your business while you're still employed, doing a competitive thing that you're responsible of doing in the company you're employed at. Yeah. That's generally a really bad idea.
Benchmade had that problem just recently.
I saw one that was hilarious because this small inventor got a patent for a thing, just this one little thing, and so this big company is like, we want your patent, and he's like, I'm not willing to sell it, but I will license it. So he licensed it to the larger company, and they're like, cool. And then they're like, we need some additional refinements on this. Can we hire you? And so they hired him. And then later, they brought him on, and they fired him for violation of their trade secrets policy because he shared the technology with a third party, notwithstanding the fact that he was the owner of the patent.
Yeah.
And so they fired him and sued him for damages based on, hey, you violated our trade secrets policy. And he's like, I own this. Also, I am terminating your license. And so the larger company ceased to exist as a result of that, because it was like, if you're going to sue me, I'm not doing business with you anymore. I'm not renewing your license. Goodbye.
And they're like, wait.
Whoopsie.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was a major thing of like HR should have maybe had a note on this guy's file of like, I don't care if he takes a shit on the CEO's desk, we can't fire this guy. Like,
well, hiring was the first mistake. I mean, yeah, there's so many mistakes in that. There's so
I
many.
mean, I assume they had a good reason to hire him, but like,
yeah, they probably thought, oh, can do a reach around this patent thing. We can hire him, and then we can sue him, and then we own it all. No. Yeah, but
this is also, by the way, why you should hire a lawyer before you have the problems and not afterwards, because the number of companies that have gone completely sideways because it's like, oh yeah, we are 3 partners and now
yeah, and when it comes to contracts, handshakes really doesn't cut it anymore. You might start out as friends, then all of a sudden your company is worth 50 million. Yeah, you're not friends anymore.
Well, the thing is that you can stay friends often if you had a good contract. Because if you had a good contract that prevents that whole thing of who's going to walk away with all the money, then that helps with the friendships.
Yeah, we have one of these Reddit cases, but that should have been on Reddit because you can't. Really, this sounds like Reddit. Partners. Guy loses half of his shit in a divorce. And now you have 3 people in the company. Woohoo! Yep. 2 of them hate each other. Woohoo! Yeah. Think things through, guys.
I have seen contracts that, basically contemplate that, and that basically note, one of them that I thought was quite well designed basically said, in the event of any shares being transferred in a divorce, we have the right to buy those shares out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the wife is like, I get half the company. And the company's like, what you get is you get a pile of money. And it's a whole pile of money. But you get no control. You get no ability to anything. You just get, here's your walk away money. And the company still exists because of that.
Yeah.
So
I can imagine this happens more often, but we never learn about many of them because nobody wants to talk about it. Hey, I had a multi-million-dollar company. I lost half of it to my wife, and now I'm living on the streets.
That's happened enough.
Sean, what are you heading for 2025? Or did we cover that?
Well, I think the Cody Wilson thing will be very interesting. That is going to be something too. There's other things out there as well. I think Diddy is going to be really interesting. Also, what's going on with Jay-Z out there, and there are a bunch of.
The Melly retrial.
The what?
Was Y&W Melly.
Oh, Y&W Melly, yes.
The retrial.
Yes, that's going to be interesting. He's going to get a retrial. It's coming up. I don't think it's right away.
It's this fall or the fall of 2025.
It's a long way out.
Yeah, there's a lot of cases in the works right now that has the potential of being huge. Now, am I interested in all of them? I must say, some of these cases, I kind of had enough of rappers at the moment because I've been covering the YSL trial for a year and a half. But yeah, Y&W Melly is the trial that Jeff would have done. I misspoke earlier. But the Y&W Melly trial, which Jules was doing.
The other one I think that's going to be really huge is the sheriff in Kentucky.
Sheriff in Kentucky, Kohberger, and
do you think Kohberger will go trial this year? I don't think Kohberger will happen in 2025.
It might. I know a lot of people want me to cover Luigi because of the gun issues, but I think it's probably going to be fairly boring.
Oh yeah, I don't think
So,
there's gonna be a whole lot to it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be like, here's all the evidence that shows it's him, and
Yeah.
you know, here's a motion to exclude, denied. Here's another motion to exclude, denied, and
Yeah, I
now
saw
the
something.
question
Yeah, I
is,
saw
does he get
something
the death
earlier
penalty?
on X about an eyewitness saw him wait the entire night, and then the cops say he left the hostel at 5:35. It means it wasn't him. No, it might mean that the eyewitness was wrong.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, yeah.
eyewitnesses are usually wrong.
Oh yes, the chat is mentioning Karen Reed round 2. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, that will be another one. Yes.
Donna Adelson is up for next year. Yeah, that I am going to cover because I covered the Charlie Adelson.
Another one that's going to go that's pretty good will be Alyssa Mercanti. She's been filing some lawsuits. Those will actually be, I think those will be interesting of what happens.
And people I see are wanting to cover a particular law tube figure. I'm not going to do that, but Sean, you've been covering that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, guys, that is what it's going to be. And there might be some other stuff at some point, but overall, it's kind of like the course it's set on is the course it's on.
I haven't been covering it because I keep waiting for something to be interesting in it.
Yeah, I promise my chat not to.
Right now, it's and that's the truth about it. It's like there's a reason why, like when some of it happens, I'm kind of like, okay, like there's, it is what it is, guys. It's
This is just something that you see like thousands and thousands of times, and it's just
that's what I've said before. Other than the person in it, it is very boring. It's not any like. There's a reason why, and so people are like, "Oh my gosh, how are you getting this right?" And I'm like, "Because it's like, how are you getting all these things right?" And I'm like, "Because this is literally dog bites mailman. Like,
yeah,
it happens every day. This isn't the mailman biting the dog.
This is like trying to predict the outcome of your dinner order."
Yeah,
like
it is. I think that's. And I'm trying to be very nice about it, but I'm like, you guys, like, I don't know what you think is going to happen, but it's not. I wish it was just as cool as you guys thought it was going to be, because I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had a whole bunch of people who were like, "You got to cover this," and I'm like,
"What else is there to cover?"
It must be some kind of case where dog shoots owner that that can be covered.
I mean, that happens occasionally, but it's not a criminal case. But
yeah, or moose shoots, because that has happened in Sweden.
Shoot you.
Yeah, moose will shoot you.
They don't need to.
They don't need to, but we have a few cases here in Sweden where the gun went entangled and shots were fired from the moose. And so those things happen. Oh, yeah, Fani Willis. Today we learned that the court has removed all obstacles. Now she's getting subpoenaed to testify in the Senate hearing.
Yes.
Under oath regarding the Jan 6 communications and the Trump case. Now, generally, I'm not really interested in the Trump case, but I really don't like Fani Willis.
Yes.
So, yes, I'm going to cover it. So, my interest is not political. It is, I want to see her suffer.
Suffer, Fanny, suffer.
I've got something similar with, I'm going to be on my Monday show. I'm going to be going over the Rudy Giuliani's latest filing.
Oh, God, yeah.
And it's not because I care about Giuliani one way or the other. And it's not because I am interested in the politics. But I taught, like, in law school twice. And I never failed anybody. But I would fail somebody who submitted this as an assignment. And I wouldn't just fail them, but I would fail them impolitely. Like, this is the kind of place where it'd be like, are you sure law is the profession you want to do? because I don't think you understand what law is about fundamentally. That's how bad it is. And
yeah, I mean, for decades I played with the thought I should go over there. I might actually make some money out of my law degree. But then I said, no, it will be too hard. But then you see some of the people who practice law. And it really can't be that hard.
I had the experience at one point of watching a senior, as in older, lawyer who was basically invited me to watch his trial when I was starting out. And so I went to watch his trial, and he afterwards he asked me, "What do you, what did you think?" And the main thought I had was just, okay, maybe I can do this, because if this guy managed to stay in practice for 30 years, it can't be that hard.
Yeah. Also, another Allen case, which I covered in 2023, where the public defender nodded off during the state's opening statement, and then he submitted a 32-second opening statement himself. And
the thing is that doesn't necessarily... I mean, the nodding off is not great, but the opening statements...
Yeah, I know. It wasn't... He didn't have much, but that was the case where where they alleged that he shot at the police dog. And then they showed the police dog in trial, and yeah, he's getting convicted. You show a dog that survived being shot in trial, and they point at the defendant. Yeah, he's getting convicted. But
wait, the dog pointed at the defendant?
No, the prosecution.
Okay.
Yeah, the defendant was in a fight with 3 cops. Shots was fired. The cop said he shot the dog. I sped down that. I
was just like, that is a...
I sped down that camera because they sped it down in court, and then I sped it down further. And I give it around a 5% chance of friendly fire. And now it would have been useless to argue it.
5% sounds like an acquittal.
Yeah, I mean, 5% is an acquittal usually, but he didn't bring it up, even though that's a ricochet from the cop, almost a direct line towards the dog. You should at least argue it. Because if you don't, there's 0 chance.
Yeah. Now, I mean...
And it took them...
Maybe there's reasons why they don't want to go into that, because maybe, for instance, the dog, they retrieve a 45 caliber, bullet, and it's like, and the cops were shooting 9, so maybe not.
No, but it struck the dog in the head, went under the scalp, and then out and disappeared. So there's no actual bullet. And it took this is the guy who is also a suspect in the neighboring state for a crime spree and 3 murders. But also, it took them 7 months.
Then he may not care.
Yeah, they took them 7 months to sentence him, because that man, if I've ever seen a candidate for insanity defense, it's that guy. They couldn't sentence him for 7 months because they couldn't drug him enough to get him back into the courtroom.
I mean, I had a guy who literally, the process was he wanted to plead guilty, and his position. I was like, so what are you hoping to get out of a guilty plea? He's like, well, they're gonna send me across the country to face a murder charge, and I just want to get this done as soon as possible because they're gonna send me real soon, and so I want to just wrap this up. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, and I'm getting convicted on the murder, so don't worry about the sentence. And I was like, oh, okay. So it was literally just, he pleads guilty, and Your Honor, go for it.
Lil ear pillow. Is Swedish law a lot like law in the States? It's a different system. But yeah, we have the same innocent until convicted, and we have the evidence evaluations are roughly the same, but we don't have the exclusion of evidence. The judge or the panel of judges, if for instance we found this while we illegally searched his car, then they will give that piece of evidence lesser weight, but they can still consider it. So we don't have that exclusion of evidence due to bad apple.
Wow,
It
that's
doesn't matter. We don't
system.
really have it either, so it's not really like, oh yeah, we have an exclusionary rule. You ever use it? No.
Yeah.
It does. Like, if you feel any better, it's.
Yeah, you have all the exceptions that brings you down to our level.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The problem is that when the court is actually asked to exclude something, like, you know, I gave the example on another stream of, hey, so they find a dead person's, like a person's head in your trunk, and the police grounds for searching it were something like, I don't like this guy personally, specifically because he's gay and black and also, like, you know, Catholic. And, you know, so it's like it is the exclusion Yahtzee, and the court's like, well, notwithstanding that he thought his reasons were bad and he intended to violate this guy's rights, we're going to determine that this was an exigent circumstance because vibes.
We don't want a bad guy getting loose.
Yeah. Or the cases when we smoked cannabis from the car. You were traveling 60 miles an hour on a freeway and he was 50 yards ahead of you. Yeah, good enough. And cops have the best noses in the business because they can smell cannabis anywhere.
This is one of the fun things about legalization of marijuana, is that it has made a whole lot of police have to do their jobs a little bit harder, because it's like, I smelled marijuana. And
yeah.
It also made a whole bunch of police dogs suddenly obsolete, because it's like, well, this dog will alert for cocaine and marijuana and whatever. And it's like, so does it alert differently for marijuana versus cocaine? No.
I don't remember the state, but the police dog union or whatever wrote an amicus brief to a court who had that. No, not an amicus brief. They wrote to the legislators, please don't make cannabis legal because it will make our dogs jobless.
And I mean, on one hand, I kind of get it, but on the other hand, it's like, that is also a terrible reason. Like, fundamentally, that is just awful as a basis for that.
Retrain them as cadaver dogs. I mean, I don't know. But yeah.
Well, the thing is you can't really retrain them for much of anything, because
they can spend the rest of their lives as a family pet.
That's really it. It's the dog retires. So that to me is not a terrible outcome. It's like, oh no, the dog is not gonna have a job anymore. Okay.
FMM says I should add Timo shopping sprees on my wheel. I think that would be an object rather than a piece of, because I usually have those $50 for a spin on the wheel. So if I have $100 on Timo and then it happens on a $50, I'm kind of losing. Now, I don't mind doing things for more or less free on my channel, but I really don't want to lose money either.
Well, you could just do it as a $50 Temu shopping spree.
Yeah, I could. Or if we finish the Wheel of Regrets, I usually have 10 items on it. If we finish it, then I can, because then I had 10 shots of something or eat something disgusting, and then I will go on Temu. That will be fun. But not today. We will have to wait until after the holidays for
The problem is the wheel of regrets doesn't really work well for me because it's like, oh, right, I'm going to have a really hot sauce. I will enjoy that.
Yeah, but I have something here that you should try. It is sardine paste. And the consistency, and this particular, they just more or less threw down whole sardines in a blender and then pushed it into a tube. So it was with bones. That was a hard, that didn't go down well. So I would suggest you add disgusting things. But then also, you take that as an interesting challenge.
Yeah, it's like I went and tried surströmming, and it was like, okay, this is actually pretty good. So,
yeah. The smell you can live with sometimes, but yeah, I mean, it's salty. So, no, you should not have sardine paste on Temu. If I should buy sardine paste again,
that would be really bad.
Definitely not from Temu or AliExpress. I mean, no, just no.
Temu sardine paste sounds like just like straight mercury. Mercury and asbestos in a tube.
No, I do have my hot sauces. This is from a local manufacturer. I should try to bring some over and try to send it from. So I have. It's a local manufacturer. They grow their own chilies and make their own chili sauces. They have greenhouses maybe an hour from where I live, and they have. They bought an old tomato greenhouse where they only grow chilies in now. And that tomato was south of Sweden's biggest tomato grower. So yeah, they have, I would, maybe a square mile or something of the sort. I mean, it's enormous, that complex. Enormous. So yeah, I should bring some and try to send over. I'm going to Utah in September, by the way. Is that close to Canada? I have no idea.
Not really.
I was very close to Canada this summer, but we waved at you, but you didn't see us. But then again, you're nowhere close to Toronto either.
No,
that is correct.
I have to say, how far? You're in Salt Lake City, Utah. You're like probably 10 hours away from you, Runkle?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a drive. Let's just see.
Edmonton. Yeah. I drove cross countries this summer from Detroit to
It's
from,
actually 16 hours.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's 1,000 miles. The fastest route.
I've made drives like that. It is not recommended.
No, it's like driving in the north of Sweden. It is. It's trees and more trees.
Oh, I mean, there's gonna be, there's gonna be stuff to see, but 15-hour drive.
I might check if there
counting
are
the border.
I might check if there are any airplanes between Salt Lake City and up to Runkle.
There's probably what it'll probably be that you have to go through either Vancouver or Toronto or Montreal. To
or like Winnipeg, maybe. I don't know.
Chat, if you want me to travel between Salt Lake City and up wherever Ian is in Canada, you know what to do. You know what to do.
Well, and I just Googled Toronto to where you are, Runkle. That's a 35-hour car ride.
Yep. It's,
and a good portion of it goes through the United States.
Yep. Also, I can tell you from experience that the American border guards do not like when they're saying, "What is your purpose for the visit?" It's like, well, I'm just taking a shortcut because of the curvature of the Earth. It's faster to cut through the U.S. to get to Toronto. They don't like that because they really don't like the idea that that you might go through the U.S. for any reason other than the U.S. being superior in every way. So that is a great way to end up with like, well, let's ask you every question we can think of. Like,
yeah, going from Canada to USA, get a question. Where are you headed? Canada. Yeah. Now,
well, sometimes people do travel from the States up to Canada to get to Alaska.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
yeah, that's a part of America as well.
If you are doing that, you are guaranteed to get asked the next question, which is, got any guns in the car?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Now, I'm visiting Utah for obvious reasons. I'm going to be at least a weekend staying at Donnie's place, and then I'm going to visit where Jeff will be laid to rest, and I'm going to meet up Connor as well when I'm there.
Nice.
So that will be my vacation 2025 in September. And I know I promised all you guys in Atlanta I would visit. Things happen. And I do believe this has a bit more priority. Now, if I do find the time, I might make a stop in Atlanta on the way to Utah. But as of current, other things got a bit of priority.
I've got to figure out I've got to figure out a meetup in Vegas as well.
Oh,
so
when's that? Because this year I went to Houston because everybody told me, go to Houston, go to Missouri, we can meet up, and nobody else went. Thanks.
I mean, it's Missouri. I could have told you I wasn't. I could have told you I wasn't going. So,
hi Hayden. Can you hear us and can you speak?
I was sitting backstage for like 10 minutes. I was eating lunch.
Oh, really? Because it only showed now.
Gee, it's almost like this system you're using has some problems.
Wow. Yeah, no, and here I was thinking the one that I use is crappy. But, damn.
How
we doing, folks?
Mark Pugner, don't bring back 0.005 grams of cannabis. Oh, I have to tell you. This year, 2 cases reached the Swedish courts. It was 2 cases of non-measurable amounts of cannabis, which is less than 0.05 grams. That went to the Swedish courts.
And if I'm the judge and if I'm compelled to convict because of what the case law is, it's like, okay, for this non-measurable amount of cannabis, I'm going to sentence you to a non-measurable amount of jail time. And you're done.
Yeah, they got fined. They got fined. And in one of the cases, it was found in a snuff box, this unmeasurable amount, which another person said, it's mine, I forgot it in the car. She still got fined.
I wouldn't even impose a fine. Or if it was a fine, it'd be like, sir, what is the smallest coin you've got in your pocket right now? Oh,
Lint?
Yeah, we'll fine you that lint.
Yeah. But this is Sweden since June of last year. And we went from 60-65% capacity in our prisons to we need to build more prisons. With that, 0.5 grams of cannabis is considered with the intent to sell.
Wait, 0.5?
0.5 grams is the where it's the limit. Below that, it's just possession. Over that, it is possession with the intent to sell.
As a Canadian, are your politicians high?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
That is
what our politicians are corrupt, because for a number of years there has been lobbyists that wants to build privatized prisons. And former politicians are hired by this lobbyist firm who is now lobbying against current politicians, who wants to know, I wonder what I'm supposed to do after my political career. Oh, let's get hired by this lobbyist firm. So we don't have this hand over cash directly corruption. We have this kind of corruption instead. Yeah. So Sweden is not the area you want to be in if you want to smoke something that is
not salmon.
Not salmon. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I learned earlier this week that Sweden's also not where you really want to be a game development company either. I covered a video of the guy that is suing Minecraft, and
yes,
I may or may not have piqued his interest. He left quite a detailed comment on the video I streamed about it, but I'm going to go back and relook at it and whatnot. But Nick, I might need to get your opinion on a couple of things.
Sure,
that's actually Hayden. I'm glad you like. So I watched this video, and I'm getting some stuff on that. Holy cow! It's like yes, so in Minecraft, and I'm not making the joke, Fed. In Minecraft, in Minecraft, you can't have guns.
Yes,
and there's
somebody made a mod for guns.
Oh, the skin developer.
Setting up a private server so that they had the mods built into it, and you could. Yes. And as far as I'm concerned, like he says, it was more of a hobby project or whatever, but it was going to be monetized. It was a third-party
money involved,
development as far as I was concerned. So
this mod basically had all this stuff set up, and they'd spent a lot of time and effort. And it's very clear that they lost their ass on this because the people in charge of Minecraft were like, "No, you can't have guns." So done. But there are Minecraft things set up where people have gun-like objects. So it's not truly like there's some issues with the rules and how this is being done.
Yeah.
So there's a couple like kind of like trade lawsuits, the trade claims and business practices being alleged. But yes, so it's funny because I already got my thumbnail done for it, but it's like in Minecraft. But it really is in Minecraft.
Just make them giant dildos and make people, and then everybody will be happy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fun. Now I've seen it being reported on, and everybody thinks it's so stupid, but I haven't actually looked into it that much. Maybe I should.
The thing is it sounds like Minecraft may have a good case, but
they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have.
Yeah, the problem is that anything relating to copyright and click wrap and so forth massively favors the developers at this point. But maybe that's an area that should change. But until it does,
yeah. But the creator of Minecraft, he's actually a nice guy. I have friends of him. He's actually apparently now he's richer than filth, and
he owns the west side of Sweden.
Yeah. Now he did something amazing because one of these less popular investors tried to buy the most expensive penthouse in Sweden.
Oh no!
And he just said, "I don't like you. Here's money." Just to, I don't like you, I'm buying it instead, just because I don't want you to have it.
Oh, imagine being able to have that kind of fudge you money. Oh my god.
And he's apparently in the background of many game developing, so he's investing and he's just getting richer. And apparently he does it while not having many Fs to give. So yes,
it would be nice to be able to have the money to just not give any Fs.
Yeah. Now I don't know where he learned how to program, but he's also friends with the Pirate Bay guys.
Yeah. Well, he's dealing with his lifelong enemies, the Angry Birds team.
Oh. Yeah, I would
Sad
also
thing
like...
is that in a field like this, it's like that could be serious.
Yeah. I was like, hang on, is that an actual case?
I don't know.
They're sworn enemies now.
I would love to have off your F money. But again, I don't know what kind of person I would be with that kind of money. It's not can I handle it? It's who I'm trying to piss off.
The thing is if I had that much money, here's what would happen. I would go buy a whole lot of land in the middle of nowhere, land enough that you could stand at the road and shoot at my house and not hit it. And then nobody would see me until I just come out of the woods every once in a while to defend people for no money. And I would probably do this with I have the idea of get a suit jacket and let moss grow on it. So I could just come out there as this moss covered, what the hell is this? And just be all right, let's run this trial, and then go back into the woods and nobody would hear from it would just be
oh God. So you
what
go
the
from
hell
being
happened?
You go from being the resident elf to the green wizard that just occasionally comes out to impart wisdom.
You just show up and be all right, I'm going to run some trials today. And
I may or may not have a similar idea, but also with a kind of gate that when you drive past it, you can see it's a drive-in that actually hides the road into a wooded area where similarly, if you fire a gun from the road, you can't hit the house. And so I played with that idea as well too, because I'm not an extrovert at all. I enjoy the distance. I don't even live with Miss Viking because we are both kind of hermits. So but it works. It works for us.
Yeah, I figured that there'd be no trespassing signs, and then a second layer of no trespassing signs would be now you're in range. Now you're in the area where I've calculated the bullet drop for. You should really make some thoughts about your life choices.
It should be Runkle, you should be like in Zulu. You got the piles of rocks. What's that pile of rocks right there for? I'm just gonna keep walking.
Warning for random gunfire. I mean,
just get the mean one. Can you run faster than my bullets?
I mean, and with 300 Norma Magnum, it stays supersonic out to 1 kilometer. So it's hey,
can you build a trebuchet to launch hand grenades?
You
for
can
no
build a
apparent reason.
trebuchet. You cannot have hand grenades here.
Oh.
Well, are you sure a trebuchet is legal though? Too? I mean, that's
it is. But there's nothing in the law that covers a trebuchet.
Wait till they wait till next week. They're gonna wait. We gotta fix that.
Well, I'm planning at some point to do a video because now I've got the prohibited firearms thing, but I have to get them to add manufacturing because I want to build the world's dumbest hand crossbow. Hand crossbows are banned here in Canada. So what I want to do, and the way they define it, is any crossbow that is designed to be aimed and fired with the action of one hand. So what I want to do is take a truck leaf spring and use that as the bow for this crossbow. So this thing would fit on a trailer. It would be a
You're gonna make a ballista.
I'm going to make a ballista, but I'm going to set it up with servos such that you control it with a joystick. And therefore, because you aim and fire it with one hand using the joystick, it will be classified as a hand crossbow and thus a prohibited weapon.
Are you going to have it steel cables cranking it with a boat trailer crank to leverage it?
Oh, yeah, like a big winch.
Awesome. Oh my God.
And it'll just be okay, so listen, this is banned because it's too concealable. You could theoretically hide this under your coat. And then probably a clip of me sitting there with my coat trying to drape it around this freaking...
You know one of these useless machines
you need that
when you
guy
slip
to help you. He's an
When you
engineering
flip
thing.
a switch, a hand comes out and flip flip it back. You can use that as a trigger. Then you have an automatic one.
I think
Either way, I look forward to reviewing Runkle's Law when it's introduced to Canadian Parliament next year.
Yeah.
Well, there is a distant possibility that when the Conservatives get in, they may actually come to me to ask for to ask questions about, like, hey, what should we be doing with the gun law?
What can we fix? You're like,
how can we fix this? And
everything
I'll be like,
you've
well,
done, undo it.
Cool again.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have 2 tools to start with. Number 1 is a knife, and number 2 is fire, and we're going to take those to the existing legislation.
Yes, fix what we undo what they just did. Everything.
Well, right now, I drew a flow chart for like my firearms and weapons law course at one point, where it's just like, here is how, if you find a gun at a scene, if you are a cop, here's the flow chart for how you decide what classification this gun goes in. And it's not like simple. It branches all over the place. It's this mess. And the result of this is that the police and the prosecution and so forth can't even figure out the classification of guns all the time. And that can work both ways. I've had clients who are charged with something where they're like, this is a banned gun. It's like, no, they're selling it at Cabela's right now. Or the flip side of that is that they'll be like, I had a guy who they charged him. The guy had no license. The guy was on a firearm ban. And they find him with a loaded gun. And I get this file, and I'm there to do a bail hearing. I was just paid for a bail hearing. That's all I've got. And I go in, and I'm looking over the disclosure. The prosecution had it, but, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, and I see that this guy's alleged to have an SKS, which is, a sort of pretty standard semi-automatic firearm. There's tons of them in Canada. They're everywhere. But I note that they found it loaded with a 7.62 by 54 cartridge, and I'm like, that is not what goes in an SKS. that doesn't make sense. So I then go, and they have a picture of it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, that's not an SKS, that's a Dragunov. And the Dragunov is
a Moonrock.
Is, well, really really not a common thing to see, really rare, but also it's a prohibited firearm in Canada. So the sentencing difference at that time was the prosecutor is asking me, hey, I will, if your client wants to plead out, we can do like 30 days today. And I'm like, oh crap. So I go and tell my client, like, as soon as they figure out what this gun is, they're going to be asking for 3 years. So how about instead of a bail hearing, we just plead you out now and you walk. And, and he's like, yeah, that sounds good. If they actually could figure out easily what the classification of the gun was, then we wouldn't have this problem. And I mean, I was sad because I was like, they're going to chop up that Dragunov tier.
Yeah.
But
Sweden just passed new gun laws here because now it is illegal to have more than 7 in a magazine, and which is stupid. And also our sport shooters are complaining because their guns are being banned. We went to the Olympics and won the Olympics with guns the government now want to ban.
Are they banning the magazines, or are they banning any gun that can take a magazine that holds more than 7?
Also, guns that can take magazines, which it's so.
That's incredibly stupid. That is a little bit like. Well, you probably wouldn't like me using the particular analogy that came to mind. So, how about this? It's like banning any hot dog bun that can take a hot dog that is longer than 5 inches. The thing is that you can put a hot dog of whatever size in a bun, and that you can probably guess what initially came to mind. But
I'm very happy that you used that analogy instead.
The hot dog bun does not actually control the size of the hot dog. That is not how that works.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it's so illogical because this is through a new EU directive in order to. We need to stop crimes with guns, and everybody is saying those guns are already illegal because they're stolen. That's the problem, not that the gun exists. Because
here's
the
thing.
market in Europe
it's
is
never
flooded,
been about crime.
Yeah, it's flooded with guns from the former Yugoslavic Republic, former Yugoslavia.
It's also
there
never
are
been about
millions
crime.
of guns out there.
And
so banning a sports shooter's gun won't make a difference. But no, we have our politicians that,
It has always been about the issue of, you know how everyone says unions got you the weekend? Well, sure. But they didn't do it by asking nicely all the time. Yeah. That's the concern. Their concern is that eventually they're going to have, people who are upset, and they're like, well, we need to make sure that it's really easy for us to kill our population if we have to. So,
yeah. And here's the thing.
That's
our
what it's really
hunters
all
and
about.
sports shooters are a part of our national defense.
Oh,
That's
I mean, if you look at Norway in World War II, Norway was able to get the king out, which was a significant factor in the Norwegian resistance because of sports shooters.
Yeah.
That was they had critical battles that were defended by the sports shooting clubs, and that that was it.
The famous Finnish sniper Sami Heiha.
Yep.
Sport shooter. Yep. I mean, and especially now with Russia destroying our infrastructure, is now the time to ban guns? Because in the event of war, Sweden goes over to because we are a guerrilla warfare defense. That in order for that to work, we need guns.
Canada too. I mean, when you look at, like, right now we've got Trump musing about Canada getting invaded, and I get people online who are like, "Oh yeah, well if that ever happens, we're gonna fight," and I'm like,
"With what?
With what?"
To be fair, if America invades, Runkle's gonna walk down the street like, "Get them, get them, get them."
They are over there.
I'm there. Go get him.
I've sort of gamed it out in my head as to what it would look like, and
Runkle's like, "I love cheeseburgers." Welcome.
I mean, I suspect the most likely outcome if that happens is I just get killed, because most likely the vast majority of Canadian cities are like, you can throw rocks at them from the U.S. border, so those get invaded.
Populations on our border.
But like everything else that's interesting that's north of that probably just gets initially hit with missile and/or bomb strikes. Mm-hmm. And like Edmonton's got like refineries and a military base and whatever else. So it's probably just like, okay, they move north and take Vancouver, Toronto, etc., and Edmonton just gets bombed to shit. And I live in Edmonton, so I kind of
you gotta watch Camping with Steve so you can learn to survive out in the woods. Camping with places.
I mean, the thing is I am buying some property out in the middle of nowhere, and if we get notice, then it would probably be like, all right, I think I'm gonna go be in the middle of nowhere that anyone wants to bomb. Like, just nobody's gonna bother dropping a bomb on this particular patch of dirt, because why would they? But when notice isn't really a thing that would happen, I don't think. It would just be like, the notice would be Edmonton is getting bombed, and then at that point it's like, well, shit.
Yeah, it's not like when Russia tried to started to invade Ukraine. Oh, it's just a military exhibition with 100,000 soldiers near the border.
No, I mean I assume that the U.S. are less
obvious.
Well, less dumb about it. Like I
Yeah.
suspect that if the U.S. was doing it, it would just be like you turn on the news and be like,
We're
and
here.
Toronto, Ottawa, etc. is being has been occupied. Here's a video of Trudeau getting run over with a tank. And
Today, the
if you start with that, with
Right.
Trudeau run over by a tank, I think USA would have an easier time saying, let us take over for a while, and then just stay, like they did 400 years ago.
It's so, but yeah, I mean, I just am like, I don't know how this will go. So, if you are somebody with like advanced knowledge of shit, let me know if you catch word that there's an invasion, so that I can get the hell out.
You just become an interpreter. You'll be like a local guide.
Allow me to translate from English to English.
Just in case there are soldiers from Alabama.
Believe it or not, this has actually been a thing. There was a bombing off the East Coast. And I don't know if you've ever heard like the East Coast accent, but it can get pretty thick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Newfoundland accent is something. Oof.
So there was the very strong Newfoundland accent. And so there was this guy who saw the plane go down after it bombed. And he's like, yeah, the plane went down. And it's like, the plane went down and it was in flames. And the guy is speaking English. And it's the English to English subtitles. And I was going...
Oh.
So I was just like,
Yeah.
I guess if Trump does decide to invade, like as soon as he takes office, then I'll be okay because I'll be in Vegas when that happens.
You'll be able to put money on it.
Yeah, I'd be like $1,000 on Canada loses because then at least I'll
yeah, and you will get $990 back, and
I'll be like, okay, you won, sir. Here's your $1,000.10. It's like, all right, like those odds.
Yeah. Now, Hayden, what are the chances of anybody trying to invade Australia? Who would want it?
China.
If Australia gets invaded, it'll probably be those little venomous octopi. They'll just be like, we've had enough of their shit. We're taking over.
And Hayden froze.
The octopi got to him.
Yeah, okay, I get the drift. I will go back to StreamYard because, yeah, it is screwing up this new platform. Hopefully they will take my suggestions.
So it wasn't just me?
No.
No.
Now, this platform has promise, but promise don't put food on the table.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, we know in order for Australia to be taken over, it has to be a real place. We know.
All I'm saying is F around with the emus and find out.
And he froze. No, he's back.
No, he's still here. I heard the emus comment.
Emus are dangerous. Aren't they?
This is true. Yeah. Yes, very dangerous.
Yeah. Do you have any non-violent animals?
Quokkas. I'm gonna be doing a video on them. They are literally hamburgers waiting to walk onto the bun, and they're adorable.
They're basically lemmings.
Not poisonous.
They're basically lemmings.
Yeah, they're basically lemmings. Yes.
Yes, they're very cute. They are super cute looking.
Oh, hell yeah. Cassowaries. If emus are our armed forces, the cassowaries are our special forces.
Are you allowed to go, like, pet them or touch them, or is that forbidden?
Look, the emus and cassowaries, the quokkas. Because the quokkas will walk right up to you. Yeah.
Okay.
The island where they are, they have no natural predators whatsoever. They have no sense of self-preservation.
I'm surprised they let people go there so they don't accidentally, like, somebody goes there and accidentally, like, sneezes on one and they all just die.
I've got a couple of people who are like, come to Australia to hunt kangaroos, and I'm like, oh, that is tempting.
I will tell you, Runkle, I've seen the videos of people hunting wallabies, and it's just like they do it at night and they spotlight them. I think this is in New Zealand, and there's a bunch of them. They all just stand still, and like one of them gets shot, and they all just stand there like, maybe he
What the
did
hell
see
was
us. And then the next one, and they're all just standing there.
Oh wow. Yes,
Kangaroos, on the other hand, are actually pretty dangerous.
Oh yeah, look. I mean, the reds, you're not going to go anywhere near. Even a grey on a bad day, I'm not going to like worry about it. I'm not going to get anywhere near that thing. I mean, these things they stand as tall as we do, but when they stand back on the tail, they can like really reach up. And then when they've got the massive ass claws, then they go for the stomach. It's not a good day.
The number of videos I've seen where there's a tourist with like a handheld camera, where they're sitting there and they go up and they like annoy a kangaroo, and then suddenly it's ground sky, ground sky, ground sky.
No, my favorite one is that some dumbass decided to paraglide into a like air show field, but for some reason it was covered in kangaroos, and they see him coming and chase him down as he's landing.
Did he live or?
I think I haven't actually checked, but I would think not, frankly.
Ooh, that yeah. I mean, Canada's got some nasty animals, but moose are really the worst of them.
Mm-hmm.
And you might think polar bears, because polar bears will actively hunt you, but moose are herbivorous, but they are they're assholes.
They are assholes, and they will trample you down just for the fun of it.
Yep. And there's a video I saw where somebody was driving along and they crash into a moose, and the moose falls over, gets up, and it's like it's like those 2-part boss fights where you see, you know, like, all right, you think you've beaten the boss, and then the health bar refills and like the wings come out and it just starts taking their car apart, and they're like climbing out of the driver and passenger seat because the moose is just smashing the front and like collapsing the car. And I'm just like, yep.
People generally have no idea how huge a moose is. I
didn't until I watched the video of Mythbusters when they did the thing with driving the car under it. I had no idea of the size of these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 2-story building with horns, more or less.
And moose are such a big deal, Hayden. Like in Alaska, and it's probably the same way up in Canada too. There is a joke: you go to prison longer for murdering a moose out of season than killing your wife. Because it's the wildlife's that well protected, and moose are a big deal. Don't want them to die.
Oh, so when you said big deal, I thought you meant because they were like dangerous.
No. They're not dangerous. Because
Usually the fines for like hunting a moose out of season, they'll hit you for like $15,000.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Bloody hell!
Yeah.
Oh, I mean the hunting fines. Are way worse.
They will
like,
bankrupt you.
Fines.
They will bankrupt you, and they will go. The government will go after you here. They went after one of the few remaining counts here in Sweden for illegal hunting.
Slidey Pie. Moose are taller than horses, and all their body weight's up a lot higher.
Yeah,
than a horse.
I had a file where a guy had committed several poaching offenses, and the initial offer was $150,000 in fines. Is what the government initially asked for. And you know, and he's like, "Are they for real?" And I was like, "Yep. This is why I tell hunters, like, don't YouTube your hunting. Like, I will post stuff very, very limited amounts when I'm out like hunting, because it's like, all right. And sometimes there's like no forgiveness for accidents. I've seen cases where people, and not personally, I've seen them in the case law, but like somebody is like 25 feet over from the boundary between a park and like legal to hunt. And it's like, ooh, you shot that animal on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Let's
You're on the wrong
that's
side
gonna
of the fence
cost
that
you
day.
like a that's gonna cost you a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even
unless
if it
you're
didn't.
unless you're
Yeah,
licensed here to end an animal that has been hit by a car, that's illegal hunting.
Yeah, that'll happen here too. But Runkle, it's even worse though. It's like, oh, you drove here to do that hunt? Sorry, we're taking your car as well on top of it. Like here in America, they'll take your car, or like, oh, you drove and you a snowmobile? Oh, we're gonna take your snowmobile. That's ours now too.
Canada's at least less bad on the like civil forfeiture stuff.
Oh, they'll take everything. They'll take your gun, they used it, they'll do everything.
Oh, that's nuts.
This, I believe it was August 4th, Sweden, got our first civil forfeiture law based on an American.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Sorry. We're so sorry.
One of the first cases was a woman who lent her car to a person who was in debt because of a previous crime, because he couldn't pay the fines. They took her car.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because if you have a conviction and a sentence with fines, then you have to tell that person you are lending the car from, I have this, and you have to write a contract. This is a limited lending. You can't just lend the car to a convicted criminal, because they will take that car. Yeah.
Wow. Fudge!
Yeah, and it held up in the appeals. Welcome to Sweden. We take all the bad American stuff. Yeah.
See, here's the thing. I thought between the surströmming and the legal system that the surströmming would be worse, but that is not the case, apparently.
We are making so stupid decisions with this government and the prior administration. I want to retire to the United States. I really want to. I can't. Because apparently, since 2 years back, not only the government pension, I can only keep that if I remain in Sweden. The government pension I've been paying into my entire life, I can't use, not even in the European Union. I have to remain in Sweden to get it. So, folks, in the chat,
I know that's been controversial for some, because like one of my relatives was in the Norwegian military and he retired in Spain because Spain is way cheaper, so his Norwegian pension covered him fairly handsomely there, whereas he would have been living pretty miserably. Wow, that's really obnoxious. Like, you got no freedom of movement? You got no...
Well, you have freedom of movement. You don't have freedom of money while moving.
But isn't it your money?
No, it's the government's money.
They're just letting you hold on to it for a few.
yeah.
And then they'll tax him for it. So he's still they're just letting him borrow it. But like, how long can you be outside the country at any given time?
It's a limit of 6 months. You have to be in Sweden for more than 6 months, preferably 8 months to have the residency. So
Jeez.
So I can do 8 months in Sweden and 4 months in United States. But that's about it. Because I was planning, okay, European Union, which are the most where will my money last longer? Like Romania or Hungary or something of the sort. No, not anymore. Not since 2 years. So I can't even move within the European Union and keep my government pension. And,
that's pretty messed up.
And I mean, I've been working since I was 16. I have a decent pension waiting for me. But I have to stay in Sweden at least 8 months of the year. Ugh.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Hence, at least 20% of my salary since a few years are going into private. It's called an ISK account with funds and stuff. So hopefully, the longer I work, the more I put into it, maybe I can don't give a fuck about the government pension in the end. But then I
You
have
heard
to
the man,
work until
chat.
I'm
Thank you,
75
chat.
or something. And many in my family rarely reach 75. So yeah. My dad actually, he's closing in on 80 now. So good for him. And he is in Portugal from October to March every winter for 9 years now. The asshole. And he sends pictures all the time. Oh no, this Christmas it was only 18 degrees centigrade. Which is roughly, what is it, 65, 70 Fahrenheit? Oh, you poor thing. Yeah. Hence, I don't believe in lotteries. It's a scam, but I still play it. In the off chance I can get some off I fuck money.
No, I mean, someone's got to win it.
Now, okay. You haven't done this. The rest of them have, Hayden. 2024. Your cases. Most memorable, most disappointing.
Let's see. Most disappointing probably still goes to the Aiden Fucci case. Got all excited about that one. That was the kid that allegedly stabbed a girl to death because his girlfriend told him to and various other things. Got all ready for it. 5 minutes before it's due to start, the fucker takes a plea deal. Oh, sorry. I went for it. Most memorable.
I already did that at 2 hours and 50 minutes in, so.
Yeah, we're way past that.
Fair enough then. Probably the retrial, which, God, that retrial is going to suck. But anyway,
I keep hoping that somebody in there grabs a clue with both hands and is like, "Hey, if we wanted to get a conviction, we should have done an investigation." And you know how you can tell if something's an investigation? Well, if there's solo cups involved, then it's not an investigation. It's a frat party. And maybe we shouldn't have done a frat party if we wanted to get a conviction here. Like,
it's just so blatant. Like, even if they did legitimately think they were doing their jobs, the outward appearance of having so much friggin' corruption in that courtroom, surely someone somewhere has to twig and go, in the interests of justice, should we be transferring this case and making sure that it's done independently?
Now, I told my chat about a month ago that I was starting to cover the Karen Reed case. So either Drunk Me or one of my viewers sent me this jacket.
don't wear that in. Don't wear that. They'll arrest you.
Yeah, I'm not going to Canton, Mass. But I love my chat. They're the best. Or Drunk Me. I'm not entirely sure who sent it. Nobody has come forward and said, I sent it. So it might have been Drunk Me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I had Broken Baker here before, and he made some suggestions about, because apparently there's a lot of drama nowadays in the Karen Reed case. Or not in the Karen Reed case, but in the community surrounding the Karen Reed case.
There are some very vocal, like, orbiting parties in that, whether it's Turtle Boy, whether it's other individuals that, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, there's at least a few there that are being very loudmouth that I don't think they actually watched the trial. So,
I mean, isn't that always the way, though, where you've got people who don't watch the trial who have really strong opinions about it? I mean, I remember covering with Rittenhouse at one point. Somebody clipped me and put it on Twitter, and I was talking about how it looked like a very clear self-defense case. And the number of people who chirped me with things that were obviously not true if you'd been watching the trial including the classic of he shot black people, and it's like,
People
no,
still think that.
I was gonna say yes. People are still
It's
putting
not-
that
not
out there.
changed.
Yeah.
you know, and
it's-
like, you know, he shot everyone he shot was unarmed. I was like,
Oh
no, that is not how that trial actually went.
No, he brought the gun over the state border. No, he didn't. I mean, people steal. Yeah, but I will do with the Karen Reed case. I will go through some of the testimony from witnesses I don't believe will be in the second trial, like Trooper Paul.
Trooper Paul will probably be there.
Oh,
I think he has to.
I think the defense is going to bring him in. Because
that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: is they're doing a second expert. If the prosecution doesn't bring Trooper Paul in to be like, hey,
hey, I'm a
why
moron.
do we have a different analysis now? Then the defense can be like, so isn't it true you're the expert that they brought in for the first analysis? Well, yeah. And then they decided to cut you. Why did you get benched?
And
you
then
know,
but then you have
because
that,
then it looks like they're shopping around for analysts until they find one that says what they want.
Yeah.
And
then you have Proctor.
Ooh.
I want to actually see. I mean, I was in the middle of the YSL trial, I only saw parts of it and highlights. I want to see all of it. But Baker warned me about be careful with the guests you have on because, and probably no matter which guest I will have on, there will be controversy. So I don't know. Maybe
It's a fair call. Look, as much as I can, I'm happy to walk you through it with you, Nick. But I mean, time zones and whatever else. But
time zones are.
I never pay attention to like the drama with creators, but it's always like, Christ, people like just if you don't like somebody, just walk away. Like,
it really isn't that hard. And I mean, I have had guests on my panel shows.
It's really fucking easy.
Well, and the other thing I'll just note here is that as much as he's now mired in controversy, Rekieta called ages ago, he called the dynamic that happens, which is trial goes on and there's a ton of money around the trial. And so everybody is like, all right. And some of them are seeing more money than they've ever seen before in their lives. And then the trial ends.
Continue.
Yeah.
And the money, they're like, why am I not getting that giant check from YouTube anymore? And they don't understand it and they want it back so bad.
Yeah.
And they think, you know what I need to do? I need to go after that other person because that'll, I need to like corner the market on what's left. And instead, what you got to realize is like, sometimes these things happen and you might make a bunch of money on something or get a bunch of, when Johnny Depp ended, I was like, if I keep half of the subscribers I got after the Johnny Depp trial, I will consider myself very lucky.
Yeah.
And, people were buying cars, people were buying whatever. And I was like,
maybe hold on to that and invest.
Yeah.
I was just like, none of this is actually like, this is a flash in the pan. I put money towards my mortgage.
And I mean, I covered the YSL trial for a year and a half. And for about 14 months, it barely covered costs. Barely. And then from June to November. Okay, now I see some revenue. That's nice. At one point, that won't happen anymore. And after the sentence, everybody... Now, I know there's a good portion of you who are still here, and I love you for it. But there's also a good portion who just... gone. And that's the reality of it. If you have somewhat of a viral moment with a certain trial, when that trial ends, people will go away. That's the nature of the beast.
Well, and I mean, I had people who would post in my comment section going, I loved you during Depp, but I'm just not as interested in this. And I'm like, well, no kidding, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's going to happen. Like, maybe, yeah, this like niche case that is happening here in Canada is not as super exciting as Depp. I get it, but like, I'm just gonna keep covering stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, I only cover stuff that I actually am interested in. So I'll get people like, why are you covering this? And it's like, because I want to. And they're like, well, why aren't you covering this other case? It's like, because I think it's boring. And they're like, but you could make so much money on this. I'm like, I need to balance like the goal of one day doing the pro bono law firm and all of that versus
staying alive.
I also need to not hate myself and what I'm doing, right? And if I started covering all of this stuff that I just don't want to cover, sure, some of it I could make money on, and some of it, like, you know, I might build my subscriber base faster, but I just don't care about it.
Yeah. And I mean, for a good portion from June to November here, I worked full time and then I streamed full time. It takes a toll. It does. So I'm starting to catch up on rest and taking care of my body and everything around it. But yeah, I'm glad there's a pause between this verdict and sentence and YSL Part 2, which is scheduled to February 24th. If it happens. If it happens. But I'm content with doing updates, videos, and the occasional stream because all this time, everything else I was supposed to cover has been on a back burner. Like the Romania thing against the Tate brothers. That's still going, by the way, 2 years later. To this date.
Still going.
Yeah, still going. That was supposed to be at trial after 3 months.
That one's also an example of one of those things that it's just not as much fun to cover because the fans or the people who watch it are all insane.
Yeah.
So, like, you'll get people like, you know, you might talk about like, oh, hey, Tate made the following admissions in a video that are really going to be a problem for him if this goes to a trial. And you'll have people who are just like, you know, you know, I'm pro Tate and I hate you. Or you'll be like, well, you know, Tate had a good day in court today. And you have the other people who are like, you know, it's just like that stuff gets so tiring. So sometimes it's good to just have a case that
and every piece of paper I have to translate from Romania. I mean, and Google is not good with Romanian legal language. Let's just say that.
It's not good with any legal language.
Yeah. And then we have the Adelson case, which the matriarch is now up again. And she lost her lawyers because she wanted to use the same lawyers as her son did when he got convicted. And they forgot to ask permission from Charlie.
Damn.
Yeah, that was interesting. So all of a sudden she was out of lawyers. Judge wasn't happy, I might add. You never got him to sign the waiver? Are you telling me that now, 3 days before the trial is supposed to happen? Oh, Judge not happy.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's a pretty basic freaking.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, and that's a good judge. He just leans back. You almost believe he's not paying attention. Oh, he's paying attention. Oh, he's paying all of the attention. He's not missing a beat of anything in that courtroom. Not during the Charlie Adelson trial, or the previous trials, or in the hearings against Donna.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah?
I don't mean to jump in, but I have to hit the road here. Okay.
Aw.
So
just as Quid Pro Quo raided us.
Good seeing you again. We've got to do a stream sometime.
We do, Runkle. It's been a little while. Hayden, you're not. I was gonna say bye, Hayden. Take care. and then Nick, we'll see you, man. And I think we'll see. I'll see you next week on the stream for Jeff. But anyway, until then, guys, take care.
Fish on.
Yeah.
Thank you for being
Bye,
here.
chat.
Mm.
Drink your milk. And you said I just have to cancel out of this, right?
Yeah, you just click down the tab.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's no obvious end button on this PV Max. It just close down the tab. And hello, everybody from Squid Pro Quo. Thank you for being here. This is end of the year panel show, and I've had various guests on telling us these are the cases I followed in 2024. This is what I hope for 2025, and a lot of sidetracks. We spent a good portion of time talking about moose and kangaroos.
Moose are important.
Moose are important. You need to stay away from moose because they really, really don't care about you.
Oh, they care about you, but not in a good way.
Yeah. But we did have a Swedish king who had a tame moose he rode around on. So that's fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with that guy.
No.
Wait. Did you just say that like the king was walking around with a moose on a leash?
No, he rode.
He was riding the moose.
He was riding the
shit.
moose. Yeah. So they one of the kings we had in the 1800s.
Moose cavalry is decidedly terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah. They tried to have a moose cavalry, but they couldn't get maybe just a handful of moose they could actually train. But so it never went to an actual cavalry. But imagine the shock on the battlefield if an actual Lord of the Rings moment riding in on moose.
Someone's got to be good enough with AI to do like a massive like battle scene with all the different countries and their mascots. That'd be hilarious. You got the Swedish moose cavalry. You've got the kangaroo riders. You've got the bald eagles flying in from above. That'd be hilarious.
And then there's just one Canada goose in the middle of all of this. Like, around it is like everyone is avoiding it.
But Canada geese are assholes.
They are.
Yeah.
They're like a highly aggressive bird, and I don't know why a bird has decided it needs to be aggressive. Because, if you've ever watched like somebody just have a bird chase them down, and they're like running away from this giant angry bird.
Probably a Canada goose. But what they are good for is against murder snails. We call them murder snails over here. It's one of these pesky invasive snails that just eats everything. And they are really, really destructive. And they take away our local snails. But these if you get those on your farm, you need to take care of it immediately because they won't leave. And it's so we actually have Canada geese on some farms here in Sweden who are affected by these murder snails because they love them. Apparently, one of few bird species who actually, I can eat that.
Geese can also be trained as like guard animals.
I had heard that, yeah.
Which is also, I think, kind of entertaining. So, maybe with the sort of land I'm hoping to get, I'll have to just see if I can like get some trained geese to guard it when I'm not there.
On the border.
I hope you succeed.
And I hope
I hope you will film it. If somebody tries to intrude, I want to see it.
And then later they can become dinner because that is also a thing.
Yeah, I wish we could train sheep for that because lamb is really, really nice, but there aren't that many lamb gods or god lambs. Now, Valhalla has a goat that is enormous. Yeah, goats, they could but they're also really, really stupid.
Goats are also jerks, but
yeah. Valhalla has this. I wondered why does he have a horse with the goats? And then I went closer. Oh, that's not a horse. That's the biggest goat I've ever seen in my life. I'm used to the Swedish domesticated goats, which are, goat-sized. Not horse-sized goats. Yeah. What about that goat breeding case?
I don't think they were actual goats. They were like mountain sheep. The guy brought them in illegally to like breed and hybrid them.
That one. Yeah. Oh, then you have that. Oh, didn't you cover that girl who had a pet goat? Yeah.
The girl who had the 4-H goat, Cedar the goat. Her parents got a good payout.
What did they get in the end?
I think it was 80,000. It was like 5-6 figures somewhere in there. It was a good payout. That was from the sheriffs, because the sheriffs went and they got a warrant to get the goat from one property. They didn't find the goat there, and then they're like, "Well, F it, we're going to this other property," and it's like, you have no warrant. You are now you're just playing cowboy kidnap like goat nappers, and the law when you actually do seize property says that you have to preserve that property because it's pending a legal dispute. So they should have had to take custody of that goat and kept the goat pending the court case, because the girl was going to win that case because she's a minor. She can back away from the contract. And instead, they just delivered the goat to the fair, and the fair killed the goat. And so, it's like, whoops. Not only did you not have a warrant, but you also didn't follow the rules for what you do when you seize something lawfully. So you just violated people's rights and stole a goat. That's all you did. And so, they ended up having to pay a whole lot of money, and they still have the suit ongoing against the fairgrounds. And I'm like, give them hell, little girl.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I would cover that trial. I would love to see their party.
I don't think it's going to be a trial.
No, of course not. Of course not.
It's just going to be how much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for once, one of these cases where they try to argue in front of a jury, we killed that little girl's goat and we did it righteously. Yeah. The fines will not end in thousands.
The problem with that one is that they were really up their own butts on that one. And it's really easy to fall into that trap where you just can't see outside of your frame, because they're like, we need to, kids need to learn the value of they need to be able to learn the hard lessons, and they need to, and what if every kid backs out of the 4-H, eventual goat sales thing? We gotta nip this in the bud. And it's like, well, you have to follow the law. And when the law is not on your side.
Yeah. And this stealing from children is often very frowned upon by juries.
Especially when it's like, we took this kid's cute pet. Come on, guys. This is not gonna go well. You should see this. It's
we're in the right because we're going to teach her a lesson about responsibility and contracts. Yeah, no.
Yeah, and unfortunately, someone's going to learn a lesson about responsibility and contract.
Yeah, contract with minors, no. Generally, not enforceable. Very, 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 very few times.
There are some exceptions or at least where I am, the exceptions are things like provision of necessities. And the reason for that is because if you've got somebody who's a 15-year-old who's on their own and they need to rent a place, we're going to say, okay, that's a valid contract so that somebody might actually rent to them. But you can't... like a lot of contracts, minors can just back out of just because they don't want it anymore. And often, like, and this varies by jurisdiction, but often the criteria can literally be, I ain't feeling it.
Yeah.
And so, yep, that's a problem.
Yeah. Now, before we continue, thank you to Tammy for gifting 5 memberships. And thank you to Tammy again for gifting 5 more. Thank you. That's 10 more members today. And everybody who received one, everybody say thank you to Tammy. Thank you, Tammy. And now you all also have access to all my members-only content and members-only perks. I have a few emojis.
And his OnlyFans?
No, just in case, I have a few emojis that are only for members. These are the ones. It is a few Vikings, and then it's Boomer, Mr. Jingles, and then we have the bowling ball. Why do you have a bowling ball? Well, me and Dave covered the what's the face again? Jodi Arias trial, who had the very, very unfortunate nickname of the 3-hole wonder.
Wait. Please tell me that's not for the reason I think it's not for the reason.
Oh, it is for the reason.
Oh God.
Yeah. So her victim, her boyfriend or former boyfriend, affectionately called her his 3-hole wonder.
Wow. I can see why there might have been trouble in that relationship.
Yeah. I mean, me and Dave covered all of it. And that is such a weird trial where almost every attorney involved lost their license.
Wow. See, Mrs. Runkle is asleep right now, or else I'd be like, let's go see what happens if I try her. And what I would have done is just like, turned the camera off and left the audio running, and then just played a gunshot noise into the feed.
Now, the prosecutor, Mr. Menendez, a few years later, he volunteered his bar license after it came forward that he used some of his employees as his personal toys.
Wonders?
Yeah. Jodi Arias' main attorney, Kirk Hamey, Kirk at least, he's now, by the way, he's often on Law and Crime. He's one of the lawyers there. He wrote a tell-all book about Jodi Arias, in which he revealed some interesting attorney-client privilege information.
Ooh.
And now, alleged, because I looked into the lawsuit she took against him, and it went up until a certain point, and then it disappeared. But I also know that nowadays Jodi Arias is a millionaire. So
to be fair, millionaire doesn't mean what it used to mean.
No,
because
especially
if you own a house in most cities, you are a millionaire.
Yeah, and if you are in prison for the rest of your life, millionaire, doesn't have the same ring as well.
I mean, it is actually really nice to have money if you're in prison.
Yeah,
because
it buys protection. It gets
it
you
buys
commissary.
a whole lot of other things too.
Yeah, and apparently it buys her girlfriends.
I was gonna say it buys you a whole lot of whatever it is you need.
Yeah.
You can buy a lot of things with like some prison noodles and commissary packets.
I was going to say I don't recall seeing that on the commissary menu, but fair enough.
Yeah, and
it's the secondary menu of what you trade the commissary stuff for.
And Jodi also sells artwork from prison, and I actually have one piece of it here somewhere. One of my viewers bought me one of Jodi Arias' artwork. She has an entire website with her art.
I'm surprised she's allowed to run a business from prison, but
Yeah, well, she doesn't. When she was sentenced, this was, it was 2012, 2013. She was ordered to pay restitution in the amount of, I believe, $30,000. So that was paid quite soon, and the rest of the money she makes from Kirk's book and her artwork is hers.
Right.
She doesn't paint about the crime. She just paints. Oh, thank you to Deanne who gifted 5 memberships.
I mean, some of her artwork isn't bad.
No, I mean it's actually
some
quite
of it
good.
is not good. I'm just seeing
I'm
one thing
curious.
that I'm like, I would buy that. That said, I'm not sending $1,600 to Jodi Arias, but I'm like, I would actually put that up on my wall if it wasn't like
She
giving it to
she
evil.
has prints as well. I got one of her prints. So she has prints as well, which is
I
like
don't know
50,
if she's
60
got a
bucks or
print of
something.
this.
Well, you two talk amongst yourselves, and I'll try to find that artwork.
Oh, we're gonna see what he's got there.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I mean, the like grayscale puppy is not bad, but like I don't know how I'd feel about having something like this actually hanging on my wall.
I kind of like the bird lady one,
Yeah,
but it's $1,600, and I'm like, no.
that is fair.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not opposed in principle to prison artwork. I just really don't want to pay her for that. So,
yeah, that's fair.
But I do actually kind of like the art.
It'd be terrifying if, say, for example, Taylor Your Business started doing artwork, because you can imagine what it'll look like, and I'm not paying for that.
It wasn't where I left it. Well, it's somewhere. It's somewhere.
Did somebody steal your Jodi Arias?
I hope not, or I just left it somewhere safe, where I can't find it anymore.
That's always the way.
Yeah. Now, I did do something while I was away. I got myself an Australian gin and tonic.
Oh?
Yeah,
It's just straight gin?
It's a beer.
Oh. I thought it was just going to be straight gin, and I was like...
No, it's Simpson in Australia. Marge tried to order coffee. Coffee. Beer. Oh,
it's nice to know that the Aussie alcohol's making its way around the world, because some of the stuff's really good.
Most of what's available here is
horrible.
It's just Foster's, which is Australian for why the hell are you drinking this?
Ceddy!
So.
Have you everything worked out? Can you hear us? And now we
can't hear him.
We can't hear you. Can you hear us? No. He was here 3 hours ago and had issues as well. And I'll try to message him at...
Well, we've got a great view of his arm.
Yep. Ceddy is my size, but he has more weight on his upper body. All right. Let's have him in the background until he figures things out.
Calling
Ceddy. He has been trying to get on for 3 hours. Oh, I think he's listening to the stream. We can't hear you, and it's frozen. Okay, I will go back to StreamYard. I will pay the extra. I will. I think I will have to pay the extra until EVMux actually does something to remove
this is clown shoes.
Yeah, but I think I'm having a lot of fun because you can always have ta-da, and you can edit while you stream, which is
yeah, you
fun.
can do that on StreamYard too.
But not in this specific. Yeah, it's just
I guess
I don't like
little...
overpaying for stuff, so I'm trying out these other platforms. But EVMux isn't there yet. It simply isn't there yet.
So yeah, you're the guy who's like, well, I'm just gonna drink the off-label scotch.
Can you hear us, Ceddy?
I can hear you guys.
Oh, we can hear you, and we can see you. Yeah. You figured it out.
It's a Hanukkah miracle.
Folks, it's Ceddy Nash who is trying to get things...
to you all. Yes, man, to you all.
Yeah.
What in the world?
You've been trying to get on for 4 hours.
I mean, that's the same thing as some of the women that I got to date. I had to hit on them for 4 hours. So
yeah, but this EVMux, it's not working. I'm going back to StreamYard. It's pricey, but at least it works, and everybody knows.
I just reset the what the heck is it called? The permissions? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So yeah.
So when I froze, I was just like, let me reset the permissions and then see how that goes.
All right. With the new guest, you have been covering a lot with the YSL lately, especially the things surrounding the YSL. Like, somebody is going into jail calls. And Ian is gone. And he's back.
Great system you got here.
I'm blaming Jeff. No,
what did you do to piss him off beyond the grave? You'll be visited by the 3 ghosts of Christmas, and they will cause you to use a crappy streaming service.
Yeah, me and Joe joked about me having a pre-wake, and I think that pissed him off.
He's like, damn it, it's my time. Someone put together a few of the images of that battle that we were talking about with all the animals.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the Australian-Norwegian animal wars. Yeah, with bald eagles.
Don't do that.
I just found out that America finally, or Joe Biden finally acknowledged the bald eagle as the American animal. And I was just like, bro, I could have sworn that's been a thing since I was a kid.
Yeah, apparently it's been it, but it's never been official. Apparently. I had no idea, because you see the bald eagle everywhere in the United States.
Exactly.
You see it on underwear, on flags, I mean, on booze, everywhere. You see
on underwear?
I've never seen it on underwear.
Explain that one.
I have not been investigating a whole lot of people's underwear to check that out.
I've been a lot on Temu.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going places in Texas we never visit.
And you take Temu as the sign of America. Like the famously made in America company, Temu.
How much stuff in America is actually made in America?
I mean, nothing, but...
Yeah. In a minute, it won't even be the movie, too.
Yeah. Okay, Ceddy, everybody has talked about 2024. How was 2024 for you?
Majorly successful, and then very difficult. I managed to create bonds with people from across the pond, across the world. Ah, you get to find out people who care that you didn't know.
Mm.
So that part really is inspiring to keep going in times that your energy is not there. I think I played a fraction of helping out as far as the whole entire case go, not just in the YSL one, but in the YW Melly one, and in the Young Dog one as well. I think I've gotten better personally at articulating myself to the masses, whether you have an extensive vocabulary or you didn't graduate the first grade.
Yeah.
There are those who exist. I
Yeah.
lost a brother.
Oh.
Yeah. I lost a brother that looked the most like me in every way. So there's that. But within that, the amount of support that kind of like showed responsibility in this moment, it made me reevaluate things. I'm very religious. I don't display it as much because apparently my religion and my background and my great grandparents and stuff like that, you can't. I did a little experiment where it was Happy Hanukkah one thing, and that was like 400 views, and then Merry Christmas was like 1,000. I was just like, oh, okay, well, there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, I'm very. People don't know this, but like I have a very good rabbi, and there was times that I had to lean into it because I used to be a very, very violent person, and I got the very best criticism about me is that I've never been any of these things that I grew up around. And I was just like, that's a compliment.
Yeah.
To be a reckless malcontent who has a propensity for violence since a youth. Yeah, and I think what has taught me the most is there's power in patience, prayer, and people.
Yeah. I can agree with most of that.
Yeah.
So sometimes we don't acknowledge the people who actually shows up.
Right.
I mean, you a while ago you passed 200,000 subscribers. Congratulations on that, and you're
Thank you.
quite fastly headed towards 250,000. That's amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate that highly. I hope I'm able to help others achieve that as well because I don't like I'm see heap praise and stuff like that. I don't really handle it well.
Well, we just work and
Yeah.
things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Who is it? William Rofe? Is that who it was? You don't work, you don't eat kind of thing? Is that who it was? Is it John?
I don't know. I'm not American. It's not one of though. We have a saying over here within the union work that says, "Do the work, then claim the rights," not the other way around. So yeah, but it all starts with do the work, and and you successfully. I mean, as you said, the YNW Melly. I will cover that when it happens because Jeff, the common friend and content creator, he covered the first trial and he was supposed to cover the second trial. A lot of the people in the so-called Vice squad surrounding him, or in his premise. I mean, Megan Fox took up this other trial he's doing, so people are picking up where he no longer can, because he passed away a couple of weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
And I must say I only know the highlights of the YNW Melly case, which is because we affectionately joked about his female attorney being a WWE wrestler, and then she had the notebook, which said, Aussie, help me here. What did it say?
Evil plans and stuff.
Yeah, she had a notebook
Wait,
trial
wait.
that said evil plans and
He who
stuff.
plans this stuff?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, of all the not well thought out.
Yeah.
The closing was so terrible too. Oh my gosh, that I would have punched my lawyer in the face. That closing was so horrific. Even the witness they had.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I just found the clip. Oh, hold on while I show it. Dun, dun, dun. From TikTok. Dun, dun, dun. Add to scene.
And after this, I gotta run, I'm afraid.
If he did, it's contained, I don't recall.
Yeah, not.
Yeah, that's not smart.
Yeah, that really doesn't help.
Makes a hell of a flashcard.
Yeah, and a reminder, the jury is opposite of them. That was in full display of the jury. Folks, no matter how good you are as a lawyer, choose your
stationery wisely.
Yeah, choose your stationery wisely. It is a very fun book to have, not in court.
Sends a hell of a message.
You'd have to actively shop for that, because if you just grabbed a random planner, like a random notebook off the wall, it's just going to be something, generic.
Yeah, the red and black one.
Yeah,
it'll
that's
be just
something that's been picked up from a stationery store specifically, and she probably thought it was a good laugh at the time. And then when you, just
A double murder is never a time to be funny.
It had me wondering if she did it deliberately to try and make it seem so like outlandish and ridiculous that this trial was even happening. But I don't think she was planning that far ahead. I'm giving her way too much credit.
I don't think she thought
you
about it.
might be right on the head though.
I bet she just thought it was funny when she bought it, and never really thought about what it would look like in an actual trial.
Yeah, and having it there, nobody would have known. But then she used it as a cover.
I hope somebody just said, "Hey, just as like a polite between you and me, I have a couple of questions. The first question is what, and the second question is the F."
Yeah. So yeah, it was really. But I have to do one of these things because I just saw it. FMM 2.0, $100 super chat to help offset the StreamYard fees. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. So thank you guys for whining about my new setup. Yeah.
It seems good. The clarity is amazing.
Yeah, the standard is 1080.
Yeah.
So the standard on this stream is 1080 if you have the camera for it. But if you don't have the camera for it, then you probably will flicker a bit. So yeah, there's so much good with this, but also kind of annoying things. So yeah, it has great promise. Maybe next year. But I do believe that I have to go back to StreamYard until they actually fix this. But I do believe, because it's $25 a month for the setup I have on EVMux. that I might
Mux.
EV Mux, and I might try. I might still do that in hope they will fix the problems in the future.
I mean,
That
Because
sounded very attractive.
Yeah, StreamYard is the standard. That's just the way it is. It's
EV
like
Mux has done a great job of convincing me of the merits of EV Mux, which is that there aren't any, and I won't be buying it.
no, but it has promise at least. But it's like World of Warcraft, and it's at its height. Everybody tried to make a World of Warcraft copy, and nobody succeeded because it was the standard, the World of Warcraft.
Do people still play that?
Yeah,
sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. It doesn't have the same appeal anymore. But back in, I was an off tank at the opening on my server for Dark Portal. So back in the day, I played a lot.
So Nick, there was a thing that Empress Fox said about like 25 years or something like that, as far as Demonte Kendricks goes. From my understanding, he's facing 6 years in Georgia state prison for the violation of probation. They're gonna basically redo it essentially and try to screw him over that way.
Yeah, that is probably the way they are going to go, because sadly, the probation officer will never going to enforce the probation violation, because it's more or less automatic. If you go to jail, you can't report to your probation officer, then they put out a warrant, even though you know you're in jail. And that warrant has been up for 2.5 years. And then they got a judge to sign it before the probation officer could retract it. And prosecution, moving it forward, trumps anything the probation officer wants to do.
Of course.
So it's pure revenge. Pure revenge from the prosecution.
At
Because
least where I am, they just execute the warrant in prison. Like, and the way they do that is they just walk in and they're like, "Hey, there's a warrant out for you. Here you go." And the guy's like, "Okay, what does that mean?" It's like, "Well, you're gonna be brought in for a bail hearing from jail."
I'm gonna do a longer video on Christian Eppinger. Yeah, he's fried.
Oh,
I had a theory. I had a huge theory, but the more I researched it, yeah, he's screwed.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he better hope that somebody does something that can get something reduced or something, because they gave him a life sentence with an additional 46 years. So,
I always love how the U.S. does that.
I thought it was possible, just to kind of spoiler alert the video that's going to post tomorrow. I thought it was very possible that the other officer shot him, but no, you clear as day see him shoot the officer.
Yeah. That the only defense they have is that unmarked car, and he didn't present himself as a cop when he told him to get down on the ground. That's the only defense they have.
Well,
So
there
he
was a
just meant to
conversation.
shoot some rando.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, but he's the. Let's just say he's fucked. That's just the way
we
it
can
is.
say that.
Yeah,
we pretty much can say that.
Yeah, if you shoot a cop in the face, you're fucked. No matter the
Well, except for in Indiana.
Well,
in Indiana,
I don't think
you're
there's
good.
really any part of a cop you should shoot.
Yeah. But this 5'4" cop didn't wait for reinforcement, who was on the way to apprehend this guy who had an outstanding warrant. No, he decided to jump this 6'3" black man, telling him to get down on the ground. Generally, that's a bad idea. Even if you're a cop.
Any man, it ain't got to be black.
Yeah, any man. And I don't say this cop deserved it, but he's a moron.
Yeah, I think the world would agree with that synopsis. The worst part about it was the commands that he was giving before it even happened.
Yeah.
He called him boy, told him get on the ground and all this stuff and everything.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
not good.
the video
There's
it's bad.
Sometimes you watch these police interactions and it looks like the cop wants a fight. You know, and when they roll up and they start dropping things like boy, it's like, do you want to fight? And if so, maybe think about that. Because you should, and I've seen this in way too many police interactions where they go up and they're like, you know, they're just really trying to rev somebody up. And I mean, eventually, just playing the numbers, that'll go badly at some point. But it's, you know, and that's not to say that it's okay to shoot the officer, because of course that's obviously not. But it's like, maybe we should teach de-escalation as well as, you know, the other things, because the
Teach
most
or
important
enforce.
skill. Yeah.
Teach or enforce, because I could have sworn all cops should know to de-escalate a situation damn near immediately just because of atmosphere. That would probably be the biggest thing. But add it with, you just don't know what the heck you're dealing with. Like wherever I can carry, I'm gonna carry. And if you jump out your car and you hop out and you start grabbing me, I'm gonna shoot you. And I'm not just going for the face, I'm going for the head a couple of times.
Yeah, whatever target you can hit, you hit.
Right.
It's like this nonsense with the no-knock raids. If somebody's barging through my door and I'm at a place where I'm allowed to have a gun, I'm opening fire.
I had a case here that was not you know, gunfire because it's Canada, but this guy was walking out of a bar where he'd just been in a confrontation with 3 other guys, and he's walking out, and this cop decides to run up behind him and decides this guy needs to be arrested, and just runs up behind him and grabs him from behind. And so the guy flips the cop over and like gives him a couple of shots before he's like, wait a minute, this is a uniform. And so he gets charged with assault peace officer. And you know, at trial it was like, well, so you didn't announce that you were police? No, I wanted to, you know, I wanted to get hold of this guy first because I thought he might be dangerous. It's like, so you just came up behind a guy who'd just been leaving a fight and you decided to grab him from behind with no warning? Like, what's he supposed to assume? He assumes those guys are chasing after him, they're grabbing him, and he's back in a fight. So yeah, the Crown midway through trial was like, I don't think we have a case here. Like, we're done. So, but I mean, what happens if the guy's got a knife? You know, he feels somebody grabbing behind him and he goes, you know.
Yeah, and that guy believes he is in an active self-defense situation.
Yep.
Right. Very true. Very true.
And I mean, I've watched good policing with, you know, in Canada where, you know, there's a guy who's sitting there and the officer is talking to him and just is like, hey man, you know, let's chill. I saw one where they literally, the guy taps his partner and sends him into a liquor store to come out with a 6-pack of beer because there's a homeless guy who's waving a knife around. He's like, hey man, how about you drop the knife and we'll have a beer together. And the guy's like, okay. So he, you know, drops the knife and the cop goes and hands him a beer. And he sits there and he's like, hey, you know, I got to take your knife. And he picks up the knife and he's like, and, you know, I got to take you in for the night. I'm sorry, but, you know, it's got to be done. So finish your beer. And the guy finishes his beer and then gets arrested. And I was like, good on that cop. He could have like sat there and shouted at him and pointed his gun. And instead he's like, let's just chill out. You know, let's all relax.
Yeah, I mean, even over here, we have a number of examples because generally you're not supposed to open fire here in Sweden. You're trained to de-escalate. And also, more or less the same examples. Some knife-wielding maniac or the big brawls that sometimes happens in the rural parts of Sweden because one little town doesn't like the people from the other little town. Once in a while they meet somewhere and fight. And some of the time, all it needs is a couple of cops going up there and say, hey, aren't you done now? Yeah, we're done now. But also, we have the cops who sees a special needs kid with a toy gun and decides that's an active threat and open fire.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had that scenario in America way too often. You could pull up a video of a caretaker of an autistic kid who's literally playing with a car, and the guy is laying on the ground with his hands up, saying, "Don't shoot! I'm the caretaker." The cops shoot anyways, and then dude literally, "You shot me. Why did you shoot me?"
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
and that's one of the things about our police that needs to overhaul is we don't need to send cops to every freaking scenario. And the blowback from that is always some stupid idiot who says, "Well, you're going to need it if the person is like 6'2" and 300 pounds." And I'm just thinking to myself, who the hell do you think is taking care of these people literally in these asylums? Do you not think that there's like
Yeah.
just this insanity? Just
Yeah, I mean, am I supposed to be scared walking down being shot by a cop just because I'm a large dude? If I have, if I'm out with a walk with one of my clients, am I? Why? No. Oh, you look scary. I fucking know. I'm not always the cheerful motherfucker you see on screen. Sometimes I walk around with my resting serial killer face.
Which the rest of us just call your face.
Yeah, I know.
Which,
I
to
wasn't gonna be
fair,
that guy.
you're supposed to peel it off and leave it on the hook by the door when you leave. So
It puts the lotion on his skin.
Yeah, fun fact, that's not actually his beard.
Oh,
Runkle, quick question, real quick, on a Canadian kind of thing. Just musically, there's this guy I listen to named Stan Rogers. Is he still popular? Like as far as people go?
Not super popular, but you know, it's not a name I don't know. So, but it's not like, I mean, he's not really. Most of what we listen to in Canada is the same stuff you listen to in the States, with a little bit that they also had. They've got a rule. It's called CanCon, which is like Canadian content. So
Mhm.
the radio stations are required to play a certain percentage of Canadian music. And so what that means is that whatever Canadian band is sort of semi-popular-ish right now gets played like every 4 songs. So think about when Nickelback was big and just how much the radio sucked. And you'll get an idea of how that goes. But
I like
yeah,
Nickelback.
I am sorry.
Man, listen, it's because of Spider-Man. That's exactly what it is. It's that damn hero song.
But yeah, so I mean, mostly what people listen to is kind of the same stuff as in the States, for the most part.
yeah, same over here on this side of the pond. Most of the music and the movies are American, even though the Swedish government says out of all the movies in theaters, at least half of them have to be Swedish produced. So taxpayers'
is that ever
money.
gonna happen?
Taxpayers' money funds crap movies.
That
Because,
makes
hey, we get paid anyway. We might as well put out crap movies.
So there'll be something in the theater that is just like the story of Sir Stroming, and
Yeah.
nobody's watching it, but it's there just to be Swedish. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Hello, beautiful.
We have some absolutely horrible, and most of them are 15 minutes of silence with 2 people at a table eating breakfast with gloomy music.
I mean, that fits with what I imagined for Swedish culture.
Well, they're not wrong, but we do like to see something we ourselves doesn't do. If I want to see that, I'll put up a mirror with the dinner table. Eating breakfast alone. I mean, oh, yeah, we watch a lot of Disney, especially at Christmas. At 3 p.m. every Christmas, we watch Disney. We have done that since 1959. Well, we have good music. We do have good music.
You say you watch Disney?
Yeah, every Christmas, 3 p.m. Collage of Disney movies for an hour since 1959.
I wanted to disown my child for one of my kids for some of their Disney movies, and I just was like, you can't be my kid.
No, but we watched the really old stuff. Well, some parts of the really old stuff is cut out nowadays.
Are you going to be hipster about the Disney stuff?
No, Disney decides what's happening that hour. Now, they did have the Santa's Workshop, which is a cartoon from like 1920s, and they had to cut out parts of it because it's
1920s.
1920s, yeah. And there was an uproar in Sweden about it because how is that racist? And other people went, take another look at it. It's really not good.
That's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
It's Disney's very interesting.
Disney back in the day, no, not good for modern days. But thank you to Jim Cox for gifting 10 memberships.
I will give Disney some credit for some of their old collections, which are just like, yeah, we are including this because it is accurate. We no longer believe in this stuff, but we also don't believe that we should necessarily pretend it never happened. So here is here is some really awful stuff mixed in with
It's
Bambi.
a regular version of the Jungle Book. I remember that one for sure.
Oh, the Jungle Book and Prosecutor Love started her opening statement with a quote from the Jungle Book, and I almost fell over.
Speaking of which, she's not going to be prosecuting the new YSL batch of people, which is hilarious because you for sure have a slam dunk on one of the guys.
Yeah.
The others, I don't know. I got to go back and really look. But
well, they might get convicted by proxy because offenders. Yeah. So I do believe when everything is said and done in February, there will be just one person on trial.
Think so? It's going to be one person.
Maybe two for the RICO aspect, but Effinger definitely. But I don't know which of the others have enough serious things on them that can't be played out.
And I got to step out, but great meeting you. And we'll have to chat sometime soon because And Nick, have a good one, and we'll see you soon.
See you soon. Have a good one.
Well, if you go back to what Whitaker said, that essentially was like last time for pleas. They said that before with another judge, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's not last time for pleas. It's last time she will accept a negotiated plea. The next plea, they can make suggestions to her, but she will ultimately find a thing. So they more or less have to do a young thug thing and throw themselves at the mercy of the court. Which, incidentally, might be a good idea. Because she was better in some ways than the negotiated plea deals.
Well, I believe she's not going to be the judge on this either.
Really?
I could have sworn she said it's going to be another judge. A whole new, well, I won't say a whole new prosecution team, but it'll be a Bate-led, and I believe it'll be a different judge overseeing it. Hopefully not, because I believe she's fair.
Yeah, and technically, it's the same indictment. So I don't know. But who knows? Who knows? I hope she will stay, because in comparison, she seems to be one of the good ones. Now, I've been watching trials from other states, and who are not as afraid to actually rule on the prosecutorial misconduct things. Now, she did exclude Dennis. That was probably one of the most shocking things for the prosecution, when she excluded Detective Dennis from testifying.
Yeah, because they just kept doing it. Like you eventually got to stand for something.
Yeah.
Because I believe he would have caused a mistrial for sure. I think the way in which he was headed, even the first time I had called it out and said, yeah, he's going to cause a mistrial.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, I don't know, it manifested itself that day because none of these guys are experts. If you're not leaving out of your state and going to the place where all of this stuff started, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I'm just really happy it's they got a new judge.
Yeah.
And everything. Emil is here. Nick needs less subs. Danny sub here. Yeah, me and Donnie on Direct have a tiny competition regarding the amount of subs. We are roughly 60-70 subs apart, and I'm ahead.
There you go.
And
Everything starts.
And I keep reminding her. And
keep getting timed out in her chat.
Because I can't help myself. And she times me out. Nah, it's all fun and games.
Nick, I got to bounce. Unfortunately, I got to take the little one to the park and various other things because it's still like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Family first.
Exactly. So, but yeah, I will absolutely talk to you later. Thanks very much, guys. For anyone that is around in like 7 or 8 hours, Stingy's convinced me to do an open mic night, so I'll be sending out links to people. And
in 7 or 8 hours. Oh, great.
Have some sleep. All right. Cheers, peeps.
Cheers. See ya.
All right, man.
Yeah, there's happened a lot in the YSL case in the midst of everything. And especially when it comes to Jack Gotti. And I mean, that poor guy is getting so railroaded right now. I'm having a hard. I mean, I've tried to make bad jokes on my streams. I can't with the Jack Gotti thing. It's just so evil from the prosecution what they're doing to him. With keeping it. For those who don't know, folks, Jack Gotti or Mr. Kendricks got acquitted on all counts in the YSL trial. The only one.
Right.
And he's still in jail because of this warrant. Not even bond out. And it's... Yeah.
Well, there's this thing too that I believe there's 2 theories that I have in regards to it. One, they want to ban him from Atlanta, basically redo his probation and keep him on papers even further. And then the second one is the longer he stays in there, actually the better.
Yeah, I heard you say that in one of your videos, and I actually agree. Agree. Now there are dangers in jail, but the longer he's there, the better for a commuted sentence.
Right. So that was my whole thing when articulating myself to his group of people over there, was that you have to look at this as far as a positive as you can. One, he's going to have a release date. You know, the biggest hurdle that you had was a life sentence. So, it's dark right now, but there's a bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
So you have that added with If he gets 6 years, you're gonna get about 60% of the time. Some argue and say 65% of the time. But regardless of anything, he'll be out by no later than next December.
Mm.
So you have that part that exists, and it's still going to backfire on him.
Yeah, that's the sad part. Even the positive things are bad for him. Because even with this, well, okay, 60% commuted sentence if the judge is in a good mood. But then again, he has these new charges. If he pleads out on them as well, all of a sudden he has a 15-year probation period. Another one.
Yeah.
But the positive here is how Whitaker spoke about this incident. She saw it. She didn't bring it in for obvious reasons, because she really didn't want to have the trial longer. But also how she, if I remember correctly, she said it looked like a self-defense situation. Then on the bond hearing, the prosecution says he was the active one who kept this man a prisoner for, what was it, 10 hours?
No. Shoot, more like 14 or 11. But we'll just say 10 to be safe.
Yeah, and for me, how can it be so different? Because if she saw the surveillance video and said this looks like a self-defense case, and all of a sudden you have a prosecutor here saying, oh, he was the active one doing this for 10 hours. And how did this change that fast?
Well, added to that, he had his property stolen.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's right. I'm definitely, I don't think anybody's condoning that, but the fact that he was able to pop a freaking lock on a jail cell and then go into another jail cell and basically have a night play date, like that's, what does that say about the conditions?
Yeah. That it's so easy. We went through this in the early stage of this stream. It's way too easy because they either hack themselves through concrete walls because the concrete is more or less dry sponge, or they just simply open the doors. And again, I don't trust the prosecution for obvious reasons, because we listened to the prosecution for 2 years. I don't trust they are actually telling the truth about what actually happened in that situation. But Judge Whitaker saw at least one video that she described as self-defense. So where did all the other stuff come from? Is it testimony? Do they have a snitch? I mean, it's hard to say.
I don't think it's testimony or a snitch, and if it's testimony, it's testimony from a cop. There's no way. It's just no way. When two previous judges and one in particular said, "Okay, there's battery, there's no assault." That's that gets the antennas going up. So we find you guilty of battery, but not of assault, and then not prison riot added. So they added the prison riot charge because it's so minimal to add to your charges. All I had to do is, if we got into a physical fight in jail, we can be charged with a riot.
That's like we are adding the gang charge to your robbery.
Yeah,
because it adds on. All of a sudden, the 3 to 4 years becomes 7 to 8 years, and all that because here's a plea deal. You're too dangerous to get bond, but here's some probation. And
he doesn't have a plea deal. He beat the charge, but he has a previous probation.
Yeah.
But that's just pound of flesh. That's all that is freaking pound of flesh. There's no other reason for that, because if we're being fair, shoot, you had attempted murder charges
Yeah.
on what is it, Jaden Myrick? He had a
Mm.
freaking attempted murder charge, and he was like the fourth one out on a plea deal.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's all this culture of overcharging. Throw everything and then plead out on the thing that they might actually prove. Just to get an easy way out. And hope they will screw up again or make them testify against someone else. And it's a vicious circle in Fulton County of people constantly being on probation.
Yeah, there's an interview that Shell Kell did, and it was indicative of when I got in trouble as an adolescent. Like they put me in lockdown unit, the first time ever getting locked up, and that was what happened. And I just pled to some BS just so I can get the hell out of there.
Yeah. And we don't have those kind of plea deals here in our system. All of them are tried, or some of them are tried on the original offense and some on lesser offense. Often you get in, for instance, say there's a case, well, always have one of those cases with gangs who take out somebody in a competing gang. Now, you have the person who will be charged for murder one, and then you have the assisting charges for the rest of them, as in concealing, help to conceal a criminal. That's a charge here. That is when you actively help a person trying to get away. So that's a charge here. But you don't have this felony thing over here, as in, you all helped him. You're all going down for murder. We don't have that over here. So in that way, we don't need the plea deals because we have these stages of who is the most guilty and who is not as guilty. And also we have that if two people blame each other, then we can convict both of them for the same crime.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Because we had a famous case about 30 years, well, not famous, well, famous over here, where two brothers blamed each other for the same murder. And then in the Swedish legislation, you couldn't convict either if you couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that one committed it, because they blamed each other and they were the witnesses on each other. But then the government said, well, if both can be proven guilty of the same crime by the same facts, then you can convict both of them. But only if you can use the exact same facts. As in, they were both there, they were both armed, they had both gun residue, they had both this and that. Then both will be convicted of murder. So
That's pretty insane.
Mm.
That's pretty insane.
Mm. Yeah, but we had to, because that blaming each other became a thing. The gangs sent two people who then blamed each other, and then they couldn't convict either. So it wasn't. Yeah, it was a patchwork.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and now we have an issue with the people sending minors, because under the age of 15, you are not within the criminal aspect of law. You're in the what do you call it, social worker kind of thing. So they send in 12-year-old hitmen.
Yeah, that's a thing in America because we're one of the only countries, us and I want to say either Liberia or Somalia, but I want to say it's Liberia. We're the only two countries where if an 11-year-old gets charged, they can be charged as an adult with murder depending on, and that doesn't exist anywhere. And in California in particular, we call it crashing out. Not me, I've never done this, but there were people who were crashing out young kids to commit all type of atrocities because they'll basically get a release date. And you see it with a rapper named Pop Smoke, where this guy who essentially is fingered as the trigger man, and I can tell just through his interviews he didn't do it, but they essentially put the blame and the onus on him as far as being a trigger man and all of this stuff and everything. And so he's already served his 4 years for a murder, and he's right back out on the streets.
Yeah. We don't have that, but we do have over here what is called as honor killings, where in some cultures that fled their original country and kept their culture of a woman has to be a virgin and everything, you can't date outside of your ethnicity, and if the family believes you're doing something bad, that girl gets killed, and then the family pushes forward the youngest person to take the blame. So we have special laws for that as well. Regarding those events, where that kid and the rest of the kids of the family will be placed into a foster system. And then if the parents are proven to have, instigated it,
Okay.
they can be the equivalent of manslaughter. And
that makes sense, though. The school shooter over there north of Atlanta, the dad essentially bullied him a little bit and bought the AR-15.
Yeah, but I believe there it was, he just left the gun open and the kid took... No, he bought the kid a gun.
No, he bought the kid, yeah. He bought the freaking kid a gun. Yeah, no, and I listen, I've taken all my kids to the gun range because I deal with it in a very interesting way, that if my kids do it, then all of a sudden it looks bad. But if a certain other group does it, then it's perfectly fine. But I always want my kids to know, one, how to break down a firearm just in case some BS happens, because it's happened to one of my children. So my daughters know how to break down a firearm, make it inoperable, but also I have some beautiful children, and we can't be there all the time. So it's that, but it's also knowing, like, hey, one, get the hell away, argue with nobody. If they happen to have such a testosterone boost to want to dominate you and stuff like that, just go. Just leave. It's all right.
Yeah.
They can say whatever they want, but they can't do anything to you if you're not there.
Yeah. Human pride has taken a lot of lives, because somehow people think, I will just argue back and that person will know I'm right. No, right. No, that won't. Now, we over here are not allowed to use guns in self-defense. We don't have that at all. We can only have guns as sport or hunting. And once it is in the gun safe, you have to have the gun, ammo, and the pin separate. So we can't, if somebody breaks through my door, I can't say, hey, can you wait a couple of minutes while I assemble? No. So I have other things like iron bars, and I live on a farm. I have farm tools handy. But no, we can't use guns as self-defense.
Yeah, nah, I literally just bought a shotgun for self-defense.
If I could, I would. I promise you, if I could, I would. A small one-hand shotgun, because my aim isn't that good, so I need the spread and the intimidation.
Well, that added with when your adrenaline is pumping that high, you have to have something that can help you, because a lot of people don't understand, when your life feels like you're in danger, you're not gonna sit here with a steady hand and handle the situations and stuff like that. It doesn't exist. I try to make sure that I do a couple of push-ups before I start heading to the range. Like we call them burpees. I don't know. Are you familiar with a burpee is?
No.
Okay. You stand, then you crouch, then you shoot out with your arms, do a push up, and then force yourself back into the crouch position, stand up.
That one, yeah.
Yeah. Very big in prison.
Well, they don't really have the room for much more. And now, first, thank you, Danielle. In 2017, Georgia had a probation rate that was almost 4 times the national average. Offenders in Georgia spent more than twice as long on probation as the rest of the country, sometimes for as long as 20 years or life on probation.
That is insane. To get a life sentence on probation?
Yeah. Well, Monktonk had 30 years probation, didn't he? Or was it even longer? Yeah. Now, Judge Whittaker only took 5 years off that probation for him to spend in jail, but he still had the rest of it. Or if it was 23 years, or if it was 30 years, or something of the sort. I mean, 30 years probation? I mean, that's stupid.
There was this thing, and I had to look it up again, where it says you're able to go up for early probation termination after 5 years. So I had to search that one up. That was something that popped up. But
but that was what Young Thug got 15 years probation, 7.5 as reporting probation, and the rest 7.5 years as non-reporting probation. And if he finalized all of it, then the other sentences got commuted, or whatever it was. It was really strange how they needed that together. I never heard of anything like that.
I'm with you on that. Added with I just dropped a video too on his son, because his oldest son, dog, he was going down the wrong way, and I just kind of seen a spark of life in his son because they're in a mountain somewhere. I'm pretty sure they're either in Utah or Colorado, but Colorado probably seems more apt to do it because I don't know. I got to figure that one out. But either way it goes, yeah, dog, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know any human beings that can stay exactly on the right path for 30 years, because you will speed. And if you speed and you get pulled over and they know, oh, you're on probation, let's put you in cuffs. And all of a sudden, he resisted. Who can... No, I didn't. Well, you're a convicted criminal. Who are you going to believe?
Well, in America, the Supreme Court already ruled, just because the way in which they do driving here as a privilege, that no matter the traffic stop, if a cop feels that whatever they feel, they have the right to exit you from the vehicle. So there's that, especially in just the most minor of traffic infractions. So that part exists, and I know that in particular because I was working on educating people on traffic stops, whether it's a Terry stop or it's not a Terry stop, So, and this was specifically for people in the car. And basically it's saying this: if I get pulled over for running a stop sign, you don't have the right to ask any of the passengers for their ID. Now, if I'm included in a robbery, then there you go. Because now these are all accomplices.
Oh, yeah.
But I tell people never answer the question of where you're going and where you came from, because your car fits a multitude of descriptions.
Oh yeah, because every car manufactured from 2006 and forward look basically the same. And if the cops want to, you will fit any description. The suspect can be a 5'4" Irish guy, and we would
Well,
both
don't just
be
say male.
suspects. Yeah,
Don't just say male.
yeah, doesn't have to be male. So yeah, it's
Yeah, they'll just say, "Hey, the description you match the description. What's the description? I'm a male from 5'5" to 6'5."
yeah.
And there's that, and was in the area of here, and they don't understand the 5 mile radius at all. The 5 mile radius is a real thing.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So within 5 minutes, the false belief is you can cover 5 miles. So if you say, I pull you over and I say, "Hey Nick, where you coming from?" And you say, "Oh, I'm coming from my girlfriend's house." Where's your girlfriend's house? If it's in a 5 mile radius, you are now a suspect of a multitude of crimes.
Jeez.
What time did you leave? Have you had anything to drink? Are there any drugs in the car? You mind if I search your vehicle?
Jesus.
And because the police have the quote unquote reputation of supposedly being the good guys, you think nothing of it.
Yeah.
But I don't trust police for anything. When I last got pulled over, I'm in a very, very expensive vehicle. I was like, ain't no way in this world. Ain't no way in this world. I put my blinkers on. It was a dark highway. I put my arms out the window. I'm giving directions like we're going to this gas station. I don't give a dang. And the cop asks, "Hey, why didn't you pull over on the side of the freeway?" I said, "Because I don't want to be responsible for one of you guys dying."
Who? Yeah, you
And he
need
was
to be
like,
somewhere where there is the possibility of cameras.
100%. Not only that, I'm in a rural part of Oklahoma. And to be fair, if I would have pulled over, it's this much space that officer can walk and then he'll fall the hell over.
Yeah.
And I don't trust people driving at night.
I don't trust other drivers, full stop. Because I've seen other drivers. I've seen my sisters drive. I mean, I don't know how the frick they got their license, because they can't drive.
Right.
And they are out at night, driving, checking the radio, or their makeup, or they're texting, allegedly. I have to add the allegedly, because it's illegal to text and drive here.
For the most part, everywhere. But here's the funnier part. Do you guys have billboards?
Yeah.
What's the difference between?
I know. Read this message. Do not text and drive. No, but I just stared at that thing for 20 seconds.
Right. Did the sign catch your attention? Yeah, it did. Correct. Yes. Very true. Yeah. No, it's just, yeah. Golly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The amazement of advertisement.
Yeah. Back in the day, this is a long time, Anna Nicole Smith had an H&M advertising with her in underwear. She caused a lot of accidents in Sweden. In underwears, on her back with her legs up, and yeah, people drove off the road.
What is the virginity rate in Sweden, just out of curiosity?
Technically, we have something called, I will try to translate it without it sounding weird. At 15, you have something you can, that is called, up until 15, pants on. Because you're not supposed to. But after 15, you're allowed to have sex.
Okay.
Now that is almost never, yeah. And then you have within a few, I believe it, if the girl or boy is 14 years and 10 months and the partner is 15 years and 2 months, nothing will happen. But if the age gap is larger, then something will happen. And then we have 18 years for illicit photos. Everything under that is considered a minor. And in Sweden, even if it's you yourself on that picture that you saved from you when you were 17, you can be charged with the CP because you kept that illicit picture of you as a 17-year-old. Yeah, I know. It's strange.
Yeah, thankfully,
Thankfully, I'm raised in a time where if you wanted to take an illicit picture of yourself, you needed, first of all, you needed a camera with those cube flashes. And then you have to wait for the film to develop and then trust the film developer guy to not keep that picture. Yeah, I'm that old.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been, I want to say, secretive of taking those type of photos. So for the males in here, it's going to get real uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You do what's called the hat trick, where you just put a hat on your stuff and then.
Oh.
And the worst part about that is I learned that from a freaking movie. So yeah.
Oh.
Sorry guys. That's for the guys who are, feel like there's going to be revenge photos sent out. You can pull that trick because thankfully I still do it to this day.
I don't think, I don't know if it's a trick or not, but I don't think, how you hang your towel, how big of a towel can you actually fit?
I never thought about that.
Yeah. Congratulations, you got a new idea. Honey!
Yeah. No, I'm not taking any photos like that.
No.
Golly,
No.
I'm afraid to freaking DM or send any messages to any woman that I think is attractive because these days you get hit with so many counter messages of, oh yeah, you're handsome. Oh yeah, I have this bill right here. You think you want to help me out here? And it's like, what?
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not need a portrait artist painter. I'm not that old.
Ooh. Check this out. Here's the early termination of probation. For it to be automatic, you can be sentenced to more than a year in jail. If you are sentenced to more than a year, your PO will have to submit reports to the judge every year after the first 3 years of probation, and you have to request for early termination. There would only be a hearing held where the state could object, and the judge has the ultimate decision.
And they will go with the prosecution.
No. Well, here's the thing. It'll be Whitaker.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, because they had it against Whitaker. Oh, that's interesting.
That'll probably be my Sunday video. I'll send it to you on
Send me a link on
I'll send it to you on
X
TikTok.
or something. Yeah.
On Twitter, because I'm not calling it X.
Yeah, I know.
That's trauma for me. If I speak about my ex, that's a lot of trauma, so I can't call it X.
I'm starting to be in the one thing that you should never do with an ex once you get to my age is to reconnect with your childhood loves. They don't look the same. They really don't. And they don't act the same. And no, don't reconnect with exes. Do not do that.
And what age range is this?
Well, I'm in my 50s, and this was maybe 30 years ago in my early 20s. Reconnecting with an ex bad idea. Now, luckily, I'm in a stable relationship since 8 years. Before that, I did try to reconnect with an ex, and we met up, and what was in front of me did not look like my ex.
Oh,
Oh, that was a bad idea.
I got lucky. I'll say that my exes or the women that I pursued in high school are still super attractive to this day. But if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't.
I'm very happy where I am today, and that Miss Viking chose to open up a conversation 8 years ago, and yeah, so I'm very
Yeah, I
happy.
wish time portals existed because
If I could go back in time and smack myself around, I would. Just no, Nick, that's a bad idea. Don't stick your in crazy. Crazy is so
I would
fun.
never take that advice because crazy is always fun.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's way too fun.
It's like get in, get out. Get
Yeah,
in and
at
get
least
out.
don't move in with her.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
oh.
I had a very interesting 20s.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
did my whole 20s single. I just knew there was no way I could commit, and there was zero way that I wanted to even care about somebody well-being and happiness that much. And the women, for the most part, respected it because I told them I ain't shit. I kept it honest. I said I ain't shit. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You hang around me, I'll make sure you know certain things are taken care of. But
Yeah. Well, I'm from the parts of Sweden, which is more or less the equivalent of the Appalachians. And you're supposed to be married with 2 kids at 20. And yeah, more or less that kind of society I grew up in. So yeah. And I tried, but no, didn't work. Don't stick it in crazy. Don't move in with. Definitely do not move in with crazy.
yeah, I've had I've had the ability to move in with I wouldn't necessarily say crazy, but I would say returning back to sausages over salads. And she wasn't over the salads, so we had the salad come in, and it was a fun time for 3 months, and then it was hell after that. Only because one person was trying to reconnect, so they came under a mass guise, if you will, and eventually got exposed. But yeah, but hey, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta quote unquote help some people out with making their. How can I say this in a positive way? Of making their notoriety become more star driven, I guess would be the way to say that.
Yeah, I mean, take the notoriety and make something positive out of it. I mean,
hopefully.
I mean, there's a bunch of people who are going. I have made success after the YSL trial, and I mean, Woody, he is a fun guy. He really is, and charismatic and everything. Now, based on what he told us in the trial and what we know, he's also quite a dangerous guy. But if he can use that fun, charismatic stuff, he has a future. He really has.
You know, it's funny that you pointed that out because I've been saying that, but to hear somebody else be able to articulate that as well, just from being from quote unquote across the country, I mean across the pond, if you will. And I try to tell people that about other individuals who try to take the same route, but it's as though they don't understand that this was a 3-month This was 3 months of witness testimony. You don't get 3 months of witness testimony ever.
No.
That has to be a record somewhere.
Yeah, it has to. And I mean, Woody's taking his 15 minutes of fame and he's running with it. And he should.
Yeah,
He should. He should. Yeah, it's almost 6 a.m. over here. I should go to bed. And yeah, I'm 6 hours ahead of you. So
well,
yeah.
it's 11 here.
Oh, you're Central Time.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm 7 hours ahead of you.
Yeah. Golly.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna take a cold shower so I can take a cold shower so I can figure this card out.
Yeah. Well, if when you leave, just close down the tab. That's the easiest way. So, thank you for showing up. Thank you for the discussion and for future success.
You too as well, man. We'll still keep commenting on Twitter posts and stuff.
Yeah. We will.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Have a good one.
All right.
See ya. Bye.
I do not know how to work this. Oh, here we go.
Close down the tab. Oh, there he goes. And for the rest of you guys, thank you for this end of the year panel show. For going through from the beginning, thank you to Cat Not Williams, who couldn't be here, for your $20. Thank you so much. Thank you to Ceddy Jets for $2. If not friend, why friendship? That was when we were talking about polar bears. Nicholas Kreiser, my personal collection of arms is very extensive. Thank you to Tammy Fayette for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you to Excited Utterance for $8 Australian. Injustice as defined 2024. Let's have hope for 2025. Yes, I hope so too. FMM 2.0 for $20. Happy holidays, Nick. Add Timo shopping sprees to your wheel. Okay. At some point, I will try to do something with the Wheel of Regrets to add a Timo shopping spree. I will. Then Tammy Fayette gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you. DNB gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And then FMM 2.0 with $100 to help offset the StreamYard fees. Yes, I will return to StreamYard. Thank you so much. Jim Cox gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Amir, Nick needs less subs. That is me and Daniel on Direct. We are having a friendly competition over who has the most subs. I'm currently leading with 60 or 70 subs. And then Amil with another $2. Thank you so much. Big Dog 5758. Happy safe New Year's early. Thank you so much. And then Danielle for $10. In 2017, Georgia had a probation rate that was almost 4 times the national average. Offenders in Georgia spent more than twice as long on probation as the rest of the country, sometimes for as long as 20 years or life on probation. For me, that is insane that it's even a thing. And Alicia G celebrates 4 months of memberships. All right, folks. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the monetary support, but most of all, thank you for being here. It's thanks to you I keep doing this. If it weren't for you, I might have kept doing this, but with much lesser joy and audience. But thank you, guys. I don't know. I have some videos in the pipeline that I will portion out over the New Year's. But me and Miss Viking on the 30th will go on a cruise. She has been very supportive of me, so I thought I would treat her to a New Year's cruise. And so that will happen. But I will have a few videos in the pipeline to portion out over the. So this will be probably the last stream before New Year's, because I will be on the ship off the middle of Kattegat. Again, thank you guys. And as I always say, hug your family. Unless your family's crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Happy New Year's, and see you in the next stream or video. Bye-bye.
So tangled in my hair again, wrapping paper mountain lions then, gift boxes hiding like little thieves, underneath the couch where no one sees. My needles stab at my bare feet, ornament shattered in defeat, batteries dead in every toy, stockings limp devoid of joy. Scrubber ducked up the kitchen sink, merry mess, I need a drink. Rudolph's nose just blinking red, taking down Christmas wish, I stay in bed.